This is going to be a 12-hour long Blender masterclass where you will learn everything from basics. We are going to cover all of these topics as you can see on your screen. And by the end of this video, you will acquire essential Blender skills to create your own 3D world from scratch. So without further ado, let's start the video. So let's start with our 12-hour masterclass where you will master everything. And let's start with very basics. And first of all, what is Blender 3D? Well, Blender is a open source and free software which is used in 3D workflow for animation, for editing, visual effects, modeling, and lots of things. One of the most actually used free software of all time. And there are so many people who use it for various purposes. So why Blender is so powerful? First of all, understand that uh, the free Blender version itself is very powerful than the paid alternative outside. For example, if you search for 3ds Max, now 3ds Max is also very good software, but it costs a lot, and you can buy it, but it is very costly. 3ds Max is good. Then there are like Houdini, which is good, but Houdini is more specialized for simulations. And that's why I guess Blender is most powerful because it does have all the functionalities together, which means you can do simulation, animation, 2D animation, 3D animation, then modeling, sculpting, all that stuff. So that's why it is very powerful. Its free features itself is amazing and much better than other softwares, and that's why people love it. So yeah, that is a thing. You can obviously go to their website, you can check, you can read yourself like what kind of stuff is there. So yeah, that is Blender. Wait a second. Okay. So yeah, how powerful it is. Well, as I mentioned here, it is an industry standard software now. And if you know that Flow movie Blender, so there is a movie which is made in Blender completely, which recently won Oscar, and that is amazing thing. So when it won Oscar, everyone was just amazed by like how free 3D software can work and how it is so powerful. And it is really amazing to see people do stuff with this, and that's why it is industry standard now. People are using to create their own movies, and one of the movie which won the Oscar, so that is already a big deal. That's why I guess you should use Blender. The workflow is also very easy, it's not that difficult to understand, and we are going to learn everything. So how can you actually make money using Blender? Well, as I mentioned, Blender is very easy to understand. So the main thing with Blender is basically that there are many ways to earn money. Maybe selling 3D assets, or selling your animation courses. Let's say there are so many compositing nodes or shading nodes you can sell. For example, there is very big market called as Blender market. Now it is renamed to Superhive, but Blender market is basically a market where you can actually upload your add-ons, your models, or all kind of stuff, and actually you can earn money with that. So this is the most popular platform for Blender, and there are so many users who use this. And as you can see, there are so many add-ons, there are so many uh, nodes set up which you can sell. So there are many ways to earn money using Blender, and one of them is actually to sell your asset, to sell your courses, and there are ways you can actually make money, and you will find more ways when you go in depth learning Blender. So don't worry about that. We will talk about this in much more detail in later in this video. But for now, just understand that there are so many possibilities that you can explore, and it is very, very, very easy, I guess, because there is literally so many options. Once you understand the full Blender, full functionality of Blender, you will have so many options to explore. So yeah, for now, just remember that how to download and install Blender. Okay. So you go to, obviously, you just search for download Blender, and the first thing will pop up, blender.org. Uh, Let me just show you here this one. So open this, and now obviously you have to download the latest version. So you can just click here, download. Choose your Linux, your operating system. Maybe if you're using Mac OS or Windows or Linux, choose your system and download. Now there are obviously multiple options to download. So what is this? So installer is basically, let me just show you. Yeah, this is installer. So installer is basically your exe file, which is going to be installed in your computer. And portable file is actually a very handy option, I will say, but it is not that fast. So I recommend you download only this version, Windows installer or Mac OS Intel, or this one, Linux. So just choose the first option. Don't download the second one. So yeah, that's it. And download it, install it. I hope you know how to install any software, so I'm not going to show you. So do it quickly, and let's meet after downloading. Okay. So I'm going to download it. One thing you can do is actually to donate to Blender, because if you know, Blender is a open source software. So it is as you can see, blender.org. So Blender is a organization. It is a open source. There are so many people who donate to Blender, and that's why we have this amazing software. So please make sure, if you can, donate some amount of value. Obviously they did not say me, they did not sponsor me to say this, but again, because we use this tool every day, we are going to use it. So it will be helpful. So anything you can donate, you can just donate it from here, and it will be helpful for the Blender community, and it is amazing. So please make sure to do that if you can. If you can't, it's okay, you can share it with your family, friends, and yeah, that's it. So okay, let's meet after downloading Blender. It's still saying my internet is slow for some reason, so let's meet after downloading this one. Okay. So when you download the Blender, you will see a shortcut like this on your desktop. If you can't find this shortcut, then you have to locate the folder you have where you installed the Blender. But I will quickly open this up, and you will see the first thing as you open it. Now it actually show me the import Blender 4.4 preference. Now, why is it showing me? Well, I have many version of Blender, and that's why it is showing me this. You will not see this option. You won't see this option, I guess, in your system. It is just that I have it. That's why I can see it, and it tell you if you want to save the preference left or right, what you want to do. Then key map, then pick a theme and language. I will say click in the outer section of this. So just just click it here, and this is the main window you are going to see when you first open Blender. And I will explain each UI element. So you can see we have this stuff here, then we have this stuff here, then we have another window here, another window here, and then there is a timeline below this. So there are so many things. Even we have different layouts here. I will explain you everything in detail. So first thing you have to understand is that it is written in your upper left corner here, and it actually represented properly. So if you go in this section here, you can actually click it and you can see there are different windows. So if I click on geometry node, you can see if I click on compositor, shader editor, so there are going to be different views for different purpose of your project. So first thing is that we have here a 3D viewport, and 3D viewport is actually our main window, our this window. And there is one cube, then there is a camera, and then there is a sunlight here. So all of this stuff we are going to do, all of the 3D modeling, all of the sculpting, all the stuff we are going to do in this window. And this is our 3D viewport. But there are few options which you have to understand first. If you check the left portion here, just a second. Yeah, this one right here. So there are few tools, okay? And if you hit T, okay, I don't think you can see the screencast window. Let me just screen let me enable it. Actually, if I screencast key, okay. Okay, great. So let me just enable this. Okay, great. And font size, I want this big. Okay, great. So you can see uh, whatever I'm doing on my keyboard or my mouse, you can see it here. So in this corner. Okay, I will tell you. So if you hit T, this will hide or show the tools we have. And these are different tools. So this is obviously select box. There are many options to select what kind of selection you want. I don't think anyone use this much, because generally we like to keep it on all select. So this is all select. I will show you this one. Yeah. So mostly it is default, and we use it. Most of the artists use it. I don't think anyone use cursor as well, because cursor is basically you can see this little dot there. Let me just set it. So that one. So this is our cursor, and what is that? Basically, it is a 0 0 position. I will just show you. I'll quickly show you what is it. So it is 0 comma 0. So this is your x-axis, this is your y-axis, and this point right over here is your this one, 0 comma 0. Okay, so 0 comma 0. And yeah, it basically it represents your origin of your world. And it is that, nothing else. So yeah, I don't think anyone use this cursor option here, because you can see it is getting placed randomly anywhere. Generally people use shift S. So yeah, shift S. Why? But first of all, understand why we need origin. So every single 3D world have some kind of origin. So that's why we need it. For example, if I move this here, let's say if I delete this and if I add any object, let's say a monkey, you can see it is getting placed in the 0, 0 in world origin. So if I set my origin here, and if I do shift A and then let's say cylinder, you can see the cylinder is getting placed in that position. So for example, if this is I don't know, this is how much, maybe let's just assume this is 6. So this is on the 6 uh, 6 meter from this 0. So it is getting placed on minus x minus x 6 meter on this position. So yeah, it is that we don't have to know much about that. We are not going to use this cursor option mostly. Only thing we are going to do is if we want to move the cursor, we are going to use shift S and then cursor to world origin. That's it. That's what you wanted to know for the cursor, and that's how everyone use it. Okay. So let's just start new one. Okay, great. Let me enable. It is enable, right? Okay, great. Okay. Nice. So yeah, it is that. Then we have move option. So as its name says, it is going to move our 3D object in the viewport, and you can see it have different directions mentioned. So red is for X, green is for Y, and Z is for Z. And you can actually see it here. Let me show you. You can actually see it in this direction, that this is X, right? This is Y and this is Z. So it is very understandable. So if I move this, and you can see right now, it is changed. So you can see this is minus X now, and basically it inverted now. So you can still use this, but it is moving in minus X direction. So that's how you know the direction of the axis, and it will be handy in so many places where we need to know the axis of certain objects in 3D space, because it is important for animation purpose or maybe baking purpose, where you need to calculate normals and all that stuff. So yeah, it is important to orient your 3D object properly in your 3D space, and that's why it exists. And there is another thing which you can see, this little rectangle over here. So basically, it is your it is like moving along that axis. For example, if I take this, you can see I'm actually, let me just open another window, and now I can show you. So if I grab the red one, the blue one, and if I move this, you can see I'm moving along the Z axis, uh, but it is not snapping or doing anything. It is just moving it along the X axis randomly. So it is what it does. So basically it is that. Then there is second option, which is our rotation option. As it says, it is going to rotate along particular axis. So as we mentioned, X is for X axis, Y is for Y, and Z is for the Z axis. And you can say it properly. And when you actually click and drag it, you can actually see the line appears in front of your screen. So which confirms that we are rotating it on in a proper axis. And let me just clear it up. Maybe let's take monkey. Yeah. And let me just move it a little bit. And then yeah, and now if I show you, if I select it, then you can just see this is moving on X, this is on Y, and this is on Z. By the way, if you uh, can't see the can't see the handles, the moving handle or rotation handle, what you have to do, you have to actually select it. Means you have to click on the object. So you can see the object is selected here. Also, it is represented by this orange stroke outside of the 3D object. So it represents that it is selected. Currently, there is nothing selected. That's why you can even select like this. You can just select if you have multiple object, then you can just select like this, and you can rotate everyone together. So that is the thing. Let me just, yeah. Okay. Yeah. As I said, so if I do this and if I select motion, you can see I can move all of this together. If I want to rotate, I can move, rotate everything together, and you can even see it in your layers panel. Yeah, that's what you do. Then there is a scale option. So again, you select it and then you scale it individually on Y, X, or Z, and you can even take this and you can just scale like on two axes together. For example, if I select X, sorry, if I select X, you can see it is scaling Y and Z, not on X. So basically, it is like a opposite. It is taking opposite axis and scaling it. For example, if I select Z axis, it is not scaling on Z, but rather X and Y. So that is a thing. And yeah, that's it. Basically, it is the same. And then there is another fourth option, which is transform. So what is transform? Basically, it combines all of your handles and give you a single transform handle, which is this combination of moving, then rotation and scaling. So it is that there are many shortcuts to do this. Actually, if you check my if you check this section here, you will see if I hit there's a W, yeah. If I select this object and if I hit S, you can see I can just scale up and down. So scaling is done by S shortcut. If I hit S and X, it does the same operation. It is scaling it on only X axis. This is on Y axis, and if I hit Z, it is on Z axis. And if I do same, if I select the object and if I hit R, you can see I'm rotating it on. This is general rotation, but if I hit X, you can see I'm rotating on X, Y on Y, Z on Z. So yeah, it is pretty simple to understand. And if I do same for the moving, for moving, we don't have M. We can't do M. So M shortcut is sorry, moving shortcut is different. For moving, we use something called as grab, G. So we use G as a shortcut, and if I hit X, you can see I'm only moving it on X, Y, and Z. Pretty simple. And that is the basic tools. This is a annotation, and you already saw how I did it. So annotation is basically just a reference. Let's say if I wanted to write anything, let's say Blender. If I write it Blender here, you can see I have wrote it in 3D space. You can't select it because this is a reference. This is not actual writing. This is just for annotation, as it says. This is just for annotation. So yeah, it doesn't do anything. If you want to clear the annotation, you have to go to view And by the way, if you see, there is a little arrow in this corner, and to open that you hit N. Okay, and if you go to annotation, you can see there is something which is written, and you just clear it out. So yeah, annotation is just for reference, and people use it to show something. For example, if I want you to say, hey, subscribe, so I just hold I just you know I just hold the D key, and you can see in this corner, and then I can do anything here, and that's how I wrote it. So this is annotation, this is a shortcut, and if I want to erase it, you just right click and hold D, and that's how you do it. Then there is a measure tool. Now measure tool is very important. It actually is going to measure your 3D object. So how you are going to use it is basically that you are going to you can see, like, what I did was I just measured the dimension of this cube right here. For example, if I delete this and if I take a plane, let's say, what you should do if you want to measure the dimension, so you hold control and then just left click and drag and just leave it, and you can see this is a 2 meter long plane. So this 2m represent meter, because we have that set in our units. So if you go in this section right here, this is actually your unit. This will show you your metric option, and it is represented as meters in length. You can see it right here. You can change it maybe kilometer, and you can see it is changed to 0.02. Wait, you can see it here. So as I change this, that will change. So if I do centimeter, it will change 200 centimeter, then mm 2000 micrometer is micrometer. Yeah. So generally it is in a meter. So it is important for us to understand that whatever we do in our 3D world, it should be as close as to a real world object, right? For example, if I wanted to show this as my ground in the 3D workflow, in the 3D space, this ground should match the real world ground. And it is handy when you are doing a VFX shot, or if you are doing some 3D CGI tracking. So that's why we need it. Then we have another option. Let me just, yeah. So we have a cube here, and we have one option here which says add cube, and you can see as soon as I hit this, we get this kind of a grid. So basically it is like a hard surface modeling tool which allow us to create object along any faces of our current object. For example, if I want a rectangle on my x axis, along my x axis, I can just create like this. And you can see if I wanted to create even maybe object like this, you can see. So it is very handy tool. You can use it in many ways. I don't use it personally, and I don't think anyone use it, but it is good. And you can change the option here. You can change along the cursor, along the view, and then you can just check what kind of stuff it does. So I'm not going to explain you this in depth, because you can explore it, you can figure it out. Just make cool looking basic shapes and just figure out how it works, what options you can tweak here, and then you will get different result. So yeah, it is our tool section. There is literally nothing. It is just very basic. Now we will see something very important, which you already saw me doing, which is using this right here, this particular section. So there are many things here. Uh, Ignore this. This is just scalability and the selection of that. This is important. So you can just show and hide the gizmo. So if you know what is gizmo, if you are familiar with Premiere Pro or After Effect background, you should know, or maybe Photoshop as well. You will have some kind of gizmo here, which represent your axis, X, Y, and Z axis, and you just show and hide it from here, and it just do that. There are one option here which is zoom. So you can zoom it with help of this small icon here. Let me just show you this one. But I don't use it. I just do scroll up and down. So you can just scroll up and scroll down. So it is that. Then there is a hand section which lets you pan in your 3D workflow, sorry, in your 3D space. There is a shortcut which is a shift and middle mouse. So you just do this, and yeah, and by the way, if you want to rotate it, you hold the middle mouse and you just do this, and that way you can just do this. You can do the same activity from here. I prefer middle mouse holding and shift middle mouse for the panning. Then there is a toggle camera option. So see, there are few things. So first of all, you are going to create everything in your 3D workspace, but you have to make sure that your camera is not going to see everything. For example, let's say if I have this, let's just say, now you can see I have many objects outside of my camera bounds. Okay, camera bounds. So what I mean by camera bound means you can see this section here, right? This is our camera boundaries, and you can see it is represented by this orange selection. You can see this. So in this window, okay, in this current window, whatever object you place, this is going to be visible in your final render. So whatever outside of this is not going to be visible. So that's why when you click this, you can see particular section of your camera composition, and only that objects you are going to see in your final render. So make sure you also check while working what kind of object you're placing in your camera, where it is where you are placing it, and how you're placing it. I mean, the rotation, the scaling. If it is properly visible in your camera, then that's good. So the shortcut for that is 0, numpad 0. Okay. So yeah, then there is another option which is which lets you do something which people use it a lot, which basically you can switch between your normal perspective to orthographic view. So if you don't know what is orthographic view, basically it is a 2D representation of a 3D object, and it basically create a illusion of a 3D object and show it as a 2D. Then we have another option here which lets us hide everything in our scene. So all of our guide layer. For example, this is our guide layer, which tells us that there is one collection and there is one light, and it is true. We have one collection and one light, and it just shows that, it just shows us there. But if we don't want it, just hide it here, and obviously we can just hide it from here as well. We can hide individual things and outline everything. So yeah, there are many ways you can do it, but I watch it personally when I'm doing UV unwrapping, which we are going to learn later. Uh, so yeah, it is that option. This is a X-ray option actually. Let me show you. So this option is a X-ray option. So X-ray vision. So basically, if I take this object, if I put it below that, and right now you can see we can only see one object. But if I hit X-ray, you can see there is a second object behind that, and we can do the same with this. And if I disable this, you can see there is only one cube. But if I hit X-ray, you can see what is behind. So very useful, very handy tool. Then we have different modes of viewport shading. So basically, this cube is made of vertex, edges, and faces, right? So combination of vertex is this cube basically. So this is one vertex, this is second vertex, third, fourth, and then there is one, two, three, four vertex on bottom. So combination of all this eight vertex is one cube, right? But if I wanted to see the connected lines, which is also known as edge, right? So there is one edge here, one edge here, one edge here. So there are total four edges on top of this. Then there is a four edges on the bottom, and then there is a four edges on the sides, which is our which makes our cube, right? And if I want to see this, you can see I can only see the edges. So this is known as wireframe. This is our wireframe of our object, right? For example, if I take a monkey, so monkey is made up of this kind of wireframe, and this is going to be very helpful when we are going to use very complex shape, because we can easily select we can easily select multiple edges directly. We can see what is behind, and quite helpful, very helpful. So it is important. Then we have our standard solid view. This is our solid view, where it is represented in white, off-white color solid. And this option is a material preview option, which is basically going to preview our material, and we will learn it later in future, don't worry. And this is obviously our rendering preview. Currently there is no lights, that's why it is showing you like that. But if I add a sunlight, and you can see, so this will be our final render. If I render it like this, it will look like this. So yeah, it is that option. Then you also have a little arrow over here. Okay, if I drop down, basically it gives us opportunity to show this object in certain way. So if I change, let's say this is our normal view, this is our shiny view. I personally recommend you use the default option. And yeah, there are different modes which we can choose. So yeah, it is that. I personally like to use this random option here, and then there is There are many ways we can show something like this. And yeah, it is just very self-explanatory. There is nothing more to explain here in this option right here, because it is easy to understand. I want you to explore this. Okay. And then there is option here. So what is this option? So as I mentioned you earlier, that every object you create have some sort of axis, right? Let me just do it. Okay, some sort of axis, and that axis is basically origin of your individual object. For example, you can see that I have this cube in, let's say take it here, yeah. Okay, and let's move it above the ground. So I have this object here. You can see this is not on the cursor. Our cursor is there, right? This is our cursor. This object is here. So there should be some kind of origin with this object, with this 3D object, and that origin have some direction. So if I click this, you can see this is X direction, Y direction, and Z direction. But if I move this, you can see it is moving the origin. So earlier it was 0. If you want to see, wait, I'll show you. I want you to focus on this section. Okay, just focus here. Okay, can you see that? So if I hit grab, you can see it says 000. Okay, that is the origin of the 3D object. Okay, which you can see, this is going to represent origin of your object, particularly this point right here. Okay, so if I let's say if I rotate this, you can see it is rotating along with that point. So that point is origin of this cube, and we need to make sure that your origin is either origin center of geometry or maybe on the bottom of the faces. For example, if I do this, you can see this is yeah. So this is scaling from my origin of the 3D object, which is that point, little point over there. And we have to make sure that our object origin is properly positioned in 3D space. As I mentioned earlier as well, your origin of your 3D world and your origin of your 3D object as well, both of these things are very, very, very important when you do 3D modeling. So make sure you keep that in mind. I don't like to enable this option as much because I don't think I use it that much. Locations and parents we are going to ignore for now. We will see what it does in future. But yeah, it is that option. So this is done. This is done. There is this right here, and obviously that one as well. So let's do this. Let's first understand this upper section. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, you can just switch it from here with different modes. Generally, it is on 3D viewport. We are actually going to get to this stuff in a while, but first let me explain to you this different modes here. So what happen is that in your 3D workflow, there are going to be many things which we have to consider. For example, if I just want to move this along X or Y or Z, yes, I can do this. But what if I want to individually change, this edge? Okay. If I want to individually change this edge, how I'm going to do that? Well, we have to edit this 3D object, this cube, and we do it with help of edit mode. Okay. We go to edit mode. You can see it lets us choose individual vertex. Okay. And you can see there is one option over here. If you see this one, okay, which represents something. So this is your vertex selection. This is your edge selection. This is your face selection. Okay. If I currently it is on the vertex, so if I select this, you can see it is selected the vertex. Okay. So for example, if I select this and I hit G, you can see I can individually move this vertex. If I hit edge mode, you can see I can move both the vertex and I can move the cube like that. And then there is a face select, which lets us choose the faces, and I can just move this individually. Very handy, very important. And the way you do it, the shortcut is obviously your 1, 2, and 3. So 1 lets you choose the vertex, 2 lets you choose the edges, and 3 lets you choose your faces. Okay. Very handy tool. And let's say let's do this. Okay, so if I want to do something like this, okay, you can see I had a default cube and I did the modification on the cube itself. That's why I got this shape. And if I hit this face portion, and you can see I can select something like this. And if let's say if I hit this and if I do the same, so yeah, there are many applications we can use um, this kind of method. Edit mode is going to be your go-to. Okay, you are going to use object mode and edit mode almost all the time. You don't have any escape from that. Okay, so yeah, it was object mode. Sorry, edit mode. Obviously, you have lots of options in edit mode which you can use. So, for example, we already saw everything till measure and add cube. We already saw that, but there are many options like extrusion, inset, bevel, loop, knife, polybuild, spin, smooth, and all that kind of stuff. You have to learn shortcuts to use this. Okay, we are not going to select individual things and we are going to do it. Okay, we have to learn bunch of shortcuts, and to do it, actually, if you just hover on the particular tool, you can see there is a shortcut written in front of that. Okay, so if I want to inset does this kind of operation, and if I want to extrude this, you can see I have created this kind of shape which looks good, right? Yeah, okay, let me just do random. Okay, so you have to learn the shortcuts in order to use all the tools efficiently, because we are not going to waste our time doing every single thing. We are not going to click on every single thing and going to use it. So We have to learn it. We have to learn the shortcuts. Okay. I recommend you just take a little amount of time. You can just pause the video right now and you can just check what each and every tool does. Again, I will explain you while doing our final product for final workflow, but it is actually very self-explanatory. There is nothing to explain. So, for example, extrusion, it can extrude the faces along the axis. Then there is what is it? Insert. Okay, yeah, yeah. So if I do insert, you can see it inserts a face inside the current face. Then there is a bevel. Bevel basically, you can use bevel on edges. So if I do this, you can see it kind of bevels it. And if I mouse scroll it, if I mouse scroll it up, you can see it gives us more edges inside. So very, very self-explanatory. There is nothing to explain actually. Uh, and I want you to figure it out because it is extremely important for you to understand each and every tool before we go to more advanced level. So that's why I want you to pause this video right now. Just explore it. You will see the loop cuts. You can just add extra cuts in between. So yeah, it is that. Then there is a knife tool which basically lets you cut portion of your 3D object, and you can see it kind of gave us this. It kind of gave us the different faces here. So yeah, just check it. That's why I want you to explore. Okay, so it is edit mode. Then we have sculpt mode actually. So what is sculpting? First of all, understand that we are going to explain this in depth. But sculpting is basically just giving a object a little bit perfect shape, kind of. So it should look like it is hand sculpted. Okay, so let me just add a bunch of vertex here, and let me just convert auto. And if I go to sculpting, I can just do a bunch of things. So basically, we are going to learn sculpting as well. That is sculpting. Then there is a vertex painting we are going to check. Then there is a weight painting we are going to check. Then there is a texture painting we are going to check. So main window we are going to use is object mode and edit mode. Okay, that's the only two mode which you have to understand now. If you switch, you have to, the shortcut to switch is pressing tab. So just press tab on your keyboard to switch it. Then there is a very important option here, view. So what view does is basically, I already told you the T and N shortcut. So it is just additional option here which we can just show and hide it. Okay. So we do that. Then there is a selection option here. So select basically is do the same job as our this select, which lets you select things according to different similar option. For example, if I hit select random, and let's say if I have a bunch of, let's say if I go this, so let's say I have different so many object here, and if I just do select random, you can see it is randomly selected. So yeah, it is very simple to understand. There is nothing much going on in this kind of option. So just check it what everything does. We are not going to use that much. We are going to just do this, and that's it. Then this is important option actually, the add option. So what is add? Let me just open new project. So this add option lets us add different kind of shape in our 3D space. Okay. And that's it basically. But we are not going to do this. We are not going to click this add every time. We are going to use a shortcut Shift A. Okay. Shift A. And then you can see a bunch of things. We can even add curves. Then there is a different surface, metaball, text, volume base object, grease pencil, armature, empty objects, images for references, then light probe. There are many things which we can add. For example, if I add a monkey and if I want to add a camera, so I just added the camera, and if I set the camera, you can see generally this camera goes into your origin. So this is my origin. And if I add the monkey again, let's say, and if I switch to camera view, you can see it is messed up. But what you should do, you should hit Control Alt 0 for a shortcut, and then you can just switch your current view as your camera view. For example, if I switch this my current view, I just hit Control Alt plus 0, and this is my current view right now. Yes, we are going to check all the camera properties and composition stuff later, but this is for basics. Okay, this is just for basics how UI works. So uh, we will see this in depth. Then there is transform option as well. So transform is basically just same as this one: move, rotate, scale, then transform. It is just written here. Then there is origin option here, which you can also get by right click. So if I right click this, right click set origin, you can see this option here. It show you the same option. Then there is a mirror option. So there are so many options which is repeated here. Okay. Then there is a duplicate option as well, which I was using as a Shift D. If you already saw me doing it, I was using Shift D, which duplicates the object. So yeah, there are many options, which you know which is kind of nested and which is kind of hidden. But we are going to use shortcuts for most of them. For example, if I want to join this, I just select everything and hit Control J, and now this is a one object. As you can see, everything is a one object now. So if I scale it, it is scaling from that. So yeah, it is just the same, and the standard operation is also same. If I just hit Control C, Control V, you can see it is copy paste. Then there is collection options, library. We are going to check every single option in our workflow. So don't get overwhelmed by everything. Don't worry about everything. Just know the basics, right? Just know the basics. Don't worry about anything else here. Now, some important thing. Well, you see some kind of option here. Okay. This one. We are going to use this option mostly in our edit mode. Okay. Because edit mode or in local as well, but mostly in edit mode, because there are different things which we have to consider before moving to this option. Actually, you have to understand axis, which is global axis, local axis, normal. Then there is a view axis, parent or cursor axis. So you see, as I mentioned, okay, every 3D object is placed in a 3D world with certain axis. Okay, so this is X, this is Y, this is Z, this X, Y, Z. There is a local axis as well. For example, if I select particular face, this particular face have its own axis in the 3D space. Okay, which means this is you know this is showing upward. So it does have its own origin. It does have its own x, y, and z axis. So this represent different axes. For now, just understand that this represent different axes. Then, according to axis, we are actually going to, uh, you know, transform the object. For example, if I select this 3D cursor, so what is going to happen if I select this, go there, okay, and if I move, if I hit scale, as you can see, it is scaling from the 3D cursor. Okay, for example, if I put this 3D cursor here, and if I scale it now, you can see it is scaling from 3D cursor. So there are world axis, then there is individual axis, and then we have to transform the particular 3D object on the basis of either world axis or individual axis, which we have to select while doing our 3D modeling and stuff. And there are different kind of option, obviously, which we are going to check. For now, just understand that there are object axis, then there is a world axis, and we have to transform it according to our need. Okay, then there is a snapping option here, which basically, as it says, it kind of snaps to the different object or axis in 3D space. I don't use that much. I use it only to snap it on face, which we are going to take a look. Then there is a proportional editing object. It is important in editing if we use this proportional editing, which gives us some different result, which we are going to take a look soon. I know I'm telling you to just consider the basics, but to be very honest, it is hard to explain you without showing the actual use case. So when we are going to make our final product, you will see it automatically, and I will explain you how it is important. Okay, so yeah, now the most important point, our different layouts. So as you open our as soon as you open the blender, let me just go file, new, general. So as soon as you open the blender, you will see this window right over here. This is our main layout. But if I switch this with modeling, as you can see, I explained to you that we can go to edit mode with tab. It is our pre-made layout where we are already in the edit mode, where there is no timeline, when there is no extra stuff, which is just our editing mode. If we go to sculpting, we have a very different sculpting view. So basically, it is just same as this, but with much more cleaner UI. And there are so many things here which we can explore. Then there is a UV editing view, texture painting view, shading view, animation view, rendering, compositing, geometry. We are going to take a look soon. Generally, what I like to do is I like to just use one window and I can just switch to, views. I have a different setup in my Blender 4.4. Let me just show you. But again, you should create your own layout, and I will tell you how you can create it. So first of all, you can see I have shading. Then shading view is different here, compositing, geometry, scripting, 4 angle. So there are different views according to your use cases and according to what you want. And it is represent in that way. For example, if I go file VFX, don't save, you can see we have masking, composition, rendering, motion tracking. We have different view here in the VFX. If I go to video editing, there is different view. So again, depending on your needs, it varies, but generally I want you to keep the default mode on rather than changing it. We will take a look on how to change it later, but for now, just keep the default. So as soon as you open your Blender, let me just reopen my Blender. Okay. So as soon as you open your Blender, just select the general file here, and that's it. You don't have to overwhelm yourself with kind of options. And now we can actually go to our next step, which is our modeling. So, first of all, understand what is 3D modeling. And let's go to our basically whatever real world object you want, you are going to create it inside your 3D modeling software. And as I mentioned, there are various softwares like 3ds Max, Maya, Houdini, then Unreal Engine, and Autodesk. Yeah, Autodesk SketchUp. So there are many 3D software, and generally it is known as 3D modeling. So 3D modeling is essential step in every 3D journey. Obviously, we are going to take look in different types like creating basic shapes, and then how you can make a block out, and what is operators, and yeah. Okay, as soon as you open the general mode, you have a default camera, then you have a default cube, and you have a sunlight. So I recommend you click A. Okay, let me just uh, I recommend you hit A. So what A is going to do, it is going to select everything, and we are going to press X for delete. So just delete everything. And what you should do, first thing which I recommend you to do is actually to save your project file. So we are going to use Control Shift and S. So we are going to get a pop-up window, and then we are going to actually select our location. So let me just select the location. And you can select it your own location. I'm going to select my own. So whatever you want to name, I'm just calling it test one, or you know what, modeling test. And just click in this section and just save as. This is very important step because uh, I know so many people just do the modeling and then they forgot to save. So obviously, first thing we should do is to do the saving thing. And now you can just add with Shift A, just add any shape you want. Let's say torus. Okay. So to actually model something, we need reference. Okay. So this is very important step which I want you to just spend good amount of time. We have to collect bunch of reference, and by reference I mean videos and images both. The only important point here is that we need enough reference so we can actually create a 3D model. So if you have seen Blender Guru's donut tutorial, he does recommend you to grab bunch of reference. We are going to do the same. And to actually search reference, we have to go to either Pinterest or ArtStation. So let's just open Pinterest, and let me just also open ArtStation. So these are two main source which you are going to search for the reference. And I already have account. Let me just open my Pinterest. Okay. So as soon as you create a free account, you can search anything like, fantasy world, fantasy world. Yeah. You can search reference according to your own need. I'm going to make a fantasy world. Even if you like some movies, and you can just grab the screenshot from the movie or from any series, and then you can download the image as your reference. But make sure you have a very good foundation, which means you need bunch of reference. You just don't need a single image. You need to grab multiple image, and that way you can actually create a very high detailed model. So just search for it and grab bunch of reference, and I'm going to look what works best for me, and then I'm going to download it. So just search for any image and just do the save image as. You can just save it. And yeah, that is the main thing here. There is not much I can explain you in reference, because it is totally subjective what you want to create. You just have to grab bunch of images for that or videos for that, and that way you can just start working on it. So I already have few images with me, and I will show you. So I grabbed this images from Pinterest actually. This is a kind of entrance. uh, then we have this person here, which is looking towards a big statue. There are very big pillars. It is also similar. So I was just searching around, and I grabbed bunch of reference which is kind of similar. So I searched for Greek fantasy, Greek old ancient Greek fantasy world, and then I found a bunch of images. So decide what you want to do. I guess let's go with this, because this looks good. This looks good to me. I told you that you should grab bunch of images from various angles, but it is okay even if you find a single image, but the composition is very straightforward, and you can just check by yourself. And composition means the camera view. So currently the camera view is like this from the front, and it is very straightforward to understand. So we are going to make pillars. Then let me just, okay, we are going to do, okay, yeah, we are going to make these pillars, and we can just duplicate this bunch of times. Then we can make this roof, and then we can make this statue which is standing on our platform. And we can also make this one as well. So this water, then this platform, and we can add a bunch of humans here. So let's go with this. Actually, I love this one. So let's use this one. So open the Blender, just hit A, then delete. And actually, let me first check few things. Creating mod block code. Okay, great. So remember to control save it every time you do modification. And it is very important point here to actually do that, or else you will lose all of your progress. And to grab to and to actually get the reference in your 3D workspace, what you should do, you should just hit Shift A. Then there is a option here of image reference. Okay, so just click reference and locate to your folder where you downloaded the reference. So I have bunch of reference here as I showed you, and this is the one which I need. So I'm going to add empty. Now you can already see this is in our 3D space, but this is very weirdly oriented. Okay. And to actually check the orientation, you can just check it in this box, which is inside this. So this is called as your object properties. Okay. So this is very weirdly oriented. So we have to zero out. So we just what I did is just click this one, then drag down and just put 0. Now you can see it is completely flat, but we are going to model it from our front view. And by the way I did showed this pie menu is actually what you do. You should use your tilde key. So if you can see it here, it is a tilde key. Let me just open it. Wait. You can see your tilde key is this actually in this corner. Let me just show you this one. Okay. So that is your tilde key. So if you hold that, you will get a pie menu like this, which you can use it to switch between your sides. So for example, if I have, let's say, monkey, right? And this is my monkey, and let's say this is my front view. If I want to show it from top, this is my top view. And let's just hide it for a second. Yeah. And you can see if I go to right, go to back, this is a bottom, then front. So it lets you choose different sides, and shortcut is to actually use your numpad. And you can see numpad 1 is front, then 3 is for right, then you do 6 or 7 is for up, 9 is for up as well. So it is just the way you switch the camera angles. 2 4 and 6 2 4 6 set is actually lets you it is going to let you just orbit around your object. It is very handy. I recommend you use either pie menu or this one. Don't try to use this gizmo and just do it quickly. This is very handy, and it's very easy to understand as well. Once you get hang of it, it will be fine. Okay, let's not waste time. Okay, so what I wanted to rotate this on x 90-degree. So again, one thing which I forgot to mention while explaining you these tools is that if you rotate, or if you do any kind of stuff, any kind of actions, you will get a little window in this bottom left corner, and you can just perform the action if you mess up. Let me just first move the move this. Okay, let me just do it for right. Okay, great. So let's say if I do this scaling operation, and let's say I scaled this way too small. So what I will do, I will get this window. Okay, let me just show you. I will get this window in this corner, and I can now modify the scaling operation even after I mess up. Okay. Let's say you forgot to modify even from this window, and let's say you accidentally clicked somewhere outside, but still you have this option here. So even if you forgot to actually change the properties from here, you can still do it from here in this window. And let's say if you mess up something, right? Let's say you can see this is rotated in 180-degree. So what you can do, always you can select the object, you can just hit Alt R for resetting the rotation, and Alt G to resetting the position. Okay, so that is something which you can always do, and Alt S for resetting the scaling. Even you can do it from here as well. Let's say if I did this and I mess up and I thought, oh, how I'm going to do it. So you go to object, you go to clear, and then you can see the same option. So Alt R S and G. So that's how you do it. So I wanted to scale it on X 90 degree, then put enter, then go to front mode and actually grab it on Z. And what you should do is just put it behind your modeling stuff. So now because we have our reference, second thing we need is our dimension. So dimension is very important when it comes to model anything actually. And to actually do that, we need to get a human mesh which is going to tell us that how big this pillar is going to be. So we can see in this figure right here, the man who is standing here is actually very small comparing to this big pillars, right? So these pillars are way, way, way bigger than the man. This is very big, very, very, very big comparing to this man. So let's just say this man is even, let's say, around 6 foot, 6'2", maybe. Let's just say 6'2". Okay. So how big this pillar can be? This will be very big, right? And that's where we need to get the human mesh for our reference. And to do it, actually, we have to go to our browser, search for SKETCHFAB. So we are going to take a look what is SKETCHFAB later as well. So just for now, understand SKETCHFAB is an asset library where you can download a bunch of 3D assets. So let's just search for human and hit for downloadable. Download this one. Yeah. This is your basic human mesh, and I will provide you this link and just download the 3D model. Okay. Wait, let me just log in with this, and let me just download this. You will get a window like this actually. So download the FBX, which is your first option, this one, and just download, and it will be downloaded. Okay. So as soon as you do that, go to your Blender again. First, you have to extract the downloaded zip file. And what you should do, you go to File, then go to Import, then FBX. Okay. If you open the FBX, locate to your downloaded folder, and you can see we have human FBX imported. And now you can actually see we have a human mesh here in our 3D viewport. And this is what we need for our reference. So let me just reset everything actually. Okay, great. So we have a human mesh, and first thing we need to do is to actually measure how big this human is. And by measure, I mean actually to measure with our measure tool. So I'm going to take this. Wait. Yeah, I'm going to measure this. And you can see this is already way too bigger because I don't think human size is 3 meter. The maximum human size is around 1.5 meter or something. And to actually figure out the real human size, you just search for human size in meter. So you can see, yeah, around 1.84. Okay. So you have to take the human size according to the size you are looking for. Let's say I want like a 6'4", 6'4", 4" into meter. So what you should do, height converter, you will find any height converter. Just search human size in meter and feet. So you can just put, let's say, 6 foot, 6 feet 2 inch, okay, which I need in meter. So let's just convert, and you will get like 187.96 centimeter, then 1.8796 meter. So let's just do this. Okay, great. So we have a human mesh, which we have to convert in how much? 1.87 meter. Let's just take 1.7 meters. So the way you are going to do it is actually you're going to take a, wait, let me, okay. The way you're going to do right actually, and then, okay, okay, wait. Okay, great. Okay, okay, okay. I'm done. Okay. So the way you're going to do is shift A, then add a cube, then grab this cube above. Yeah, grab this cube above. So we already checked that this cube is actually 2 meters long. Yeah. And let me just do it. I can't see. Okay. Yeah. So this cube is actually 2 meters long, which we already checked. You can see it is 2 meter long, which means our human is less than this 2 meter. And we have to actually make a 1.87 meter of this cube. And to do it, we are going to scale it on Z axis. And you can see I just did around 0.9, let's just say 0.85. And then just do the subversion to 3D cursor. Yeah. So I guess, okay. So I guess if I'm not wrong, let's check now. I don't think this is yeah, 1.7. 1.7 meter is a good height as for a human. So let's just say 1.7 meter is how much? 1.7 meter convert 5 feet and 6 inches. Okay. Now that's okay. That's okay. We can work with this. So let me just remove my, yeah. Okay, great. So what we are going to do is just select our mesh. Make sure your origin point is on your center of your which means bottom. Make sure your origin is on the bottom. And if you downloaded the same model as I did, then you will have this one automatically. So don't worry, just download it. And what I'm going to do actually, okay, first now I need to change this one to random so I can actually see what is happening. And let me just open my cavity for both of them. Okay, great. You can do the same thing, by the way. You can just click the, from object color, you can click the material to random and then turn on the cavity for both of this. It lets us see everything visually proper. So let me just grab it in front of this around halfway like this. Grab your human, then just scale it down. And if you scale with control, it will snap. It will snap with the it will snap with the grid in the background. So if you remove it, it will just smoothly flow. And now you can see it is, around here, around this size, and that's it. So now I can delete the cube with X, and if I just calculate from the head to toe, you can see it is 1.6925. Obviously, it's not perfect, but this is a good human size. So let's just go with this. Okay. Uh, okay, great. Okay. So now the way we are going to apply our scale, and by applying means we are going to tell the blender that, hey, this 0.5 size for this mesh is actually not 0.5 but like a 1 meter. So applying scale is good and very useful. You will see the use cases in the future, what I'm going to do with the stuff, and you have to understand it because we are going to use modifiers, and once we use modifiers, it is very crucial to apply scale, apply rotation, or the 3D modeling will just break. Okay, so just take the mesh, and what we are going to do, we are going to use Control A, which is going to give us this option. Okay, and you just hit all transform. As soon as you hit all transform, this will automatically change. Okay, and you can see it is turned to 1 automatically. And let me just show you again. Just check, this is 0.5 right now, and if I apply the scale, it is 1 right now. So applying scale is very important. So now Blender actually understand this human is actually 1 meter. It is not, but it is important. Okay, so that's great. And now we can just scale our reference big. Oh, okay, by the way, if you don't want to scale from middle, what you can do, just select this, go to, can you go to edit mode? No, you can't. Okay, you just actually go to your option and origin. As I mentioned earlier, this option of origin is only handy when you have a reference like this, because I can't actually go into edit mode because this is an image, this is a reference, this is not actual geometry. So now I can actually, use the feature, and I can just drag it. So let me just show it from front view. Let me just hide it. And by the way, I mentioned you, this is a outliner, means your layers panel. There are options actually to show, means this I button, which can lets you show and hide. Let me, oh, okay, which lets you do show and hide this in viewport, and this is for rendering. So if you disable this, it will be disabled in render. You can see the option, you can see it shows you a little bit of instruction there. So yeah, so what we can do is we can just hide this, and let's just select our image and actually grab our reference and just put it close to the fit, but make sure you're doing it from front view. Just put it from here. Okay, great, and just disable it. And now if you can see, cursor to world. Okay, now if I scale it, it will be scaled from that human leg. So it is good, it is useful, so we can actually do it for ourselves. So let's just say that human is around that size, and you can see it is around similar. Yeah, you can just move it a little bit. It seems like it seems weird at first because of the perspective of the image itself, but you can you get you get the point basically. Just move it in in the y-axis. Sorry. So yeah, this is our human, and now you can actually see the size of these pillars, and you can just say, oh, okay, well, that is very big. So yeah, that's how you do it. It's very easy. So that's it. That's a good thing. And then let me actually, so we have a collection. Wait, let me show you this. Okay. So we have a collection here. Okay. And we know that both of this stuff is for reference, which means our human as well and our image as well. Both of these are for reference only. So what we can do, we can just double click on the collection, and we can just rename this as a reference. reference. Okay. And we can actually click this button, which is actually disabled in render. If I directly turn it off from here, it will be excluded from viewport and the render, but we can just disable it from render. One additional thing I like to do is if you right click on this collection, you will have a bunch of options. What I can do, I can just change the collection color. So I like to do is I just like to color it with the red color, which tells me that this is a reference which is not going to be rendered, and very handy for me to understand as well. I can see it visually, and that's very important. Okay. And if you want to create a new collection, you hit M. Oh, my mistake. I'm sorry. Sorry. You hit this button here to get that. If you want to move in different collection, then you hit M. Okay. So let's just say both of these things. I have these two objects selected, and you can select it with A and with this as well, with the cursor as well. So let's just do A and then hit M. As soon as I hit M, you can see we have option move to collection. You can create your own new collection. So let's just call it a new and then just create. And you can see we have a new collection, and we can also change the color from here. Let's say green. Yeah. So that is very handy and important and very easy to understand. So that's how you do it. Then let me just drag it in reference again. And by the way, if you, let's say if you accidentally put something in different collection, what you can do, let's say if I select a image and if I hit M again, and I can just click move to reference, and it is automatically moved to reference. I'll do same with this. Let's just say that. So that's how you're going to do that. And to delete the reference, you just delete it. That's it. So if you created a new collection from this button, okay, let's just rename this collection as pillars. Yeah, pillar. Okay, yeah. Let's just do only one pillar. Yeah, let's just say pillar, and let's just change the color, maybe blue. Yeah. And now actually what we are going to do is we are going to create these pillars. And one of the things which I wanted to mention is that whatever you're about to model, okay, you have to make sure you start with some kind of block out. Okay. And I will explain you what is exactly block out. So you see, block out is basically like a reference, but the reference is in a certain format. Basically, imagine like this, that this is your buildings, and before actually creating a high poly building, you create very low poly 3D object in your scene, and it is going to act as your reference. And you might say why it is necessary. Well, you cannot directly create anything. You need to have a solid base setup in the first place. A solid foundation is important, and for that we need to do the blockout. And blockout is actually one of the most important method used even by industry specialists. Professionals also use this method, and as mentioned in the PPT, so we just learned about 3D modeling, what is 3D modeling, and what is creating basic shapes. And now we are going to go for the blockout. So let's just do the very basic blockout of this current structure. So for that, actually, we create another collection, and I'm going to call it out blockout, and let me change it to yellow, and also hidden in the rendering. And let me just move it here. And now you can just Now you can just check what I'm actually doing. So I'm just simply making a very basic shapes. So this is a step which you need some time, and you will see me use lots of modifiers and lots of different techniques to create this block out. Blocking out seems very overwhelming at first, but you have to understand that you just need to add basic shapes. Now it is very important point to understand that while doing block out as well, I use some modifiers. And it is, I guess, perfect time to tell you about modifiers. So using modifiers is a very good way to create non-destructive workflow. So you can see I just added a cube in our 3D world. You know what? Let's not add a cube. Let's add a Susan actually. So let's just go to monkey and okay, great. So we have our monkey, and the name of this monkey is actually Susan. So that's why it is mentioned here, Susan. So what I want is basically to create multiple Susan, like multiple monkeys in a row. But obviously, if I change one monkey here, let's just do this. I want it to affect in all the other monkeys, right? And in order to do that, obviously, I'm not going to, you know, scale this individually. I need some sort of non-destructive way. Okay. So how I'm going to do it? I'm going to do it with the help of modifier. And that's why we always use modifiers. So the modifiers are actually categorized in different sections. You can see the one we are going to use is the generate. Okay. So as its name says, it is going to generate uh, different editing on our selected object. For example, array. So now what array is going to do is it is just going to give us freedom to just, duplicate this object as much as we can. Uh, and if I, let's just say, if I add another array, but if I do it on the y-axis, you can see I just created like so many copies. And if I just edit one copy, it is going to affect in all the copies. So that's how array works. Even if I move this, you can see every single copy is moving with the original one. So that is very powerful. Another thing I can add on top of this is a mirror modifier. So mirror, as its name says, it is going to mirror, okay, on certain axis. So for example, now if you check, it is mirroring on the y direction. So if I just move it here, okay, you can see it is exactly mirrored in front of this. And again, if I just modify this one, it will obviously modify every single object. So technically, this is just a mirror image. We can't edit this image, but we can only edit the single our original image, and then we can just do it. I'm sorry, not an image, but an object, and we can do same for z-axis as well. So let me just again just do so. Array, mirror, this two modifiers are actually something which we are going to use a lot in our workflow because we have so many duplication, we have to do so much mirroring. That's why we use this two a lot. So let me just delete everything and let me just show you something. Let's just say we have a Susan, okay, and I wanted to make this monkey very smooth. So the way we do it is by adding a subdivision surface modifier. Okay. So again, we go to generate and subdivision modifier, subdivision surface. So you can see it is kind of smooth, but it is not that smooth. So in order to make it much more smoother, we use right click and then shade smooth, and it is going to smooth the shape, but still you can see the different section here, this different weird lines. Okay, let me just show you. You can see this line, this line, this line. So in order to remove that and make it more smooth, we use shade auto smooth, and we can just add extra level of details. So what I did was, it was, this is one. So this is if I just do shade auto smooth, it is going to just make everything look very sharp. You can see the edges is very sharp. But if I increase the level viewport, you can see here, if I just increase this to 2, now it is much more smoother. Okay, it just created this smooth version of the same Suzanne model. So if I just remove it and if I just show you the original one, so this is our original one, the one on the left. This one is original, and this one is this smooth one. So tell me which one looks more appealing. Obviously, this one, the second one, right? So we do it to make the model look much more cleaner, and that is the best way to use it. Another method to use this is by using a subdivision. So you see, I mentioned you that every single 3D model is made up of some vertex. Okay, and it is our duty to make the 3D model lightweight as well as very good looking. So let's just say if I just duplicate this and if I apply this modifier, so okay, wait, yeah, few things. So if you notice this right now, the one with less vertex looks something like this, which obviously is not that attractive. But one with more vertex looks something like this, which is more attractive. And this is important for you to understand because once we will go in more depth, we have to use multiple different techniques in order to make the 3D model look very smooth, as well as to save the memory we have to use as less vertex as possible. And one of the method we use is actually to remove the unnecessary vertex is something we called as, in modifier we have decimate. So if I use decimate, you can see here exactly we have 7,800 faces on this model. Okay, but if I remove it, let's say if I do zero point 0.5, you can immediately see that it is reduced to 5,000. It is reduced to 5,000, but it also reduce the quality. And if I show you before and after, you will see, you can see a little bit of change in our 3D model. To see it much properly, you can just see it in a wireframe mode actually. So now check it. So if I just do this, it kind of removed in between vertex, and it actually gave us a little bit low poly model. But we can even reduce this further, let's say 0.1, and you can see the current model is like this. This is also smooth, but comparing to the original one, right? Comparing to the original one, this is the smoother model, and this is the decimate model, means removed after removing few vertex. This still looks smooth, but obviously it is very janky and you can see the artifact. Even though it does have all the vertex, but it kind of look like this because when I'm going to apply this, it will give us this 1400 vertex comparing to 7000 vertex. So we are going to take a look in more depth when we are actually going to finalize, when we are going to optimize this scene. But for now, just understand that there are many modifiers which we can use to do this kind of stuff. There are again there are one more which is called as smooth modifier. I don't think I use a lot. Smooth is something which I don't think I use a lot, but I use displacement. Displacement is also very important. As you can see, it is a kind of displacing our 3D model according to the normal, and there are many use cases. Then there is, I guess, which one? Then there are many more options. I personally use so many. So one of them is remesh modifier is there. So remesh is also one of the important modifier which we are going to use in order to create a low poly model. There are various use cases for different modifiers. So again, don't get overwhelmed with the menu here. We are going to just use only few of those which is going to be important for us and which is important in your workflow as well. So it is that. So modifiers is basically that. Okay, there's nothing in that. Few things which I forgot to mention is actually when I told you about the edit mode, right? This one, right? Okay, right. Yeah, I actually showed you this options, right? So I will explain you quickly what most of the things do. So let me just add, let's just say cube, yeah, and this is a cube, okay. If I go to edit mode with tab, okay, we have many options here, right? And as I said, we have to remember most of the shortcuts. So let's say if I wanted to divide this cube into 4 cubes, how I'm going to do this? Well, I do control R here, I do control R here, and what I'm going to do is basically I'm just going to select individual section like a quarter section, and I'm just going to separate this, and you can see I created a separate object out of my existing object. And the way you do it is by using edit mode properties, by using functions which is available inside our edit mode. So if you go to ppt, actually where it is, yeah, so it is called as operators. We call it operators, not a function but operators, modeling operators. And let's say if I hit 3 and if I want to extrude this, I use E, shortcut E, and I can just extrude this. And if I want, I can just scale this particular face and I can just move it again. So this is called as extrusion, which self-explanatory, which explain itself that we are extruding something. If I want to create face but without extruding, but I want the face, what I do, I just hit I to create the inset, and I can just move my mouse and I created another face. And now let's just say this edge is the one which I want to extrude. And by the way you select the connected faces is by holding Alt and left clicking. So it will select all the connected face to that certain thing, not only face, but actually the edges as well. So for example, if I just hit this, you can see it selected all the edges here. So again, I select this, and now if I want to extrude the selected portion only, right, I will just hit E and then extrude. That's it. So I is for insetting the face, which means it is going to create the face. Even on this side, I can just hit I, and if I do E, I can just extrude this. Now, in extrusion, actually, there are a few options which you have to consider. So if I just do Control E, sorry, okay, yeah. If I hit Alt E, I will get few options. Okay. For example, if I want to extrude this, I can just extrude it directly. But I want to extrude it with different method. And we have to understand what is the different method. Well, there are many things which we have to do. Let's just say if I hit Control R and I created this. One of the things which I wanted to tell you is about the Control R. So Control R is basically it is going to split our section. So it is kept. So Control R, it is going to split into two portion. If I mouse scroll, it will give us this yellow line. You can see it will give us more and more sections. So let's just do 3. And now let's just select Alt, click on this edge, on this face, sorry. One of the things which you have to understand about the extrusion is that, let's say if I want to extrude all of these faces in their individual normal, okay, so this is their own direction, the direction of their faces. How we do it? So we do it with help of Alt E. If I extrude it with Alt E, I will get few options. Extrude faces along normal. So it is going to extrude the face along the normal inside as well as outside. Okay. This way I can do it. I can even extrude the individual faces outside or inside. So now you know what I did basically. So it is giving you the additional extrusion option when I click Alt E, right? So this is important point to note. If I hit extrude manifold, this is going to move my extrusion up and down. I can even go up or down anywhere I want. And that is the options. And obviously it is way too crazy. It is very overwhelming. But you are going to use only few options. Extrude face, mostly extrude face along normal and extrude individual faces. These two are going to be very handy actually in the extrusion. One of the things which we can do in the inset faces actually is if you click this, if you click select all the faces, and if I hit I, you can see it kind of selected both the faces. I don't know if you can see it now. Not okay. Now you can see. Oh, okay. So remember I told you orthographic view, right? So this is where this view comes handy. So you can just check from a 2D perspective how it is looking. So this is where it is useful. Okay. And most of the options I'm going to explain you like this, like I'm explaining this to 5-year-old child, because in a workflow it is very easy to explain rather than explaining it individually, right? So yeah, I was explaining the inset faces. This is inset, but if I hit I again, you can see what happened. So what happened was it is inserting individual faces within itself. And if I hit I again, it is connected and it is inserting. So there are many use cases for this method. For example, if I just did do R, control R and just split it. If I did control R and split it, I can just select this face, and if I hit I can just do this and extrude along, let's say this inside. Let's go inside and then select this one and then select I twice, and then I have this. And if I just do this, just do that, maybe let's do this one. Yeah. So now you can see what exactly happened. So basically, the face we insert here is actually connected one, and this is the one which is non-connected one. So these are a few options which we need to be careful about, because these methods we use here, it is going to be different method for different version. For example, if I'm creating a very sci-fi model, right? Sci-fi model with like very good detail, then I can maybe use, combination of all of these methods. So let's just say if I hit I, then I have to insert this, then I can do this. And let's say if I want to create another section inside, let's say two section. So now the point is that we are going to use these options. So this operators, the modeling operators, we are going to use it according to our need. And that way we can create complex shape. And that is the main core of modeling. Okay. So these are a few operators which I mentioned, right? Bevel, I guess, is remaining. Yeah. So I will tell you bevel. So I will tell you bevel. Let's just delete this one. Let me add a cube. And by the way I just did this one basically is, let's say if I'm here, okay. Let's say if I'm here, if I delete this, and let's say if I add a control shift to cube. Now, any 3D material you create, and if you can't see it in your viewport, but it is in your layers panel. So as soon as you create, let's say monkey, right? You can see I have a monkey here. If I hit the full stop, the dot numpad full stop key, we can directly move to that place, to that particular place, right? It is going to be very, very, very handy because we are going to use that a lot, like a lot. Okay. So yeah, I was telling you something about the bevel. Okay. So you select the edge, then you hit Control B. It is going to create this kind of shape. If I if I scroll my mouse, you can see it gave us this roundish corner. If I hit Shade Auto Smooth, it looks very, very, very good. So bevel is that. And another way to use bevel is by using a modifier. Again, there are so many operators which we can use as a modifier. So we have a bevel modifier here, and we can do same thing as we did there, but with a non-destructive workflow. As I said, see, there are two ways to obviously edit something. So one is from edit mode, which we are actually modifying the geometry of the object. And second way is to use the operators. Most of the time we use operators, so we can save a lot of time, but we can also do it from edit mode, and it is used only if we want to finalize it directly. For example, for what I mean by that is, let's say if I create this, and let's just add a lot of things. Yeah, this is 67, and if I just apply this one, oh yeah, I can't apply this here. If I this that shade auto smooth, you can see I have a very high poly 3D mod, right? Now, this is because I applied the modifier, right? But let's say if I want to change it, I don't want all this kind of edges. I don't like that. I can change it directly from here without actually destructing my real geometry, because my real geometry is still there. Okay, you can see I can still modify on my real geometry, and if I hide the modifier, you can see it is still there. But when I render this, it will be like this. So in order to use a modifier, we need to consider few things, that if we are actually destroying our geometry, we need to be 100% sure that we are not going to change that later. But if we are going to change it later, just like what I did here, we have to use modifiers. Okay. So that is very important. And now, I guess a modeling operator, extrusion, loop cuts, bevel, inset, etc. Yeah. Let me just add a straightforward cube. Okay, great. So let's say that I have a I have this kind of section, right? Now what I want to do is I want this section to spin like this, which means I have to create that kind of a model. And in order to do it, I use spin tool. Spin tool is one of the tool which actually works on the basis of the axis, sorry, on the basis of the origin of your world. So currently my world origin is set here. So if I set it here or here, you can see it is moving. And by the way, the way you change the cursor while in your edit mode, or in your object mode, is by using shift and right click. Okay, shift right click is going to give you the option to do it, right? And let's say if I have cursor here, and if I just move it along my y axis, and the way you change the axis is by selecting up here. Okay, let's just do it on X. Why is it not moving? Yeah. So if I do it on X, you can see it is moving on X. If I do it on Y, you can see I'm moving it on Y axis, and then Z obviously on the Z axis. Yeah, this one. So these are few operators which I explained. You can call them operator or tools, doesn't matter. As long as you understand it, doesn't matter. Now, let's get back to our modeling. And okay, let me just delete few things actually. I don't like few things. So set origin geometry, set to that, set selection to that. Okay, let me just delete the default thing, and let me just start from scratch. So if I add a subdivision here, okay, let me just show you. If I directly add subdivision here, you will see it is kind of messing up this shape. So best way to remove this janky edges is just select the individual shape. So how to do that is basically you just select any vertex actually. So let's say if I selected this vertex, you can see If I select this one and if I hit L, it select all the linked object, all the linked vertex to that object. And that's how you select this one and you just subdivide this. And that way you can just add more smoothness. In this case, actually, it is not working properly. So let's fix this in the shading. Currently, we don't need it, so it's okay. And let's not add these details here. Okay, let me just show you. Let's not add this detail because we are going to use already pre-made model. We are going to use pre-made pillar section, so we can directly use this. We can directly integrate this. So this is that. And actually, one thing which I wanted to do is actually get rid of the face. And by the way, if you want to delete a particular section, let's say if I want to delete this face, I can just click this face and I can hit X and I can just click face and you can see it removed this face. If I want to do same with edge, I can just select the edge, then X edge, you can see. And if I want to delete a vertex, I can just do X vertex. So make sure you figure out that, let's say if I only wanted to delete the face but keep the vertex, I can just do only face and this will happen. If I wanted to delete the face, all the faces, but keeping the edges and vertex, it will happen. And if I do dissolve, actually, as its name says, let's say if I have additional vertex here, and if I hit this, if I select this vertex, what will happen basically is that if I do this dissolve vertex, it will dissolve that vertex in that particular object. Same with only edge, we can just dissolve it, means it will just make our life simple. That's it. That is the thing. Let's say if I select faces, let's just say dissolve faces, you can see it combined into one face. So pretty handy, and we are going to use it a lot. So okay, let's continue. So this is our shape. We are not going to do the upper section because we are going to use help of we are going to use some add-on to do that. And let's just model this middle section here actually. Oh, we have it. So we already have the middle section actually. Let me just hide it. If you think your reference is interfering with your object, then what you can do is basically you can create additional view by just dragging in this corner. So the way you do it is basically, I will tell you. So you go to one corner here. So until you see this kind of logo and just drag it, and you have two different section, and in this actually you just hide everything. Sorry, yeah, this one, you just hide other things and just keep this section here, and you can still do your modeling in other window. uh, Obviously this is AI generated image, so I don't know what is that, but let's add some stairs on the side. And this is where we start our add-on thing. So Blender have its own default add-on. Okay, so we don't have to purchase anything, we don't have to download anything. Even if we are downloading it for free. So let's go to edit preference, then go to your I don't think you will find it in add-ons. They switch to extension, so just search in the extension Archimesh, this one. Let me just show you this one right here, and just hit install. Let's just hit install and it will be installed. Okay, And what you should do, how to use that basically is you hit N key. Okay. Wait, you can't see the screencast. Okay, yeah, yeah. So Archimesh, great. So we have Archimesh add-on, and I will tell you what it does. But just remember what is add-on basically, and let me just show you. So add-on is basically like an extension tool which we use inside our software, and we have bunch of add-ons. This is in the extension, but yeah, we have bunch of add-ons, and add-ons kind of makes our life easy. Okay, so you will see that, let's say, scalable vector SVG format. This is one add-on. So what it does is basically, if you go to file and if I hit import, you can see I have SVG import. Yeah, I can import SVG. So all of this stuff, all of the things which we are doing, basically it is a kind of a code. And add-on is basically like an optional piece of code which we enable from our add-on section, and we use it in our software. That is the basic explanation. And let me open it. Yeah, there are types of add-on. Obviously, there are animation, simulation, modeling. There are so many add-on types which we are going to take a look soon. So the add-on I just enabled right now is called as Archimesh. So this is a modeling add-on. Okay. This is not simulation or any kind of other add-on. So this is a modeling add-on, and let me just actually switch my cursor to that edge. And let's say if I wanted to add a stair, right? And actually, let me just do one thing. Let's do this one. Let's say if I wanted to create a stair, what is the standard step to create a stair? I will create a basic shape, let's say a plane. Then I will scale it along one axis. This is Y. Then I will go to edit mode. Then I will extrude this around, let's say here, I don't know, 0.25 maybe. Yeah, that looks good. And I will select all by A, then scale it on Y again. And let's say this is one stair. Okay. And let's say if I wanted to create the pattern like a stair pattern. So what I will do, I will just do Shift D, then C, then I'll move it, then grab on Y, and I will do it like forever basically. Let's say this one. So that way, uh, I created a stair, but this is the slowest way you can create a stair, and that's where we use add-ons to help us, and that's why we use it in the first place. So let's just do that. So hit N, you will get a Archimesh section in your right hand panel, create panel. You can access this panel with this arrow as well, this small arrow. So yeah, that is a thing. And yeah, let me just do it. Yeah, this is good. We can readjust as well. So now what I want is basically I want a stair, and you will see we have bunch of options here. Okay, and this option are basically like a presets. And let's just say what I want stair, right? You can see we have a stairs generator. If I hit stair, you can see immediately we got a stair, and we got an option in this left bottom corner, which actually is going to be helpful. So let's say if I select a model, rectangular or rounded. So this is given me a rounded, and let's just keep with the rectangle one. And how many steps I want. So let's assume these are stairs, and there are so many stairs here, and it is kind of going in a diagonal fashion, like a inclined diagonal. Maybe something like this or something. Yeah. Not like that, but like that actually. Yeah, like this actually. Yeah. So the way we are going to use it is basically, let's just say, let's just let's just select this vertex, okay? Because it is always going to it is always going to spawn that stair from the origin of the object. So let's just keep our world origin to that world origin, sorry, the cursor to selected. Yeah, let's just do cursor to selected. So cursor will be there, and let's just go again. Let's open stair. Let's close this up, and let's go to right side view, and then we can see it is going in a certain direction, and this is what we want. So this is kind of cool. You can just create as many as step if you want. So we have to eyeball it here. So let's just keep it maybe till here. Yeah, and let's just say there will be like a ground here. So yeah. So I guess this is good, but obviously we have to extend it a little bit. So the way we are going to do it is we are going to actually you know take a look at this option here. You can see it is kind of modifying our stair. And okay, yeah, this one looks good, but okay, yeah, this one. So this is our width. This is, I guess, our angle. Yeah, this is our angle, and this is our height. This is our inclination. Okay, great. So this is good. This feels good. Let's just do maybe 4. Yeah, 4 is good. Yeah, that is very wide. So yeah, that way we created this stair, and let's just go on top of this, and let's maybe keep it like this. Yeah, it's okay. Even if we go a little bit inside, it's completely fine. Let's just do this one. Yeah. And I just noticed that there are this kind of step which goes above. Okay. So that's how you do it. And again, if we use this on the first one, and you can see it is actually created from a one singular shape, and then it is mirrored on the other edge. And let's say if I wanted to mirror this whole stairs on the other side, on basically here, right? So how I'm going to do it? I'm going to add extra mirror, and I'm going to select the object. You can see we have mirrored stairs. That is good. That is really, really, really good. And as I explained, you can do it on X or Z axis. So yeah, we currently need only on X. So it's okay. Okay. So let me just fix this a little bit because I just saw the edge. So you add a control R, then you just do that, and the you select the faces, uh, and then just scale it, right? So one thing I wanted to particularly mention is that if I select this singular face, and let's just show it from right side. Let's say if I selected this one, and let me just show you from front side actually. Uh, if I hit S and Y, you can see I'm scaling it on Y axis. But let's say if I wanted this to be perpendicular to my ground, okay, so this should be a 90-degree angle, right? So how I'm going to do it? I need to scale. Oh, sorry, I need to rotate on the x-axis, right? So you can see I just changed the x angle to 10, but again you can see the artifact here. So the best way you're going to do it is by just doing a scale operation. So just imagine that this is your perpendicular line to the ground, right? How I'm going to do it? I'm going to just select the particular face, in this case, this one. And if I hit S, Y, which is scaling it on Y, and if I hit 0, you can immediately see it is completely parallel. So this is completely parallel. And now this is okay. Let me just get rid of this. Yeah. And now you can see this angle right here is 90-degree. And why this is 90-degree? Because we scaled it on the y axis. This is our y axis. You can see it here as well. This is our y. That scaling is actually, we zeroed out that scaling, which means we just changed this location of that, sorry, the scaling of that on that axis. And it works a little bit weird, and you'll feel a little bit weird in the first place. But if you do it for all the axes, let's just say this side, scale on x0, that's it. And the way you select the axis is by looking at here. So you have gizmo for that. So if I select this face, I immediately know this is the x-axis as well. So scale on x0, that's it. And this will help us a lot because we are going to use this a lot. And it created this unique kind of shape, but it is, straight, completely perpendicular to the ground from the bottom. So you can see it is actually kind of a base. We also have something like this here, right? So that is a thing. Another thing I noticed right now is the bottom section. So let's just do that. So let's select this object and cursor to selected, and let's just add a cube, and let me just go to top view, and let's just do that. Scale it on X, scale it a lot. Let's just enable this one. Yeah. So okay, so scale it a lot, then go to front, scale it on Z actually, and we have something like this. Okay, great. So this is good. I guess I just need to remove few of the copies. Yeah, this is good. This looks good. Let's just remove one. Yeah, okay, great. This looks good. So I can just create that as well later. Okay. So this is our like a slanted platform. Let me just check if it's good. Yeah, okay, this is good. And let's actually move the stairs above a little bit, and you can just do it by eye. You don't have to be precise. Okay, that looks okay to me. And what I will do actually, I will just scale this up, and I will just move it below, and let's just duplicate this one, rotate on here, scale it on X a little bit. Okay, and then you just do that one. Not that, but that one. And add a mirror on your human. Okay, great. If I wanted to create that curvature kind of shape, so what I will do is very simple. Let me just move. Yeah, okay, this one is good. So remember I told you about the applying scale. So what I will do, I will just select this. I will do set origin to geometry, and I will apply the transform. As soon as I apply this, and if I go to this edge, which I wanted to round, this one, and let's do this one as well. Okay. And now just check what is happening. And I will show you in my second window from very close. So what is happening is that if I hit Control B, it is beveling. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, my mistake. I selected 4 edges. So let's just select only this edge and that edge. Only 2 edges is selected and just do Control B. Okay, great. Now I can do this. And if I make it more curvy, yeah, like this. And by the way you add this section is by scrolling your mouse, and you can actually see the segments on top of your edit mode. Just take a look take a look above your user perspective where it is mentioned. You can see it here, this one segment. So if I move it, you can see I have around how much 16 segment. Let's just do maybe 12. Yeah, and then just remove it. And you can see we have it, and just add shade auto smooth. And it kind of gave us that curved object, like curve kind of thing. This one here. Yeah. So yeah, that is good. That looks really, really, really good. And obviously we can add a bunch of details. We can add that line as well. Again, we are just taking this as a reference. In the end, we are going to do what feels good for us. So don't worry. And let's just add that line as well, which I just noticed. So let me just do this one. So let's take 3 edge loop, scale it on Z, and just move it above. Select your middle section, scale it inside. Yeah, this is very good. This is very good. So yeah, that's how basically we are going to add a bunch of details actually, and we added the stairs, right? Okay. And I was explaining you the add-on section. So one add-on which we are going to use to create a hole here. Let me just hide human for a second. Where are you, bro? Oh, you are in that one as well. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So just this outside. Oh, ground. Okay. Okay. Let me just create a new collection for ground, not a grind. Great. So, okay, got it. So let's just say if I wanted to create a hole here, okay, how I'm going to do it? Well, I'm talking about this hole. Okay. So how I'm going to do it is very simple, and we are going to use a Boolean modifier. Okay. And the way we are going to use it is very simple. And let's just select this face and just cursor select that. Let's say if I add a cube here, okay, and this cube is going to represent our hole. So we are going to delete this intersection, this intersection with the help of this cube. And the way we do it is with help of Boolean. So select our main object, then go to our main object, then add a Boolean and select this section, this cube. Now you must be wondering, well, nothing happened, right? Well, it happened, it is just hidden. I will tell you. So let's just click our cube and let's go to object properties and then viewport display. And you can see it is display as textured. If I click the bounds, you can immediately note that we have created this hole within our 3D model, and that looks good, right? But the process I just showed you is a little bit of lengthy process. So let's do it fast. And as I mentioned, that we have to save a lot of time. We are going to use a lot of different methods in order to model very fast. And let me just delete this and let me just remove my Boolean modifier. And the way I'm going to do it is with help of a bool tool add-on. So go to edit, preference, go to your theme and just search for bool tool. Okay, install it, then just okay, let me just save this one and let's go. Now let's just say if I add a cube, okay, if I select my main object first, then secondary object which I wanted to bool, which basically we have the whole object. This is my whole. If I hit control minus, you can see it kind of created this weird shape. So wherever the intersection was, it is kind of giving me this kind of hole, but it is currently inverted, right? So the way we are going to use this is very simple and very straightforward, and that is by understanding few things. What is going to be our object which will create a hole? In this step, this cube. So this one we have to select in the first place, and then our main object. You will see a very visible and clear cut difference between the selection. So which the one we selected first is going to be a little orange red, like a red orange, and then this is going to be pure orange. And now if I hit control minus, you will see this hole. So basically we did the same process, but because we use that add-on, this Boolean add-on, it is going to save us some time, just so we can, if I do this again, you can see it will create a same process, but it will do it automatically. So why waste our time by doing it repeatedly? That is the point here, and that's how we do it very fast. And let's just scale it now, and maybe I don't know how big it is. Oh, it is very small. Yeah, maybe like this. I don't know, maybe a little bit down. Yeah, maybe here, around here. And the best part is this is non-destructive. So even if I go to edit mode here, I can still do all the editing, all this stuff. You can see I can extend this as much as I can. But again, this is non-destructive workflow, so don't apply it from here. Let me just fix it with few things actually. So I guess there are okay. Yeah, this one is control 3D cursor, then okay, great. So I guess this is good. Let me just move it a little bit here, and this is good. I'm going to add the door later. Let's ignore it for now. So yeah, that's how you do it, and it actually created a section for us called as Boolean cutters, which we can use directly. So this is handy. This is very good and amazing thing. and really, really helpful. So very good, very good. Now let's just add our additional things here. Let's just do, where is it? In the right hand side. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a another base from here. Okay. From that section actually. And let's pivot from here. Okay, and let's just maybe move it. I don't know. There, maybe. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, and let me just increase this a bunch. Let's do it from here. Now you must be thinking that, hey, we still have this weird kind of intersection. How I'm going to do that? So, well, what you're going to do is very simple. Very, 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 very simple. And the way we are going to do it is, again, go to this phase, not that phase actually, that. Let me add a cube, another cube. So this one, so this is going to be our hole, and then let's select it, control minus. We just learned it, and scale it here actually. And if I want, I can just, yeah, this one. So I want to remove this particular stair, right? And the way we do it is this. This is the way we are going to use our add-on. And this is around here. And let's do, again, we can add a mirror modifier here on our human mesh. And this is perfect. The way we are going to add the downward object is basically same. So let's just do one thing which I wanted to do. If I select that cursor to that edge, now what is going to happen is very, very, very simple, and that is, wait, what is this? Oh, okay, yeah. So the way we are going to use this is, if I add a plane from that, and if I rotate on Y, sorry, on Y 90, yeah, scale it on Y, scale it on Z, just keep it below that, below, yeah. Now you can see it is kind of getting a shape where, it is in the, it is like this basically. And this is good. This is very, very good. And let me just actually do this one, move this a little bit before, and you can see how fast I'm doing it, right? If I do Shift D and Control S, selection to cursor, rotate on Z, and 90, minus 90, can just move it here, and go to front, and then just extend it on X. So as you saw, I just did it very, very, very fast. And that is the point here. We are going to model everything so fast once we learn basics, and you just have to do it regularly. With practice, you will get even more faster, and that's why, you know the demand is high. That's why the demand of 3D artist is so high in the industry right now, because people are just crazy. There are so many amazing artists who just, model fast, or maybe, just finish their deadline very fast. So people are, hiring them. That's why it is recommended for you to just watch this 12-hour long tutorial from scratch to the end, and you can master this. So let me just fix this a little bit. And don't even worry, like, there are so many things which are going to be unnoticed in your workflow. After some time, you will realize that once we create a camera or composition, so many things people are just going to ignore, because visually our eyes cannot handle that amount of data, that amount of things, right? So don't even worry about that. And let's just add this same structure over here, and the way we are going to add it is this one. Select Shift D and then just go there and just move it here. If I watch it from the front, and let's just do it maybe here. Yeah, that looks good. That looks much better. So yeah, this is okay. I just need to make this a little bit up. Wow, yeah, this looks fine. This looks amazingly fine, right? Amazing, amazing. Too good, too good. There is actually a roof above, and because I have only one picture, like I can assume there are roofs which have a hole in it. So this is going to be a complex, so let's just keep it for now. And let me just join this again. Okay. One thing I wanted you to do is rename everything and just put in appropriate collections. So for now, let's just go one by one. So we have a reference here. Reference is good. Then we have a pillar, and let's just rename with F2 pillar. Then we have pillar back. Okay, so this will be pillar back and this will be pillar front. Okay, so this will be pillar inside our pillars collection. Then we have a middle section collection where this is going to be our base base middle. Then we have, okay, so this will be our base pillars front. Okay, and it's okay if we can put it there as well, or if you want, you can just put it in pillar as well. It's okay, doesn't matter. This is going to be our statue statue platform. Then we have a cube which is cutting our other platform, and this is going to be our main ground. So this is going to be our main ground base. Okay. Remove this one. Yeah, remove this one, put it in Boolean cutters. Okay, great. So let's check everything. So this is our Boolean cutter. Uh, you can maybe rename this. I don't prefer statue platform, but obviously it is good for clarity and understanding. So statue platform bool. Let's just rename it as a bool. Then we have another boolean. This rename is I don't know. Middle base ground bool. Yeah, that is very long. Oh yeah, this is the inside section. The inside, yeah, section. So let's just rename this inner wall, inner wall, inner wall platform. Right. outer wall platform 1, and this is our outer wall platform 2. So let me just actually move this inside my middle section. Yeah. So Boolean have Booleans. This will be our ground section. So middle ground base. Yeah. And we have it here. Yeah. Then we have what exactly? Oh, this is the same one. Yeah. Just put it in Boolean again. Can't you do it? Oh, I don't know. Why is it not doing it? Oh, okay. So it created a copy of it. Oh, okay. So this is the same one. Yeah. That's the same one. So that's okay. So even if you do it like that, can we just move it in different section actually? Oh, we can. Okay, great. That is good. That is amazingly good. Uh, so the only purpose of doing it is just to clarify and just make everything look clean, visually clean. Let me check the PPT. So add-ons, obviously we check there are types of add-ons. Well, let me just quickly show you, as I mentioned earlier, Blender Market. So Blender Market is one of the biggest platform for you to get add-ons. As I mentioned, there are many different add-ons. And let me just open it up. You can see we have add-on list, explore all add-ons, and I will show you. You can see there are categories like animation, import, export, then there are different like a simulation, material modeling. So there are many third party add-on which created by bunch of artists and developers, and we are going to use few of them, but don't worry, most of them are free. The paid add-ons are totally optional, right? We don't use that because we don't have to use that. So okay, so let's download actually few add-ons. So first, I want you to download SKETCHFAB add-on for Blender. And if you search, you will have a GitHub link here. Okay. And if you click it, you have to go in here and download the zip file, and you will have it. Then download Blender Kit. Okay, so download Blender Kit. So Blender Kit is another add-on. So what I want you to do actually, I will put a affiliate link from Blender Kit. So if you can support the channel, it will be good. So if you go to YouTube, yeah, you will have, where is it? This one. So if you download from the link in description, it is a affiliate link. Again, this is a free version, and you can totally use for free. As you can see, we have 17,000 model, 25,000 material. So Blender Kit is free, right? But if you can buy the paid version, that is also good. uh, it just supports the channel, and that's a affiliate link. If you can do that, it's fine. If you can't, it's okay. So yeah, just download the Blender Kit and download. Okay, so it is downloaded now, and let's go back to our Blender, and I will tell you how you can actually install. So go to your edit, then preference, then add-ons, and in earlier version, let me just show you in Blender, let's say 2.93. Okay, so if you go to edit preference add-on, uh, we had we had this button here earlier. Now it is removed for some reason, and after removing, they actually did this drop down. So that is a thing. So if you go to install from disk, then select your downloaded folder. Let me just do that. And then you put install. Okay. And you can see a pop-up appears on the bottom which says install. And if you search for Blender Kit, it is enabled actually here. You will see this stuff. But if you can't see it, then which means you have to enable it from here. Okay. Then you install SKETCHFAB add-on as well. Just install from disk, and you can see it is installed. So by the way, after installing every add-on, you should do this. You should click here and save preference. Now, as you can see, we have Blender Kit here. This is our Blender Kit add-on. And if you want to access the SKETCHFAB add-on, you have to go to right side window. Oh, let me just okay. So you have to click N key, and you can see we have SKETCHFAB and Blender Kit both on our N panel as well. Blender Kit actually appears on top, also on the N panel in this panel as well. Okay. So we have SKETCHFAB here, and let's actually activate the add-on. And you have to create your free account. I already have it, so I will log in with this. So let me just put my email and password. So as soon as you logged in, you will have logged in as your ID, and you have to go to this import section here. And now you can just download the assets from here. Now we can actually start to create these shapes. So let's just do that. We have to search, let's say, SKETCHFAB, search for pillar. And I know I said we have to take the section, but how can you search the particular name of that? So you have to just search pillar, and you will have a bunch of pillars. And we are going to cut particular section of that pillar. So let's look for that. By the way, if you want to download from Blender Kit, you have to go to filter, and then you have to choose the free option, and that way you can get the free version. So you have to just find the appropriate one, and you have to actually experiment, and you have to make sure that first you have to make sure that your world origin is set properly. So let's do that. Cursor to world origin, shift S, cursor to that, and let's actually download this. And also your section matters here. So let's just create a temporary section and rename it as a temp, and maybe let's put it as a brown color. Disable in render and download this. If you got this kind of error, actually this is actually a small bug, and I will tell you how to fix this. But basically, earlier in old Blender version, we had Blender, and in earlier Blender version, we had our rendering engine as Eevee. But later version, after 4.2, it is changed to Blender Eevee next. Okay. So it is a little bug, and if you got this bug, actually the easiest fix for that is basically is to do some tweaking inside your code. So let me just actually open something. So I will just show you how to fix that. First of all, let me just, okay. So what you should do, you should actually go to your, I will share this path on the description, in the description. You should go to your C, then user, then select your user, then app data. I'll show you. Wait. Okay. So first of all, if you are in your this PC, just go to C. Then make sure your hidden folder is check this. It is showing you the hidden folder, right? Yeah. It should say that hidden folder should be visible. And after that, just go to your users, select your user, then go to your app data. Okay, that's why we need to enable the hidden folder. Go to app data, then roaming, then go to Blender Foundation, then Blender, then select your Blender version. I have many Blender version. That's why I need to choose, let's say 4.5 is my latest one. Depends on what you downloaded. If you downloaded 4.6, 4.7, if you're watching in future, you will have different version here. So go to that, then go to script. We have, you can see we have add-on, and then SKETCHFAB cache. Go to add-ons and then Blender plugin master. You have to open this init.py. You can either open it in edit in notepad, or if you have a coding software, you can open in that. Let me just open this. And as soon as you open it, you will have something like this. Okay, I know this feels a lot of overwhelming. And why I wanted to show you this, because I wanted to teach you how you can actually solve your own problem. The number one thing where people always get stuck is this portion, because there are so many add-ons which doesn't work, but they are supposed to work. And why is that case? Because people actually create that particular add-on in older version of Blender, and obviously in newer version, if there is new features, then it is very hard for you to actually, you know, uh, get that add-on working. So you can see it is made in around 2.80 version, which is like very old version. So the after that ev next update happened. So what you should do, just after control F, you can just search for ev. You can see we have a ev option here. Just search proper name. You can see we have ev option here. The only thing we have to change here is, as it shows in the error, we have to change it to this blender underscore ev underscore next. That's it. So if I change it here, let me just and for that to work, actually we have to close our project file. So let's just close the project file, and now just replace it with next, and here as well next, and make sure you save this file, right? And you have to make sure all of your blender ev text for all of your blender ev text is replaced with blender ev next. And that is basically it. You don't have to do anything. And after that, you can just close this, and you don't have to do, you don't have to change anything here now. So let's open our blender version. So as soon as you reopen this again, okay, you have to activate the add-on again with your password, and I guess it is done now. And let's just say if I search pillar again, maybe not this one, yeah, ancient pillar, right? Okay, yeah, this one. So if I download this now, import, you will see it will get downloaded properly without any problem. And because we just fixed the issue, there is no problem. So obviously it is a little bug, which the SKETCHFAB add-on, the developer, they did not updated it yet, but that is a basic fix. And you will see we actually have our pillar, and you can see it here. Let me hide this. And it is very handy to understand that we can fix our own issues. We don't have to rely on any other people. That's why I showed you that particular portion, so you will know in future that if you cannot enable any kind of add-on, you just have to locate the Python file, and then you have to just replace that particular code. And it was in the logs, I guess, right? So let me just open the log window. Actually, is this one? No, 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 not this one. Okay, this one. So whatever you do, we have all the things saved in our Blender log, and we are going to take a look on what is logs, what kind of stuff it can do, what is scripting. But for basic purpose, I just showed you. So any error you got, you just have to read it, or you can even search it on Chat GPT. But it is very basic to understand. Don't worry. So okay, we have this one. And actually, I wanted to show you something that you can see. We have this empty. Okay. So if I just click the empty and if I move, you can see all the objects are moving. But if I just individually click the object, I can just move that too, right? It doesn't move everything. And this is where you have to understand this option. If I told you about this location and parents, so basically this empty is a parent of all of this object. Okay, so if I can move this object, you can see I can move this individually, right? But if I wanted to move all the object, I can move it just with the help of one single object, and that object is a null object or an empty object. Okay, so let me just actually wait. Yeah, no, wait. Okay, so let me actually hide this one, and let me just. So what I mean by that is, if I add a plane, okay, I have this plane, okay, and let's just take Susan, and let's just do that. Okay. Now what I want is basically I wanted to move this plane, but I want this monkey to follow this plane. So wherever I move this monkey should go there, right? And how I'm going to do that? I'm going to parent this monkey to this plane. Okay. So the way I do it is very simple. Let me just, okay. The way I do is very simple. Actually, I select my monkey first, then the object which I wanted to follow, which means my parent object, and then I put Control P. Okay. It gives me an option, and I have to select one of this. So mostly people use object with keep transform. Depending on your need, actually, I like to do keep transform object keep transform, and that is the native option which people choose. So let's just do that, and you can see there is a little black line which appeared. You can see it here, this line, and that line is actually uh, that line actually represents that. Yeah, so that line represents that it is parented. So let's just say if I move it here, it is still connected with this object here. And if I move this now, you can see the monkey is moving. Okay, and this line is actually called as a relationship line. Okay, this line is a relationship line, and if you go it here, you can see it is named as relationship line. If you want to disable, you can disable. I like to keep it, so I'm just keeping it. So it is that parent feature. Okay, and okay, we have this. So now you can see we have empty object, and that empty is actually going to move everything. but we have to unparent it because we don't need the pillar, we just need the upper section. And don't worry, if you're thinking like, hey man, we have a different kind of design here, and we took different design. Again, this is just for reference, we are not exactly copying this, right? So let's just take this entire upper portion, this upper portion. Okay, and the way you unparent everything is basically if you select the main empty object. And by the way, the way you add empty is by shift A, and then we have empty option area, empty, all that stuff. So let's just say circle, right? So that's how you add the empty. So if you select the empty object from our layers panel, and then what you should do, click right click, just right click, and you have select hierarchy option. Okay, so what is difference between select and select hierarchy? So select only select the individual option, the individual object, and select hierarchy is going to select everything in your hierarchy. And you can see it is in the orange, red orange border. You can see the stroke appeared. And after doing this, actually, you are going to do a unparent operation. And unparent operation is exactly opposite of our parent operation. So the way you do it is with Alt P. Okay, and it gives you clear parent option, clear parent transform, and clear parent inverse. So I don't think the third option is that useful for you, but I like to do is I like to clear and keep transformation. So just do that, and as soon as I do it, you can see it actually gave all the objects separately. And if I move my empty now, it is not going to move all the object. Okay, so let's just delete the empty, and let's look for the object we want. Another thing we can do is select all the objects which we don't want and just delete it from the X-ray view. But it is kind of weirdly connected with each other. So let me just, okay, delete this. Okay, this is connected, but this is weirdly connected with that. So what you should do basically, if you found yourself with this situation where the bottom object is connected with top object and the portions are connected in some way, just select the bottom section and then just join this. Okay, and after you join this, go to the edit mode and just delete the bottom section. Okay, so what's going to happen is basically all these random objects which you had earlier, which then gets connected, and then we can just individually select what object portion which we need to keep, and we can just delete it from edit mode. Now this is the portion which I wanted to keep, the upper portion. Okay, so I'm going to just join this because I just need to apply one single material on this, and then I'm going to change it. And yeah, so let's just join this together. And also the benefit of joining this together is that I can actually decimate this, and it will just helpful for me to just remove the vertex from one single object rather than removing it from multiple object. And let's just add a shade auto smooth. And one thing I would like to do is select my middle portion and assign it as my origin. Okay, and when I set the origin to that, you can see it is scaling from that. Okay, great. Don't apply the scale right now. Okay, we are going to apply it later. And let's just put it here. The way I'm going to do it is when I select the face, I just hit Shift S, cursor to selected, and I can just select this object and then select this object to cursor, which means selection to cursor. Okay, and you can see it is immediately snapped to that place. Okay, just change the orientation. Yeah, this looks good, just a little bit bigger, more bigger than that. Okay, yeah, this is fine. This looks amazing. Okay, so that way we did that one. I am not going to add the mirror modifier here and array modifier. I will tell you the reason actually. Only reason I'm not going to add it is because you can see it is kind of weirdly placed there. Another reason, because I wanted to show you something. Okay, so let me just rename this as a pillar section. Okay, and let me just create a new section upper. Okay, great. So the only reason I wanted to show you this method is because this will save you lots of memory. Okay, and I know I'm going to explain this in optimization, but I will quickly tell you inside this current stage. So if you go to your this panel, so show overlay panel, and if you enable the statistics, okay, just click this button. Wait, you go there and you go here, this one, statistics. Okay, as soon as you enable that, you will see something happen here. So this is actually a representation of your entire 3D project, and it shows you all the vertex in your scene, all the edges in your scene, faces and triangles. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this particular portion we just downloaded. You can see we have a lots of vertex on this current object. Okay, but we don't want that amount of vertex, right? And I guess, yeah, and the way we are going to remove the vertex is by doing the decimate, right? So if you can see, I just disabled that and we have 14,000 vertex, and if I enable it, we immediately have 150,000 vertex. So that is a thing, that is a difference. So the way we are going to remove it is just first select the object, then actually press your this key. I don't know the name of this key, but just look here. Okay, this forward, backward. What do you say? This forward or backward? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. But you press that key, and I will actually show you. Wait, forward key, keyboard. Is it forward key? Oh yeah, this one. This is a forward key. Okay, so we are going to use that key on our keyboard. And what is happening is basically that, let me just create another window actually, and let me just show you from top view, front view, and T. Okay, so you can see we have our scene from front view. If I do this, right, so what is happening is that in my current window, this particular section is getting isolated, which means all the objects are there, but it is only showing me my selected object. And if I want to bring back all the objects again, I click that key again. Okay, so it is a isolation mode. It is a isolated mode of this current object. If you are familiar with Adobe Illustrator background, you will know what isolation mode is. It lets you choose and edit the isolated object. So it is very important for you to understand that if you want to edit a particular object, and if you are scared that it might mess up other object, you should go in isolation mode, and that is basically it. And what is going to happen is, if you go to edit mode, you can see we have so many vertex. We have so many vertex, and the geometry is very, very, very crazy. So now we are going to add our decimate option, the decimate modifier. And immediately you notice this one. The face count is 289,826. That is a lot of faces. So let me just start with point one actually. I know this will look very janky, but just imagine that this is an ancient place. Like this is a ancient old place. So we don't need that amount of detail. Okay. Again, you have to do this process according to your own need, right? So what I mean by that is, when you need lots of detail, so first of all, understand actually what is the condition to have more vertex, right? For example, if you are doing a project where you need close up shots, okay, in close up shots you need more geometry, okay, and that is where you need to preserve all the details of your 3D model, all the edges, all the angle, and you have to make it look very perfect, correct? But in this case, our camera is like, you know, our camera is like before, behind this guy, okay, and this details can get ignored because our main focus is this statue, and the composition is going to hide that detail anyway. So we don't need that amount of detail. Just for now, understand only close-up shots need a lots of geometry and lots of vertex. But in this case, we just don't need it. Okay. So select your particular section, particular object, then just make sure you have enough vertex which looks clean, but as well as it saves a lot of memory. And I guess this model is very dense, and dense means like there are so many vertex, and I don't think I can remove it, remove that amount of vertex. So let's try different version. Let's just go with different model. Again, as I said, we have to experiment a lot, because this is a step where it is completely free step. Like we have complete freedom. We are not bounded with one particular object here. We can explore few options, and then we can choose what works for us, and that's why we deleted that. So let me just actually search it on here on my blender kit. Okay, again we can use this kind of section as well. This looks good, but I'm not going to use that. This is also good, the roundish. Again, as I said, this is a process where you have to spend some time until you find a good looking object. I guess this column looks good, and I have that upper portion there. So you can see you will get like this hand cursor. So just drag this in your scene, let's say here, and it will download. And it actually shows you the properties here. It says 8.6 MB, which means not that not that dense model. It is very lightweight. You can see we have a very good looking model. Again, this is also very dense, but it's okay. We can just remove the vertex. So let's take actually like this portion, this middle portion. What is this? Okay, this. Okay. So let's take this 4 portion and let's do clear parent, keep transform, and remove the rest actually, delete hierarchy. And let's actually join this control J. So this is also very dense, but let's add a decimate. Let's do zero point 0.1. This is also very crazy. Another thing which we can do is go to edit mode and search. So the way you search on Blender is by computer key, keyboard key F3, okay? And search for unsubdivide. So this way also you can just remove bunch of vertex, and you can see I just did reiteration. This is a lot crazy. This also looks good to me. How much? 4,000. 0.5, 0.2. Okay, I guess I will work with 0.15. Again, I don't want that much detail because I wanted to anyways add the material, and material is going to affect this a lot. We just need the shape. So just apply this because I'm not going to change it. So let's apply it. And let's actually go to our this. Okay, we have this one. Okay, great. Okay, nice. So we have this section here, and let's actually improve it a little bit. Maybe scale it on Z. I don't know. Yeah, like this, maybe little bit. Yeah, it's okay. So one thing I wanted to show is let's just say upper column. I wanted to show you one method which I like very much, and that is actually duplicating with instance. So what is instance? So instance is basically like a copy of your object, but it is like a fake copy. What I mean by that is, you see, you already saw me doing Shift D, right? So what Shift D does is basically it creates an independent copy of your selected object. But if I do Alt D, right, it is going to be connected. Okay, so whatever I do in this model is going to get applied here. So if I go to edit mode and if I modify it, you can see it is modified the original model because both of this object is connected, and it is a instance. It is like a Xerox copy. But even if it is connected, it is not saying that it will not add any vertex in your scene. And what I mean by that is basically, let me just go to isolation. You can see we have around 3,431 vertex, right? If I do Alt D, it created same amount of vertex. The only advantage is that we can edit both of this object at once. Okay. So this is a instance. It is an instance. But if I duplicate this in such a way where I will have a similar vertex, but I will also have a capacity to modify the original object is either with mirror, but either with array. Even though you can have multiple copies, it will create the more vertex, means it will create a copy So it is exactly similar as Shift D or Alt D. The only difference is that in Alt D you can edit, in Shift D it is totally individual object. But I want an object which is also editable, and I can create bunch of copies, but also it is very easy for my RAM. It is very efficient for my RAM, and it should save memory. So the way I do it is with the collection instance. Okay, this one, collection instance. Currently, I have this object inside my column section. Okay, so let me just rename my collection upper column. So you need a you need a collection for that. And if I hit Shift A and collection instance, I will create a upper column collection instance. And you can see something happened. Okay, you can see something just happened. So it created a copy. So you can see I have one object, but I also have the second object with the option of editability. And you can see the vertex 3041, 3000, 34, 31 means same amount of vertex and the same amount of vertex, but a copied version. So that is very useful. And if I just duplicate this bunch of time, let's just say Shift D on X axis, you can see I still have that amount of vertex. Okay. And if I repeat this process like million times, let me just do that actually. If I do Shift D and X, and the easiest way to duplicate repetition is by Shift R. Okay. So if I hit Shift R like, 10 million times, let's just say Shift D on Y, and let's just do Shift R, R. You can see I have 171 object, right? But only 34, 31 vertex. And if I edit my original one, it is giving me capacity to edit all the other objects. So that's why we use collection instance. Okay. And that's why it is very useful, handy, very powerful. And I actually did this technique in my one of my video. If you go to my channel, actually, if you go to my channel and in my ancient art video, okay, in my ancient art video, actually, I did this technique to save lots of memory, and I did it in the Shaolin temple in this project file. But I ended up with around how much, 47,000 object or something. Yeah, you can see I ended up with 46,000 object, and you can see I had 1.6 million vertex here. So I did the exact same method. I just showed you here, and that's why I ended up with so many object, and I saved a bunch of memory. And by the way, if you want to download the project file, you can just join our Patreon. It will help us, it will help the community to grow. So you can just check it. I recommend you become a member rather than downloading it directly. So yeah, that is a little self promotion there. But yeah, you get the point. So we are going to use collection instance, and let me just get out of my this. Yeah, and let's just do that. Let's copy it a bunch of time. Just to make your scene, just to make your layers neat and clean, you just have to put it in one of your collection, and you can see we have it. But just move all of this above. This is very good. This is good looking, and So that's how actually professionals save a lot of time in your workflow. So that's how pros use add-ons to work fast. I showed you the installation of this. I told you the types. Now let's move to the geometry node. And before actually going in depth geometry node, I wanted to explain you few things. First of all, understand that in order to use geometry nodes, we have to understand few basic things, and those are uh, this section here, this panel. So this is a drop down menu, and if I drop down, you can see we have multiple UI, like multiple windows, and one of them is geometry node editor. Okay, I told you that we are going to take a look in the UI elements properly. We can modify how we can modify it, but it is important to understand that as soon as we do particular thing, for example, right now I have to do the geometry node editing. So in order to do that, I want you to understand the geometry node UI element. So in order to open the geometry node editor, what you can do, you can either just drag this timeline above, and you can change this timeline to geometry node editor from here, or you can just close this. You can just close this. Wait, joined out. So you can just close this in geometry. You can just close and go into geometry nodes section here. And yes, I told you about that we are going to take a look in this UI elements as we need it. So make sure you are in default mode. That's why I told you to just keep the default mode. Uh, so now we can just easily switch to geometry node section here. So let's start with that. So we don't need timeline. So just right click on this icon. As soon as you see this, right click and then just join it downwards, and the way it is going to just merge the thing. I don't think we even use this one, so yeah, let's just do that. And one thing I like to do is again just do this random, then cavity, both. Okay, great. So first of all, understand that what is geometry node. Okay, let me just do that. Cursor to selected. Okay, so geometry node is basically like a mathematical operations. It is like a node based structure for your 3D object. And what I mean by that is basically you need to understand something called as procedural modeling. So what is procedural modeling? Basically, procedural means something which we are going to make without actually modifying our base geometry, and we are going to make certain shapes according to our need, but with keeping the capacity to edit the original object. And what I mean by that is let's just say if I create a grid here. Okay, this is my grid, and you can see I have four vertex above and bottom, but I got this plane structure here. So even though I have 8 vertex in this current model, in this current cube, I can still make it look like it is only a plane, like a normal plane. And if I can add maybe, I don't know, maybe let's just do a cylinder. Okay. Okay, great. And if I do shade auto smooth, it doesn't do anything, right? I don't know. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this one. So you can see I have a cube, but it is converted into my cylinder. And I can do anything basically in the geometry node setting. And what I mean by that is geometry node gives us ability to literally modify everything without changing this geometry as you saw in the edit mode. And that is a geometry node. It is a mathematical thing basically. It is like a code, and it works in a very good way. It is like a combination of different mathematical operations, and it gives us different result according to our node setup. And understand what is this nodes, and these nodes are basically a way to represent a certain object or a certain operation in your 3D software. Most of the 3D software is node based. If you are from After Effects or Premiere Pro background, you will have something called as layers or compositing layers panel. But in your Blender, in your 3D software, and I guess in other 3D software as well, it is known as node. So node setup. So let's do some basic thing with this, and I will show you the quickest way to actually, model something without breaking this real geometry. So let me actually add something. Let's just do spiral, and let me get out of that. Do mesh, then instance on point. So the easiest thing I can show you here is basically, so let's just say this is your cube, right? And what I want is, I wanted to have a different object on this vertex, right? And what I mean by different object is basically this. Let me just clear the annotation. Yeah, different object means different cube. Let's just say if I create a sphere, okay? Do we have sphere? Yeah. So let's just say if I hit sphere and if I hit instance, as soon as I do that, and let me just do this. As soon as I do that, you can immediately see something happened. So what happened is that it created spheres on this vertex. And let me actually show you something. So let's just say if I add extra vertex in my current object, you can see it immediately spawn this sphere, right? And this is actually good way to understand geometry node. So geometry node is a entirely custom based procedural setup where we can literally do anything. And I know when I say literally do anything, because people do crazy stuff with this. So let me just show you Blender geometry nodes. Let's just say building generator. Yeah. So people have literally built like a, custom geometry node setup where you can literally create a building with help of just few nodes, and it is very useful. And people are going crazy with this feature. As soon as this feature got placed in Blender, people just enjoyed it. They started to make bunch of stuff with this, and it is so amazing. And I love it, but I don't use that much because I use presets. We are going to take a look how presets and how Kitbashing works. So let's just understand that geometry node setup is like a magical wand, and you can do anything with that. Obviously not anything, but all kind of mathematical stuff. And people are going crazy with this. Let me just show you Blender geometry node. And obviously you can search about this, you can learn in detail. This is a very big tutorial if I start to explain you geometry node in depth, but just understand that there are many things where, you know, many things people can do in this geometry node setup. This is just a very basic layout I was just showing you, but this is literally life changing if you get serious with geometry node, because you can create a bunch of assets and you can sell it. And that is crazy, because I know, because people are doing it already. People are, going crazy with stuff, and they're enjoying it. So if you are very serious about geometry nodes, you have to spend a good amount of time understanding everything, understanding literally, a bunch of things. And I guess that is the only thing which I would like to tell you, because geometry node is not something which I can explain you in this even 12-hour tutorial, right? Because it is literally very big and very in-depth tutorial. So I recommend you just watch few videos on geometry nodes, because it's hard to explain you in one single video. Uh, and the only reason why am I explaining you this, because first of all, it saves you bunch of memory, and not only memory, but it also gives you ability to do procedural modeling. And procedural modeling itself is a very big topic. So let's just actually go with the stuff which I wanted to show you. So let me just delete this one, and let's just go in this pillar. So as soon as you go to this pillar, you already saw something. So this is, this is what I mean by geometry node. So you saw this smooth by angle, right? So basically it is a shade auto smooth operation. But what it is doing is that it is creating a bunch of groups. It is grouping some mathematical. It is grouping some mathematical nodes, and connecting it in such a way that the geometry, the 3D geometry itself, looks very clean. So this is also one of the geometry node setup. And I guess everything here is basically like a piece of code. It is just that the representation is weird in a different way, right? So let me just add a geometry node here, and we have something here which we messed up. So let me remove this, remove that, remove this one. Okay, so if you add geometry nodes after your mirror modifier, you will have something like this. And let me actually show you what I did there. Let me just close this. Okay. So what I did there is, you had earlier something like this, and now you search for a spiral. Okay, a spiral operator. And if I put a spiral into my geometry, you can see something like this. And it is currently a curve. Okay, so this spiral is a curve, and you can see it in your edit mode. The current geometry is also there, but it is just added that curve, and I am converting that curve into a mesh, into 3D mesh by this node, curve to mesh node. And what I want to do is, basically I wanted to make this curve wrap around to my this pillar. Okay, and the way I'm going to do it is very simple, and that way is basically, if I just do join geometry, and if I just join both of this geometry, you can see I can edit my main object, but I cannot edit this one, because this one I can edit it from here. Okay, so you can see I can just edit it from here. I can just do anything. I can do rotation, resolution. So let me actually change the origin point here, and let's maybe put it, I don't know, here, and set origin to 3D cursor. So as soon as I do it, it moves to that position. And let me actually uh, set the start radius as 1, end radius as 1, and just adjust the height maybe till here. Yeah, that looks good. And let's add a bunch of repetition. And you can see as soon as I do that, it went about that. I guess I have to change the radius. So let's just do maybe 0.75. Yeah, 0.75. 0.75 from bottom. Yeah, this looks good. And let's just say I wanted to spawn this Susan here. Okay, so the way you are going to go out of this is with this. Okay, so just show overlay, just hide it. And the way I'm going to add Susan to that particular curve is by doing some operation in my geometry node setup. Okay, so you have a Susan in your outliner or layers panel. Okay, yeah. So this is your outliner panel in your layers panel. So you first select this and then you actually pin this here and you pin it and you click on this Susan here and just drag it. Okay. And I already have it, but I just showed you that if you drag it, which means we have a capacity to add this monkey uh, in this pillar right over here. And the way I'm going to do it is with the instance point. And by the way, if you are wondering how I can just maximize the window, you can see it in this corner, control space. So if you hold control space, you can just make it big, you can maximize it. So yeah, it is that. So let's just add instance on point, and let me just add it, let me remove it. And if I just connect this geometry to my instance, it is doing nothing, right? Okay. I have to add this one as well. Okay, geometry and mesh for the point. Okay, great. So now as soon as I do that, you can see something happened here, right? And it looks terrible right now, but let me just actually just reduce, yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. So let's just make that scale till little less. So this kind of stuff I can do in my geometry nodes because it gives me ability to model something which is literally complex to build. So just imagine if I wanted to do this manually, how I'm going to do it. It is very complex to model something like this, and that's why we use the geometry node setup. And there are many applications, as I mentioned. We can do literally anything. I guess why is it not applying? Because you know what? Yeah, because it was not before. What? It is not doing the operation on my copies for some reason. So I have to take a look what is happening. I guess it is something to do with applying the mirror and applying that. So let me actually apply my mirror and apply my array. If you are 100% sure, then just apply it. It is still not working for some reason. So why is it not working? Because it is different copy, right? It is what is it? No, but it's supposed to work, right? I don't know. There is some kind of bug. I don't know why is it not working, but it is supposed to work. So basically, if you apply it, it's supposed to work. I have to take a look on this layers on this modifier layers. It is something to do with that, and I guess it is. I can just add it here as well if I'm not wrong. No. Yeah, I mean there is a certain way. There are certain nodes which I can create. Yeah, you can see. So I can add an instance with the points, and I have to add the array, the mesh array structure here. and that way I can just distribute it. But for now, it's okay. It is for a basic version. We are not going in depth how to do that. So let's just ignore it. But for now, just understand that geometry nodes is basically a procedural modeling thing, which you will see me doing it. And I know I was very busy explaining you the basics and all, but I forgot to add even this statue as well. So don't worry about that. I'm going to add it. I know, I remember that. It is just that I wanted to explain you every single bit, and when I will actually create maybe this gaps here, or maybe this design, I'm going to explain you right away. And while explaining, you will see me using geometry node setup. And that's why I guess I wanted to go step by step, explaining you every single thing from scratch. So when I will actually finalize this modeling stuff, you will see me doing it, right? So let me just actually remove my geometry node setup. And I actually told you before about this global, this one, and this one, proportional editing one. So now I guess it is time we should focus on the proper modeling. So let me actually do that. Okay, so let's again, we are already in the add-on section. We know how add-on works. I don't know why this happens. Okay, so go to SKETCHFAB and activate. And every time you do that, you have to activate it for some reason. So let me just do that, and let's search for statue. And it's okay if we can get any random statue, because we are not going for the perfection. This reference is just there as a reference. So search for it, spend some time. So I'm also creating a different collection for my statue, and let's just download it. Okay. So don't worry about the shading of the statue. Obviously, we are going to make it look like a golden color, right? So don't worry about that. We are going to take a look, and we are going to change it. I don't think there is any material on this one, right? So let me just check actually. You know what? I don't think I like that much. So again, as I mentioned, it is completely trial and error thing, because sometimes you like something, sometimes you don't like something, and you have to tweak it until it looks very good. And that is the entire method. Okay, there is not a particular or a special way we can do this technique. We can use these methods. We have to completely experiment, and we have to understand that all of this is just there for our own creativity to come out. Okay, so it just got downloaded, but let me just move it here. Let me do the isolation. I guess there are material, right? Is there any? Why is it not loading? I don't know. There is not material, I guess. It's okay. We are going to create a metallic thing anyways. But yeah, I like it. It's okay. So as soon as you download a object, you can see we have so many vertex which we don't need. So what we can do is again, we can just select the hierarchy, Alt P first, Alt P, keep transform, and then remove the empty, then Control J to join it, and you can see we have lots of vertex. So let's just do decimation. Let me just remove it. Let's do decimate operator. Okay. Sometimes this will happen that if you apply decimation, the model will break. Okay. And you know what? I don't even like this one, but it's okay. I mean, the shape, overall shape is good. I guess my system can handle this amount of vertex. You know what? Let's keep it as a normal. We will just do unsubdivide, unsubdivide, and that's okay. But if I do that, oh yeah, it will break, right? So let's cement maybe point it. I don't know, 0.6. Okay, zero point 0.6 looks good. At least I reduced something. Okay, great. So we have a statue, and I know it's not similar statue, but it's okay. It will work. And then just first of all, I don't think we need this much vertex. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, there are many vertex. So I guess we just pick something randomly and set origin to 3D geometry. Okay, great. So we have origin. Now if I do that selection to cursor. Okay. Hmm. I guess looks good, but nah, I don't think so. So yeah, again, I know I'm being picky here, but as I said, this is this is the kind of stuff you have to understand. Nothing is going to work out in your first downloaded downloaded asset, because there are so many things which you have to consider: how it looks and what kind of look you are going for. One thing before downloading actually my asset is, if you go to here, okay, and if I drop down and if I click unused data, you can see I have so many things which is unused, right? So what you do is just click this purge button here and just delete it. And sometimes it gets deleted. Sometimes you have to do it manually, purge it again. I don't know why is it not deleting. Yeah, it got deleted. So what it does is basically remove unused data. So let me just again search for another statue, and sometimes you will get this kind of pack, like a modeling packs, which comes up with multiple objects together. So if you download it, you can remove the extra objects and you can keep what you actually need. And let me do that. You can see we have a bunch of things here. Okay, great. So you know what? This is very similar to what we are looking for. So let's actually go with that, or this one maybe. This looks good as well. So yeah, let's go with this one. Also, I guess the material is very good here. Let me just check in the shading. Yeah, the material is very good. It looks very attractive. Okay, great. So we don't need unnecessary things. So just click this, Alt V, click transform, delete hierarchy. Great. So we have this one, which obviously have lots of vertex. So let's actually decimate, but keeping the geometry in your vision. Let me just do maybe point 0.5. I don't know, point 0.2, 0.35. Yeah. Okay. This is very good for me, I guess. Oh, this will work. This will work for me. This will work very good. One of the things which I like to do is you can even remove the extra portion as well, by the way. I remove it? No, I did not. Yeah, so maybe you can remove it. I don't know. Does it look good? I mean, it's in the ground. Yeah, it's okay. You can keep it. Maybe, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well. Let's no, actually, let's actually remove it. So again, this is a trial and error thing. Make sure you keep stuff which you actually need in your model. If you don't need it, just remove it. One of the things which I like to do is basically if I click any vertex and if I hit Control plus, and this is same as my this selection option, by the way. Select similar, select more or less. I can just do select more, select next, select previous, select next. So this is that option which I explained you earlier, but I did not have a chance to talk about that. But here we are now. So just remove unnecessary vertex, experiment. Just check what works for you, what does not works for you, and that way you will have a good looking model. Uh, yeah, I guess this looks okay. Maybe we can increase the height a little bit. Yeah, like this. This is because this is very big, right? Okay, so this is a statue. Now what? Now what we have? So geometry node, I told you, the way you save the time is with help of your geometry node set of files, which you can take a look. It is very in-depth, big tutorial. If I just explain you this, and just comment down below if you want me to do that. If you want me to create a very in-depth tutorial about geometry nodes, because I know it will take me a lot of time to explain you each and everything inside geometry node. So just let me know. But yeah, it saves you a lot of time, and the use cases are animation, procedural scene, VFX, uh, and I already told you geometry node. Let's just say geometry node CG Matter. So actually, he made a bunch of tutorials. Yeah. So CG Matter is one of the guy who is experimenting with a lot of things inside Blender, inside geometry nodes. So you can watch bunch of tutorials of CG Matter. He's an amazing guy. You can learn a lot from him. And yeah, I mean, if you want me to explain it particularly, then obviously it will take me a lot of time to explain you, because there are so many things which I have to explain you. As you can see, Blender geometry node, he does have a full course. It is around 1 hour 50 minutes. So after watching this 12-hour long tutorial, you can just maybe take a break, and maybe after that you can download this video, you can watch it and just follow along. I personally learned from him, and again, there are many people. Let's say Blender Guru as well. Blender Guru, Geometry Node. Yeah, he also teach it. So Geometry Node is again very big topic itself. Geometry Node actually is a part of this. It is actually a modifier, right? As soon as you hear a word modifier, which means it is going to actually modifying your geometry. Okay, so geometry node is kind of a modifier, but it is a procedural modifier. You can do so many things which I can't even explain you, and I showed you a little bit of that. So just remember that, and if you let me know in my comment section, I will create a big video on that. But for now, I don't want to explain you, because it will get boring as well for you, because there is so much mathematics going on, and I know people don't like math that much. So that is math stuff. Before actually going to scripting, let me actually show you sculpting. Okay, because we are in the sculpting mode, because we are near to sculpting. So first of all, let's just take our statue, right? And I told you about this one. So let me just explain you this, and then let's go for sculpting, then scripting. Okay. So This is my statue, right? And you can see I have 56,000 something vertex. Okay. So understand that this statue is oriented in a certain way where this statue is looking towards there, right? It is his eyes, and this is its backside. This is his top, and this is the bottom. Correct. So this statue is oriented in that way. But if you go in overlays and if you just turn on the face orientation, and you can immediately see it turned it turned this blue, this it turned it blue, and this one is red. Let me actually Alt F, no, Shift M, no, Alt F, no, Alt N flip. Yeah. So let me actually tell you about something which is your normals. Okay. And what is normal basically is that let me okay. So if I go here and if I just do Alt F, okay. So currently, let's just say this one is showing you a red face. So if I click this and if I go to face orientation, this is currently showing a red color. Okay. Now understand what is this red representing, right? This red is actually your face orientation. And what I mean by face orientation, remember we have, I told you in the very beginning that we have a cube where it is made up of your vertex, then edge, and then a face. Correct? This is your face, this is your vertex, and this is your, sorry, this is your vertex, this is your edge, and this is your face. Correct? Now, this face right here is looking towards in this direction. Correct? So this is a orientation of that particular face. Because this is a flipped invert, like that's why it is showing you in a red color, which means this is not facing in a proper way. And what I mean by that, let me actually show you with example. Let's say I have this plane right here. This plane is properly oriented towards sky. That's why it is showing you a normal color. Let me actually, yeah, let me actually do this. So you can see this white color represents a normal orientation, and this opposite section represents red color, which means this red is like a warning that this face is upside down, and every 3D object in your world is oriented properly. This orientation is a very wrong orientation because this is oriented downwards and not towards your positive axis. So you can see we have z axis. This is my z axis, which is going above. This is my z. Correct? Let me actually, why is it happening? So okay, let me just show you this. Okay, so this is my z axis. Correct? You can see it here in this portion here. This is my x and this is my y. Correct? But if you go into opposite direction, which means your minus z, so this is my minus z axis, this is my minus x, and this is my, sorry, this is my minus y, and this is my minus x. So this is the opposite of our actual orientation. And that's why I told you about this gizmo earlier, because every object is oriented in certain way. Correct? So if I flip this on x-axis 180 degree, this orientation of my of my plane is completely flipped. Means it is pointing towards minus x direction. So even though I flipped my object, this face right here is still looking toward my minus x, because it is made like that. So every object is made up of that origin, that axis, and we have to tell our software that, hey, please make sure my face is oriented in a proper direction, and that proper direction is your proper normal direction. And by normal, which means the regular direction which every face should have, correct? So let me actually subdivide this one, and I will actually show you a few things. Okay, let's just do this and maybe this. Okay, so in this current plane, I have only two faces looking towards x direction. Sorry, looking towards my accurate normal, which is my positive z, right? Yeah, positive z. And if you go below and you check, you can see it is looking toward minus z, correct? This is my orientation. So every time you create a 3D object, you have to make sure all of your faces is flipped properly in your 3D world. And by doing that, we have a capacity to actually, export this as an asset, and we can, sell it, or we can share it with different people. And this is very, 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 very important, because we are going to use this a lot. And the way you are going to do it is, if you go to edit mode, so let's just go to edit mode and just select everything by A, and just do shift N. As soon as I do shift N, you immediately see something happened. And that way I actually flipped my normals. Okay. So this is my explanation of normals. And okay, let me just remove everything. So yeah, this one. So just select everything, shift N, and it is properly there. And I don't know what happened. What happened? Flip. What? Select Select A, shift N. What is happening? Why is it happening? Recalculate outside, set from faces. I don't know what happened suddenly, but yeah, you can. We just did it, right? I don't know why this is happening. So this is looking towards a different direction, some reason. I don't know what happened suddenly, but it is supposed to work on this. I don't know. Maybe this is it because I'm using it with a different model. I don't know. Um, it did a job, and earlier as well it was showing me, right? Why is it not showing me right now? I don't know. Maybe this is a bug. Let me just reopen my Blender. Just a second. Let me reopen my Blender. Maybe this will be fixed. Hey guys, I came back, and finally I fixed it. I don't know the problem, but yeah, I spent a good amount of time fixing it, and now it is fixed. So yeah, it happened some because of some bug. It just happened. So okay, great. Now we can move ahead with our. I was explaining to you sculpting, right? Let me geometry node. Yeah. Okay, sculpting. And before going to sculpting, actually, I only showed you about the normal, right? So I told you about normal, and let's actually take a look at these options. So if I select this vertex, okay, and as you can see, let's just say this one. If I hit extend on my this direction, you can see it is extending it, right? So understand that this object is currently in your 3D world, correct? And this 3D world is have some axis, and this axis is called as global axis. Global axis means global axis, and global axis means axis which is affecting globally, correct? So even this one, every object in my scene is currently affected with my global axis, but every object have its own axis, and it is also known as local axis here. Okay, so let's just say if I wanted to move this on my z, you can see I move this on my z, correct? But this is my global one. If I hit this local and if I hit G and Z, you can see the object, the Z axis of this object is on this plane. This is the Z for this object. So that is a local axis. If I hit Z twice, you can see I can do the same trick. I can perform the same operation, but I switched in the local axis. So for example, let's say this one. If I move this on Z, you can see this is moving on Z. But if I hit Z twice, it is still on that axis because we changed in the editing. And that's why it is performing the same operation. Let's just do with this. Yeah, okay. This is good example. Let me actually make a plane. So this is my plane. If I move it on Z, you can see it is moving on Z. If I move it on local, okay, local is also there. Maybe take a monkey and let's just do this. Yeah. So basically, that is a axis thing, but I wanted to show you. Let's say if I extrude this on Z, you can see it is extruding it on Z axis. But if I do extrusion twice, now this is global, but if I hit Z again, this is going towards a different direction, and that is my local axis of that particular face. And that particular face axis is also known as normal axis. Okay, I know it is confusing a little bit, but just understand that every face have its own axis is known as normal axis. Every axis of your particular object is known as your local axis, which means anything you modify locally, basically your local axis, and your original axis, which means your world axis, is known as global axis. Confusing a little bit, but it's okay. And there are other formats like gimbal axis, view, cursor, and parent axis. Uh, it is self-explanatory. For example, parent axis. So if this is parented towards other object, it will act from that axis, from parent. If this is from your cursor, which means currently my cursor is here, so it will act from according to this cursor. And then there is a view axis, which means the way I view this current object. Let's say from front view, it will act as a this is X and this is Z. So this will be my Y, because this is my view axis. Currently, there is no Z axis in this because this is only moving in X and Y direction. Yeah, this is my X, this is my Y, and this grid is basically my graph. So you can imagine like that. That's why it is moving in the direction. And if I even hit Z, you can see I'm hitting Z, but it is not doing anything. It is just snapping it there because it is a view axis. Gimbal axis, I don't know, I never used it, but gimbal do something as okay. Gimbal is basically like gimbal, not gimbal. Gimbal means it is like a self rotatory axis. I don't know how to name it, but yeah, there are types of axis. I know it can be confusing, but trust me, it is easy. I just can't explain you that well because generally I only use global, local, and normal, and sometimes maybe cursor axis. I don't know. I never used it. Yeah, I guess sometimes I use it, and we can create our own axis as well, depending what we are looking for. I don't use it. Yeah, I hope you understand something. But again, you will understand this properly when you will get hang of entire Blender, because you will see stuff in future, even from me, or maybe if you follow some YouTubers, that people use different methods in order to create certain things. So now let's actually understand this one. Wait. Apply, apply. Okay, let's understand actually a few things, and that few things is your transform pivot point. So let's say this is my vertex which I selected, and let's say if I wanted to move this, you can see I just moved it here. But this is acting from my origin. So the point and the origin. Let me just show you. This is my point, and this is my origin. Okay, this is origin. This is my point, and from this is getting influenced, which means this is my center of origin of my object, of my 3D object, and this is changing it, right? If I change my origin to, let's say here, set origin to geometry, right? Sorry, set origin to 3D. Okay. So let's just say if I wanted to bounding box center. So if I scale it, you can see I'm scaling it from that. If I scale this, you can see I'm scaling it from that. So it is uh, it is like a bounding box for this model. So this origin is the bounding box for that. And let's just maybe switch for both of this, switch to the 3D cursor. And obviously we saw this earlier, so I'm scaling it from 3D cursor, but without changing my origin of that particular object. So I can do that as well, right? Then let's take maybe individual origin. So individual origin is current origin is here for this object, and for here it is here and for this object. And if I scale it, you can see it is scaling from individual origin of both the objects. Okay. Median point is easy to understand. It takes average between these two object, and it decide that, hey, this is my origin point, right? So if I do this and if I scale, you can see it is scaling weirdly from the middle. And let's say that this say if I move it here, and if I scale it, you can see it is kind of taking average distance between these two object, and it is taking this as your middle point. Wow, that went very perfect. But yeah, that way you can do it. And active element, this is also very important because I do it. This is my current active element, which is represented by orange stroke. If I select both of this, you can see this is now changed to orangish, reddish orange. And if I just scale it, you can see it is taking the scale from my current active object, which is in this case my this object. So it is that options. Obviously, we saw the snapping feature, snapping stuff, but let me actually show you something. Let's just say if I wanted to add a origin here, and let's say if I wanted to add maybe a cone. Yeah, cone is good. So let me, is it local? No. Okay. So let's put that origin to that 3D cursor. Great. And if I move it again, okay. Let's imagine that I wanted to put this cone on this normal, on this face, but I want it to be oriented according to the normal of that face, which means basically doing this, right? Doing something like this. But obviously you can see I just did it with my hands manually. It is not perfect, correct? So the way I do it is with the help of my snapping feature and snap face. So if I put this, and you can see immediately, if I put it here, let me just do that. If I grab and control it, and is it control or is it shift? What is it doing? Alt G, selection to that. Okay, yeah. So basically, it is kind of snapping to that, and I don't know. Yeah, face project. So if I do that, why is it not working? I don't know why I have so many bugs today. Hmm. And rotation to torque. Oh, okay. Now it is working. I don't know why it was not working. So basically, what you do is you are snapping according to your face projection. So I wanted to project this, maybe let's just say eye. You can see it is oriented properly, and the face orientation is also helping. So the normal is working in according to the cone angle. So that's why it is projecting properly, you can see. And I can put this anywhere without any problem, and it will be properly aligned with that current face. So you can see it is properly aligned, so it is going in that direction. And if I can put it here, maybe, yeah. So that is my snapping tool. So again, I use that only to project this kind of object, or else I don't use it. Obviously, there are different types like vertex or edges. So we can snap according to, let's say, this is edges, I guess. This one is edge. Oh, yeah, this one is edge. So I can snap according to my edge, my vertex. So there are many things, but again, we I don't think anyone use it, but people use it according to their needs. So you can see it is mapping on the grid. So it is only important when you are doing some precise measurement, and if you are planning to make architectural things, then it is going to be a very very handy tool. Or else I don't think normally you need it. So it is that. This is a proportional editing. I will tell you. So if you go to editing mode, if I go to my vertex, as you can see, I just moved one vertex, and let's just say if I move it on Z, I have this kind of shape, right? But if I wanted to make it smooth, I will use proportional editing. And if I go to edit mode, and as you can see, it gave me a scroll wheel, like this big wheel. And if I just move it, I can just choose what I want to do here. So let me actually change my smoothness from here. So you can see we have a bunch of options. We can change the cursor mode. For example, if I do this, I'm choosing the vertex randomly, but let's just say maybe choose it with inverse square. Sorry, grab it on Z. Yeah, you can see I chose the vertex in a weird way. So again, there are methods. Generally, people use it only to make it smooth connected, or just remove the connected and just do the smooth version. So it is a proportional editing, and the shortcut is O. And I know why am I explaining you right now, because we need it in this sculpting section. We need that one. So I guess now I guess let's do sculpting. Then let's take a look at scripting. Okay, so I guess scripting will be easy if I tell you first, because then maybe it will be different portion. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's go with the scripting. Okay, and few things now, which before lighting, few things which I will explain you. remember that geometry nodes, scripting, sculpting, kitbashing, these four things actually, this is its own big topic. It is one of the biggest topic. So we have four section right now, which require a lot of time. So currently, I will explain you briefly in a short description. For example, scripting. I don't think you will need scripting other than solving your own problem. But if you are very serious, then you can maybe later create your own plugins. Sculpting is big. Kit bashing is big, but I will explain you in a short. So all these four, I will explain you briefly, and I will show you little things, and then maybe we can use our main modeling and then go to our lighting and shading, that stuff. So let's actually take a look in the scripting. Okay, so let's get started with scripting, and I'm not going to go in very detail in scripting section because it will be confusing at first. It is just that because I wanted to explain everything in Blender, that's why I'm doing this. So scripting is actually obviously, as its name says, it is a coding. So you just go to your scripting section here. Okay, so just go to your scripting, and you know what, let's actually create a new project file, and we don't need anything, just add maybe add Susan. Yeah, so now you go to scripting, make some room here actually. Let me delete this. Okay, great. So, what is scripting? First of all, understand that you don't need to be, you don't have to understand everything in scripting. Just for the basic stuff, I'm telling you that first of all, don't get overwhelmed yourself with the code you are about to see. Uh, Obviously, it is a basic code, but if you want, you can skip this portion as well. It is totally optional. Okay, so let's get started. Let's first create a new code. So first of all, understand that Blender is designed, which means Blender is coded inside Python. Python is a programming language, and Blender actually, they invented their own Python language variation, and they call it Blender Python. Okay, dot bpy, they call it Blender Python. So if I import bpy, say, so they actually created their own library, and that library is called as the bpy, Blender Python. I hope you can see it. Yeah, so what is going to happen basically is that we are going to create a bunch of shapes with the help of code, right? And that's basically it. And if you check this console here, okay, uh, you already saw this console. So whatever you perform here is going to actually give you the code, and this is actually your logs. Okay, and I will tell you now, if you go to info, so let's just say, let me actually join this one, and let me actually join this one. So you have cube here, and let's just say maybe let's add a cube, and if I move it here, and if I duplicate this, if I duplicate it bunch of time, and if I go to where is it? Yeah, window, system console. Yeah, obviously you will see this in console as well, but the easier way is to, yeah, okay, so that window is going to be here in this info panel. So basically what is happening is that whatever we create in our 3D workspace is getting stored in a backend, and that backend is actually your log files. So this information panel actually shows you everything. So let's just say, if I clear this, and if I select my monkey, if I do shift D on X axis, you will immediately see a code appearing here. Okay, so this operation we just did, right, is getting stored in our backend, and if we copy this code right here, and let's just say, if I put it here, And let me actually do this. If I delete this and if I just hit the play, it will actually create it. No, it doesn't work like that. I will tell you. It works like this. So if I add a cube and if I copy this and if I delete this, if I paste it here, but to run the BPY, I need to add BPY. Okay. And if I do this one, you can see basically it is mentioned that it is adding a mesh primitive, which is cube, and it is not in edit mode, which means it is enter edit mode, which means this is we are adding this into object mode, and this is aligned to our world. As I mentioned you various times that this is our world origin, so this is aligned to world and location 000, scale is 111. Okay, so it is that. And if I hit this run script, you can see immediately it did the same operation but with the help of code. Okay, and let's just actually move our let's actually let's actually move our cursor here. Okay, and if I add a cube here and if I copy this code and if I paste this code here, one thing you will notice immediately is that the world location is changed to -50, 1.7, minus 0.130 something. So in real time, Blender knows the location of that cursor and it stores that in its own memory. So it stores in the cache memory. So if you know what is cache, so cache is basically like a temporary memory which gets stored on your RAM. So let's just say if I hit the run script button here, you can see immediately my cube is spawned on that particular location. And if I take a look in my object property here, this one, you will see this actually resonates. This actually show you the same kind of location here, -50, just like this one. Okay, so again, I'm just not going to explain you in more depth, but why you need scripting, because when you are going to create if you are going to create your own plugins, let's say if you want to sell your plugin, and that in that manner you have to do some certain operations which can be done automatically in the sense which can be done with the help of code, right? For example, I wanted to spawn that particular cube on this location, so I can just put this line and it will happen. So you will need this only if you are about to go totally into go into the coding stuff, only if you want to sell the 3D the add-on, or if you are creating your own add-on with the, let's say there are many add-ons like real-time add-on, a real-time material add-on, or maybe other. So if you're creating material add-ons or geometry node add-on, any kind of add-ons or any kind of third party plugins where you need to do certain step which should be done in the first place, that's when you are going to use the scripting mode. Other than that, I don't think you are going to use it anyways. uh, so scripting is only that. Obviously Python scripting, as I mentioned, BPY, creating 3D models with code I just showed you, and creating plugins using Python. So obviously, to go into creating plugin, you need to have good knowledge of coding, which means the Python coding specifically. And additionally, you have to understand the creative aspect as well, because you are not only creating a plugin, you are actually creating it so you can save time or you can do stuff. So let's just say if I go to Blender Market, there is one particular plugin which actually lets you create your own plugin without coding. So it is, I guess, Serpent. Yeah, Serpent. So Which one? Serpent. Not the model. This is actually add-on. So search it. No? Copy. If you go to, I don't know why. Where is it? Add-on search. So there is actually a coding add-on. Yeah, this one. Oh, my mistake. Serpent 3. It was there. Yeah. So basically, if you go full mode into, if you get serious and now you wanted to, create your own add-ons, you can do it, and you can see people actually buy it. Sells. It shows you sales, all that stuff. So again, it is a completely optional thing. Scripting is not necessary for you to understand. That's why I said if you can skip it. And obviously, I'm not going into more detail. Obviously, I know how coding works, how Python works. I know programming, but for your own understanding, I'm not going into much more detail. That's why I said, okay, let's just figure. Let's just explain this in brief way, and that way we can just go ahead. So let's start with sculpting. Sculpting is a little bit complex, but not that complex. So let's go to open, resend, and then modeling, and let's go to layout. And this is my model which I wanted to do the sculpting. Okay, so now let's go to now switch to sculpting mode. And as soon as you switch it, you will see that something happened, and that something is basically your layout just changed, and everything looks stupid, and your cursor as well just changed. So let me actually select my statue. Where is my statue? This one. Okay, so first of all, you have to let me okay first of all, let's just do this. And why is it not? If I go to sculpting, okay. Oh, okay. So if you go to sculpting mode, and if you select your 3D model, you have to do certain things. Okay, you have to understand certain things, that sculpting is basically just like a real world sculpting. You do bunch of things like you break some surface, you add some surface, you tweak the smoothness, you tweak the hardness of that. So you for if you're serious about sculpting, the one thing I will suggest you is that you need to have a uh, tablet. Okay, so tablet, any tablet will work. But if you have a tablet for sculpting, let's just search for it actually. Okay, so yeah, I have seen people use this kind of mechanism like tablet and a pen, and this is very accurate actually. This is how people create their sculpting. They can create shapes, different characters. Mostly sculpting is used in your character creation process, and it is very amazing thing if you are very serious about this. I'm going to tell you very basics, that you have a left side toolbar here. Again, you can hide or show any toolbar with the help of T key. T, yeah, T. Okay, and you have to choose the paint option, and obviously you will have bunch of brush at the bottom. And this is actually very new update. Earlier it was not there. So let me just actually increase this so you can see properly. So we have different brushes. So we are actually going to paint with the help of this kind of brushes. So let's just pick soft brush, and if I do this, Yeah, you can see I'm actually painting on my 3D object, and if you want to see what it is doing, basically it is just performing certain kind of operation, and I immediately notice because of that. I guess it break the geometry. So again, this is a step where you have to spend some time to understand it. I will actually just show you very basics. In the later version, this got changed, but you can see if I just do this, it is immediately changing my model, and I guess it is happening because I have modifier applied, and if I go to isolation, yeah, now it will be very clear for me to just do it, and let's just yeah, you can immediately see it is changing the surface of that model, and there are many brush to experiment. Most probably you are going to use only smooth brush, then there is a draw brush. So you're just going to use the basic brush, which is going to let you do basic stuff like this. But if you're very serious about this, obviously you have to spend more time on this, and that way you will learn this, and you will be able to master this sculpting thing. I'm going to do very basic kind of things. Let's maybe add. Yeah, I don't know. Can't I can't make it properly. I can't sculpt properly because I don't use it. I don't use sculpting that much because I don't have to use this. I do mostly kit bashing, and I'm not good at creating a character modeling because it is just a habit, and it is just a preference that what you want to do, because blender is so big that you can do bunch of things. You don't have to stick with a particular thing. I have seen people use blender for sculpting. Most probably people use different software like ZBrush is there, which is a very professional sculpting software, and people use it for a bunch of things. So again, sculpting is something which requires very big video, and I don't think I'm the right person to explain you about sculpting, because it is very vast topic and very complex topic, and obviously, as I said, I don't have that tablet, so I don't have that type of condition where I can actually draw and create a 3D model. So it requires time and it requires patience, and I don't have that much patience. But obviously there are other tutorials where they teach you in very easy way, where you can just create a basic shape, and out of that basic shape you can actually create a high poly version. So uh, yeah, that is the only thing which I wanted to talk about here, because sculpting is just next level. And again, as I even mentioned in my PPT, adding intrinsic detail with patience. So it is a job where you need a lots of patience. You need to understand each and every brush, what it does, and what kind of operation you are looking for. uh, Mostly, even if I use sculpting, I don't use more than two brush, or I don't do much more operation. So let's actually create a Susan, and just for your understanding, let me actually add a subdivision. Okay, so I have this here, and if I switch to my sculpt mode, and obviously you can switch the mode from here as well. If I switch it directly sculpting, and if I choose my basic paint with, let's just say, draw brush, yeah, this one, no, this is very crazy. Yeah, so let's just say if I wanted to create this nose as like a flat nose, I can just you know make this inside. So again, this is something which you need like lots of geometry as well as lots of patience. And many people actually do crazy stuff, like they actually create the characters, the faces. Uh, face. I have seen people doing it. So as you can see, this is very beautiful. This is very amazing job, and I guess they spend like a lot of time, and it requires good time, to be very honest. You cannot do it in 1 hour or 2 hours. You have to spend good enough time, and you can see it also contains lots of vertex. So it does require some some dense modeling stuff. It is very high poly stuff, and then obviously you can sell those 3D models. And there are tools. Let's just say there is this one tool, face builder tool, and keen tools, which keen tools face builder, where you can actually create any shape, any face inside your blender. And I guess it is paid. Yeah, keen tools is a paid, I guess. I don't know, I never used it, but I used the free version earlier. I guess now it is paid. So again, it is totally different topic if we go in detail, because it does require a lot of time. It does require a lot of patience to model everything from scratch. And I have seen people creating bunch of crazy things with the help of with the help of sculpting mode. You can even see people just build like faces with the sunglasses. It is just crazy to think like this. Uh, you, you will find a bunch of options here. And again, if you go to SKETCHFAB, mostly you are going to download assets from SKETCHFAB. So I don't think you are going to do this sculpting. So even if I search, maybe, I don't know, maybe Elon Musk, I don't know. So yeah, you can see people created this kind of Elon Musk 3D model. And maybe few of those used face builder, or maybe some basic sculpting. Because of the basic sculpting, you can just create faces, you can create bunch of monster. Again, sculpting is something which where people spend time to create mostly characters which are either like a fictional character like this monster, or any kind of snake or dragon or something. So obviously it is very big topic. I recommend you actually just let me know in the comments if you want to watch the videos. Maybe I will make it, but again, I'm just not good at sculpting. And yeah, that is the basic stuff. And if I go to my PPT, okay, I explained scripting, sculpting. Okay, great. Now the important part, because this will be very important. Okay, so let me actually go to my statue. Okay, now the very important part here. What is kitbashing? So basically, kitbashing means creating your own 3D assets and putting it in a collection. Okay, so what I mean by that is, let's say if I search for sci-fi kitbash, okay, this collection contains bunch of sci-fi 3D models which I can reuse. Okay, so kitbashing means actually creating your own 3D object library, and you can use it in any of your projects. Okay, I will actually open my older Blender version and I will actually show you what I mean by that. Okay, so if I go to my asset layout and if I just increase this, maybe, yeah, maybe let's just do this. So let's just say if I wanted to create a robot. Okay, now to creating a robot, I need some basic shapes, correct? And I'm not going to create those basic shapes from scratch every single time, right? Because it will be very difficult for me to just create every single time, because it will just consume my lot of time. And also, it is very stupid to create everything from scratch every single time, right? For example, let's say this shape. If you take a look at this shape, you will immediately see that this is not a easy shape to build. Okay, and if I wanted to create this shape, what I will do, I will, maybe I will do a circle, then I can just fill this circle and then extrude this on Z, and then maybe insert this and then grab it on Z a little bit, and then I guess extrude this again. Then I guess it is a different section, right? So extrude and scale it again, and then extrude again, and then extrude. So you get the point. So basically it will be very very time consuming job to create this shape again, this one. And that's why we use something called as kitbashing. So kitbashing is very effective, and depends on the kind of work you are doing. So again, you need to have a bunch of kit bashing assets with you, and the best way actually to find it is obviously, as I mentioned, SKETCHFAB is good, where you can just search for any 3D collection. I personally use something called as Fab. So Fab is Unreal Engine Marketplace. Sketchfab and Fab is actually owned by same company. It is a same thing, and they just renamed it because Fab is more focused towards Unreal Engine and Unity assets. And I will tell you the reason behind that. Basically, Unreal Engine and Unity is a game engine, right? And in game engine, you just have to create the game levels or maybe cinematic cut scenes where you need the data, where you need the kits, actual kits, right? You're not going to model it from scratch. So Fab is more like a marketplace where you can only buy the game assets. Obviously Sketchfab is also a game asset marketplace, but when you download this, you will use this in Blender or any 3D modeling software. You can modify this, but if you download from Fab, there is not much freedom for modification, because obviously it is a game asset and you are using it directly. So uh, this is a very good platform, but you need to have understanding the about the game engine. And even if you click on any pack, you will immediately see they have a bunch of assets, and they actually mentioned it in before downloading this. But you have to purchase this. As you can see, we have a bunch of assets here. So this is what we call as kit bashing, and you will see there are 139 models for this particular asset pack, and this comes up with pre-baked materials and pre-baked UVs, all that stuff. uh, like few days ago, actually, I uploaded a video on my YouTube as well about the baking. So if I go to my YouTube, yeah, this one, 10 levels of shading. So I mentioned what is baking and what is the actual UV unwrapping, all that stuff. Obviously we are going to take a look at shading just in some time, after some time, but just understand that game assets has been created with the help of your 3D modeling software, in this case our Blender. And obviously people use different software, like maybe someone who created inside Cinema 4D or 3ds Max or Maya, so they can create their own asset library and they can sell it. So kit bashing is that. And again, there's nothing more I can explain you. It is very simple. So just download a few free kit bashing stuff. Let's say if you want to create a sci-fi city, you can just download a kit bashing your assets, and then you can just assemble it in such a way that it should look good. So kit bashing, again, if you search on Google, you will get bunch of videos. And let's actually do kit bashing Blender. I recommend you watch few videos. There are amazing videos out there. And again, if you want me to do it, then I will do it. It's okay. It is just that I don't want to spend time explaining you how you can kit bash. It is just very crazy, and it is completely, just time consuming, because there is a lot to explain. And yeah, there are platforms. Even there is this platform, actually, Kitbash 3D. So if you search for Kitbash 3D, it is a platform where you can specifically download the kit bashing modules, like a very big projects, where, and this, I guess, this is cost a lot, but also it contains a very big library of so many models and so many materials. As you can see, there are so many pre-made materials, sorry, so many pre-made 3D models with high quality materials, and it is completely reusable, so you can use this as much as you can in your 3D workflow. And yeah, and obviously there are different types of kit bashing, like as I said, this is a sci-fi kit. You can even search for maybe vintage kind of stuff. You can see it is future slum outpost. So there are types of this kit bashing assets. And yeah, it is basically that is the whole thing inside kit bashing. Let's actually, okay. Now, this is very important why I chose lighting here. So let's start with lighting. So let's just start with lighting. Let me check. Okay. I guess before going to lighting, let's actually finalize our modeling. So I know I got very excited explaining you everything, and I forgot to model the actual thing. So let me just do that. Actually, let's model, and now you will see me, you know, see me doing lots of things, and you will know how I actually do stuff, how fast I can model easily. So let me actually hide a bunch of things. Yeah, I guess this is good. And I don't need statistics, so let's hide it. And let's actually start with our modeling stuff. And let me actually delete bunch of things. So I don't need that. I don't need this. I don't even think I need the pillars, but let's keep the pillars right now. Uh, Okay, let's do one thing. I don't even need pillars, so let me just do this. The only reason I'm doing this is because I need to do the thing. So this is my pillar. This is my base of pillar. Let me get out of this base pillar. So the way I'm going to create this kind of shape is actually very simple. That let me just see it properly. So what I'm going to do, I'm just extruding this particular vertex. Then I'm going to do this kind of thing. So this is why I wanted to explain you everything earlier, because I know that if I wanted to do the modeling, I can just easily do it in like literally, 40-50 minutes. But I wanted to explain you the way I do things. And that's why, I was very I was very concerned about the stuff, because I know that if I just start to do the modeling, you will not understand. So I wanted to explain you the basics, right? And that is a one thing. So And we are pretty much done with the modeling stuff. And again, if you want to understand properly, I wish I wish you could have paid more attention to what I explained you earlier. And that's why I don't want you to skip any portion actually. Obviously, you can skip maybe few optional things like scripting and sculpting and all that stuff. But most of the stuff which I explained you is this, which I just did. So I just finalized this modeling and I'm happy with this. So now it's time to go towards our lighting. Okay. And the only reason I wanted to explain lighting you before shading and material, because shading is going to be very important, and it is going to affect the way we are going to create the lighting. So if we do shading earlier and then we are doing the lighting, it will just mess up our final render. So for that purpose, obviously these two methods, actually shading and lighting, goes together rather than going it separately. But I'm just going to explain you. So let's start with lighting, and let's start with very first thing is that the way you're going to see the lights is first you need to switch your viewport rendering to your rendering view, this one. Okay, so you can do that. So currently it is inside EV. uh, I'm going to explain EV and cycles in more detail in inside rendering portion. But for this purpose, actually for this current thing, I'm going to explain you right now, because it is essential for you to understand what is render engine. So basically, render engine means the way we are going to render this current scene, right? And there are two methods we are going to render. The one is with render engine EV, and one is with cycles, this one. Okay, so what is the difference between both of this? So cycles and EV, and obviously there is a workbench as well. So workbench, I don't think people use it for a final rendering, but EV is basically, I will tell you, EV is very basic level rendering, which means more like your material preview. So the way you are going to see your material preview, it will exactly render like that, and it's not that realistic. So it is not exactly photorealistic. So understand what is photorealistic. Photorealistic means a real world object. So just imagine you have something which looks very metallic, and it should look metallic in your 3D works, in your 3D viewport as well. So if you made, let's just say, if I make a plane, okay, and if I just change my shading. So if I just add a red color metal. So currently this is your metal, right? And you can see it is reflecting. So you have to understand that this red color metal should look exactly like a real world object, and that is the entire thing when you're about to do the 3D modeling and all that stuff. Because the entire purpose of 3D modeling and all is to match, to make it look like real world object. But in reality it is not a real world object. We are faking it, right? That's why it is called as computer generated imaginary, which means CGI, correct? So we create a illusion of certain objects, certain 3D objects, and we show it like it is a real world object or a real world person or a character. So if I go to maybe SKETCHFAB, and if I show you a monster, right? So you already know that this kind of monsters, it does not exist in real world. For example, this one. Now obviously I know that this current monster does not exist in real world, but I am showing it in such a way that I wanted to create that illusion of reality, and that is what we called as photorealism. So we need to create material which looks very photorealistic, and it should actually resonate the real world object, which means creating that illusion basically. And the way we are going to do it is with the help of lighting your and your shading. So that's why we need to understand this two modules in very important. It is very important, and you have to understand both of this module properly. So this is our material preview, which is going to render in our ev, and this is not that realistic, right, as I mentioned. But if I switched this to my cycles preview, it is going to give me very realistic results. And before actually switching my workspace, I don't want to take any risk, because I know this will cause a lot of problem if I directly switch. So let me first do some settings, and I will obviously explain you everything. But for now, before switching you to that, let me just do this quickly. Light paths, fast global. There's no. Okay, great. I guess I'm done now. So now, if I switch to my cycles, and as you can see, it actually started to give a very realistic result. Okay, and cycles is actually something which people use if they are going for a very photorealistic and actual a real world look. That's why cycles is used, and ev is used for a very sloppy kind of render. But again, it also helps. So for example, if I just do this, you can see the difference between shadows. So if you can see the shadows here are a little bit janky, but if I switch to cycles, it gives me more realistic shadows, and with proper smoothness. And that's how we basically use the rendering engines. And obviously we are going to take a look how rendering works. So before that rendering, we need to do shading and lighting. So let's look the lighting. So okay. So this is my current preview, and you can just create another collection inside your main, and just rename is at lights. And obviously, if we want, we can create multiple lights. But you can see in our reference, I guess it is only one sunlight, and this sun is actually coming from somewhere here. I don't know. So let's just do that one. So if I add a light and sunlight, and I know I'll just explain you in a bit about the lighting types and all that stuff. And let me actually rotate this. And actually, this is kind of step which obviously I do at the very beginning, actually, because I like to I like to first understand the composition, then I like to do the lighting, so that way it looks very realistic and good. So you know what? Let's just for now let's just keep it maybe like this. Maybe I don't know. Yeah. So the light I just added is basically a sunlight, and we have to explain the different lights. Okay. So this is a sunlight. So sunlight actually explain itself. This works as a sun in your current scene, right? And let me add actually a point light. So point light is basically like a singular point in your 3D space, and it is going to light up the scene from that current point. So as you can see, as I move this, it is lighting the surroundings according to the intensity. And let's say if I wanted to only light this particular statue, right? So the way I'm going to do it is, let's say if I keep it like this, right? And if I just uh, increase the intensity, so the light setting, you will see it here. Okay, so let's just say if I increase the power, maybe I don't know, 500. Yeah, you can see, it instantly gave me a very intense light. And this is very good if we wanted to create like a, night look, like a night style look, like a scary night visuals. And obviously we are going to create multiple render with multiple lighting condition. So I will explain you that what I mean by that, and we need a bunch of reference to create that kind of lighting setup. But don't worry, it is easy. So lighting, that's why I wanted to explain it, because lighting is important but it is easy to understand. And that is the thing. So this is my point light, and obviously you already saw me doing the sunlight. And we can switch the lights from here itself directly. You can see, if you go in this light setting, you will see this kind of options. So let's now select our spotlight, and as it explained, it is like a spotlight, in your 3D workspace. So imagine, let's say, like this, and this is focusing towards that. And if I increase my power, let's say, I don't know, 1500, yeah, you can see it is kind of giving that illusion that it is focused in that particular light area. And obviously if you want to visualize it properly, you can now see it, and we can change the smoothness. Yeah, we can change the angle. So there are different settings for different lights, and we can see the blend, and this looks very real. So just imagine if this is like a museum or something, and this looks very good. Then we have area light. So area light is actually around same as your point light, but in point, actually it just illuminates from that particular point. Area light is actually going to surround your entire 360-degree area according to your point. So it is almost similar, but it works a little differently. As you can see, it gives us very amazing result. And this is very good if you want to highlight or showcase a particular section of your 3D space, in your 3D object, in your 3D world. And obviously we are going to take look how we can use it in different case. Most of the times we are going to use our main sunlight and then area or point light, if we want to highlight something. Let's just say, maybe if I do spotlight, and if I just do this, or maybe point light, I don't know. Yeah, and let me just reduce my, and let's say, yeah, this one. Mhm. So now you can see it is kind of illuminating from only one side. So we can use this as maybe our rim light, right? And I will tell you what is rim light. So before doing that rim light, let me first add a emission light, and that is our last kind of light. And then I will explain you what is rim light. So emission light is basically, it is going to emit light from the material, from the current object. For what I mean by that is, basically, if I take this, right, and if I just increase, maybe, I don't know, 50, yeah. So what is basically happening right now is, our current plane object, right? That plane object is going to illuminate, and it is giving us around similar result like our area light, but it is with more kind of emission, like more kind of capacity. And again, this is useful in different cases. I don't use that much emission light, but emission light is basically more specific towards a certain cases. For example, if I wanted to make my statue, and if I take this statue, and if I wanted to make the eyes glow. So if I just select my eye here, and if I go to my material, and if I assign it, Actually, let me just do this animation, right? So if I just assign this, so you can see basically I can make that particular section of my material, my 3D object glow. So I can just choose particular face and then I can make it like a emission material. So again, it is very specific use. Emission light is only used in that kind of way, or else I don't think people use it that much. Obviously they use it, but only to glow a particular portion of your 3D model, of your 3D environment. And we will take a look in shading how we can do that, how we can maybe we can make this glow, this tiger eyes glow, maybe. Yeah, we can do that. So maybe we can do this kind of stuff. We can make that eyes glow, and that way it looks very cool, right? So that is a types of our lighting, and there is one remaining, actually 3 point lighting. So as I mentioned you about rim light. So what is rim light? So basically there is like a 3 point light structure, which means there is like a way we show and we show some sort of objects. For example, if I wanted to do product visualization, right? So if this statue is in the middle and this is my product, basically, correct? So I wanted to show this in a very professional manner. So I don't use only one single light, correct? Because I wanted this edge to get highlighted. Then I also wanted maybe the face to look very glowy, right? I also wanted to make sure that this statue is in the middle of focus all the time. So maybe I can add a point light. So again, there are ways to add this. And one of the ways I wanted to show you is actually if you go to edit preference and if you search for, is it in the add-on? No, I guess it is in the themes. Yeah. So we have something called as try lighting. Okay. And let me actually show you this one. Okay, so this is called as try lighting, or 3 point lights. Let's add this, and let's even add quick studio lights. Uh, they actually added this option from add-ons to extension. So yeah, I don't know why they did it, but so yeah, we have quick studio lights and that light. And let me actually show you. And if I right click and if I do light, we have a 3 point light. Lights couldn't be placed because there is no active camera in the scene. Okay, okay. So let's just take a temporary camera. We are not going to make it final anyway. So maybe this is the one, and let's actually change the resolution. Okay, so let's actually add our 3 point light, and as soon as I do that, you can immediately see we have certain kind of three lights. Okay, and you can see what it is doing basically. And let me actually show you one by one. So this is my backlight, right? And as you can see, it is actually uh, producing light from the right upper right backwards position. If there is a fill light, which means it is going to be our main light, and it is going to make that statue keep that statue in the focus. And then we have a key light. So basically it is like highlighting some portion of our statue. So this is kind of a thing I was explaining you earlier. So while doing product visualization or some certain close-up shots, we can use a 3 point light method. And obviously there is a rim light. So rim light is basically just like a backlight. So it is going to highlight a particular section of the backside, and it is known as rim. So you can see this is kind of a rim, like an edge of our but 3D model. So that is called as a rim lighting. So again, 3 point lighting is used for that. And I guess we also have the studio light we added. No, where is this studio light? I just enabled it. Quick studio lighting. Oh, I guess it is the HDR. I don't know. But yeah, the point is that that's why lighting is very important. Uh, Let me check actually light probes. Okay. So I just explained you about the rendering stuff, right? We use EV or cycles, and workbench is actually, I don't know, people use it for just visualization purpose. If they wanted to create maybe show reels or anything, so you will immediately note that this is actually giving us exactly this option right here in this Madcap Studio option. So again, a workbench is basically just like if you wanted to create visualization or a product demo where you wanted to send this to your client or something, and then you can just render out your normal camera or your in your particular color area. You can just share the metallic area. I don't know. So the way you use it is just very simple. You just you just select workbench and you render out whatever the way you wanted to show it, and you can even create your own show reels with the help of this rendering method. Yeah, that is the workbench. And I was explaining you about EV and cycles. Yeah. So as I explained you that this is my material preview. When we switch to our EV mode, our this mode, what exactly happening is that we have some kind of lighting setup in our 3D workspace, correct? And EV, because it is not realistic, it is very fast and easy for it is like work. It will just work out, but it will not be realistic. And to make your EV rendering much more faster, we use light probe. Okay, light probe is something which is going to make that realistic stuff happen. And the way we are going to do it is basically we are going to add some kind of surrounding, like some kind of we are going to add some kind of a boundary around our 3D particular 3D object where we want to make that light focus happen. So when we create that boundary, what is going to happen? It is going to bake the lighting. And what I mean by light baking is basically it is going to calculate mathematically from this certain point to wherever there is this object. So for example, there is this one object inside this sphere, inside this surrounding, and then there is second object this. It is going to calculate the actual light bounces and actual shadow and all that kind of mathematical stuff, and it will give us a very realistic results. And that is a light probe. And obviously it is in the three format, so I can even add maybe the shapes. We have different shapes for light probe. If we can create that spherical boundary, or maybe we can create a planar boundary, and you can see it here. It just give us a different result. And we can have a different option. We can even change this option, how much we want and how big or how intense we want it. And that way we are going to bake the lighting. And this is used when you don't want many detail, but you want some detail in your 3D workspace. And in that case, people tend to render inside EV rather than cycles, because cycles is very costly. And what I mean by costly is that this will always give you realistic result. Okay, and because it always gives you realistic results, it is very hard for your system, your computer system, to calculate that amount of light bounces and all that stuff. So because of that, people tend to use EV rather than cycles. But EV is not realistic, and to make EV realistic, we have to use light probe. Okay, for now just understand that obviously there are settings like ray tracing and fast gi improvements, and we do lots of things like you can see it here: light probe, screen tracing, all that stuff. We can improve the shadows and all that stuff. But again, it is a little complex, but you will get hang of it. So for now, let's just add only one sunlight because we need it. So I guess this looks good because I'm going to add camera like here, maybe. I don't know, yeah. But I guess this looks much better. And obviously we can improve the lighting uh, because we are also going to add the HDRI, right? So I will tell you something about HDRI. So if we go to shading mode in our shading space, did I mentioned it here? Okay. So if I go to my shading mode and if I just disable my current sunlight, okay, let me just disable it. Okay. So you can see we have this scene and we don't have any light, correct? And if I just switch my shading mode, this is my shader editor, and if you switch this to from object to world, you can see if you go to shader editor, then you will have object, then switch to world. Okay, you can see we have option here to change our background, correct? And what is basically happening is that this is our default mode. Let's just say background. So this is our default mode, and as you can see, it is illuminating white color. But let's say I don't want that. I want a particular environment. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a environment texture, right? And what is environment texture is basically our HDRI. And I will share with you what is HDRI. HDRI is a high definition resolution imaginary. Okay, I know it sounds very fancy, but basically it is a 3D environment, like a 3D world of a particular place, right? So you can see this is our studio 3D environment, and they create this kind of a very big image, and we use this image as our HDRI, means our environment of our particular scene. So for in this case, let's just say maybe I don't know, outdoors, and let's look for uh, which one, urban, yeah, maybe, and let's actually find a good one. Mm, maybe let's take this one, yeah. And if I just download this, and don't worry, I will explain you. Don't get overwhelmed. It is just for showcase. Let me just show you, and I will explain you. Just wait. And if I go to my that, and if I just did it, right, I just downloaded that. Okay, so we have a EXR somewhere, yeah, this one. And if I open it, you will see something happened. Okay, and you can see my 3D space is actually is in that environment. So HDRI is a way where you take a image and it lets us fit our 3D work, lets our 3D objects to fit in a particular environment. So currently you can see this is placed in this kind of sea, like this kind of a environment where there is building and then there is a sea where the sunset is happening. And if I go to my front mode, and let's say if I wanted to rotate the environment, so the way I'm going to do it is with the help of node wrangler. Where is node wrangler? And let me just enable it. And you can see as I rotate my environment, it is going to rotate the lighting, correct? So it is actually rotating the whole environment around my 3D object, and that way the lighting is getting changed. Okay. So just for now, understand that HDRI is also a light, like a kind of light, but we use it, according to our need. Most of the times, people use it to create certain type of environment. As you saw in the Polyhaven, we have bunch of environment. Majorly there are two kind of lighting, one is indoor and one is outdoor, correct? And in outdoor there are many categories, like like sky, or maybe sunset, sunrise, and you can go in jungle or maybe in city, anywhere, right? And in indoor setting, indoor is totally different. Indoor actually have bunch of options, like a factory or a house, or your living room or your studio. So these are a few things which you have to understand, that lighting is totally rely on the kind of look you are looking for, like the way you wanted to make your render show to the world. So for example, if you're making a product visualization, you can use indoor lighting, right? Because the product is going to be placed inside your indoor lighting. So let me actually show you product visualization, and if I just search for it, you can see this current bottle is placed on some sort of platform, and you are showing it. So in this kind of thing, we can use indoor lighting, correct? And if you wanted to show the outdoor lighting, you know just like our reference, so you can see we have this different references here. And it is outdoors. So again, your lighting is something which, that's why I wanted to explain you in very detail, where you understand that our lighting is depend on the look we are looking for, the look we wanted. What am I even saying? So okay, so we have one basic light. And where is it actually? Did I just do something here? I did not enable that. Okay. And let me actually do this. Okay, great. So we have a very basic light here, and it's okay. We are going to change it. And this is the kind of thing which you have to understand, that the stuff we are going to create, right? Even if it is a modeling, or if it is a lighting, texturing, we have to understand few things, and we have to work according to that. We cannot just apply in the first go. Like, it is not going to happen that you added a light and it looks very amazing in the first place. No, we have to tweak the settings, we have to change it a little bit, and that way we can get the closest result we want, the most realistic result we want. So this is our main lighting stuff. AI, ambient occlusion, bloom, screen space, reflection, volumetric lights, and shadows. Okay. So as I explained, your rendering engine matters a lot here. So let's just say we have a EV rendering, correct? So understand that lights are, how lights work basically is that, let's say if I take a plane, I added this plane here. Okay. So understand what is currently happening. So the light is coming from that direction, correct? And it is reflecting the light. And this is our 3D surface, correct? This is our 3D surface. So this 3D surface have its own different characteristics, correct? This will reflect the light according to the color of this surface. Then, according to the angle we are placing this in our 3D world. For example, if I just rotate this like this, maybe like this, yeah, you can see this current this current thing is not reflecting light that much here, uh, because this light is hitting there, and after hitting there it is reflecting here. It is not directly, it doesn't have any lights in this particular section. So if I disable this, you will understand. And let me actually clear my this, yeah, and you'll understand now. So uh, it will be more darker, correct? But because we have a wall here which is reflecting, and let me actually hide this wall, and you will see immediately that something happened. So better thing is maybe if I just put it closer, and you can see this one, yeah. Okay, and now you can see something here. So it is getting, attached there. It is kind of merging with this wall. And what is exactly happening is that it is creating some sort of shadow crease here. Okay, and what I mean by that is basically it is going to create that contact shadow, uh, and that contact shadow is actually known as ambient occlusion. Ambient occlusion means your edges is going to be creating some sort of shadows in their creases. Like, for example, if I show you this one, not this one actually, maybe let's take, yeah, this one, this maybe. Okay, so I don't think that's that complex. So let me actually show you a complex model. Maybe let's take a monkey, and you will see Susan a lot here actually because it's very good 3D model, and it creates lots of good examples. So okay, so if I add a small thing, right, this one, okay, great, and this one. Let me just do this one and this. Okay, great. So if I disable the light, you can see it is still creating this shadows, right? So even if there is no light in my scene, if I just turn everything black, you will see obviously it will turn black. But we have some sort of light in our scene, and that's why it is creating that contact shadows. So Blender knows that it is this two objects are different, and when they place together it will create that kind of shadow, and even you can see it here. And this is what I mean by that ambient occlusion. So it is going to create that occlusion around that particular shape, and you will also see it here, you will also see it here. So it is kind of a shadow method which Blender automatically do. And why do it? Because obviously because the this is not a actual photorealistic shadow method. Ambient occlusion is very different, very complex, so it will always create realistic shadows, and it will try to create it will try to calculate it every single time. So let's just imagine if these two objects are actually like this, like a one object, it will create a perfect real world shadow around that creases, or around this one. Okay, but again, this is only going to happen in cycles. But for ev, it is not perfect. As you can see immediately the difference between the shadow, this is real shadow, and this is fake shadow. So it is called as ambient occlusion. And earlier version, actually they had this option, they had this option of ambient occlusion, and we can change the setting. And now they switch to this global illumination and ambient occlusion. So they are giving us Blender giving us two different options. If we wanted to make it look realistic, we can make it look realistic with help of ambient occlusion if we choose it. And if we just choose the global illumination, we can tweak that setting and we can change that. In earlier version there was different option, and I guess that's why I mentioned it here. Bloom as well, I don't think we have bloom in this version, yeah. So bloom is also removed from later versions of Blender, and it's okay. I don't think you have to know that if they don't have this option anymore. uh, screen space reflection, as I just mentioned, that this one object and this is your second object. This is, if the light hits here, this is going to reflect there. If light hits here, it is going to reflect here. And this is known as screen space reflection. And I guess we have it, if I'm not wrong. Screen trace. Oh, okay. So they actually changed this to screen space to screen tracing, and we can change the settings from here again. These are some advanced stuff. Ray tracing is very complex to understand, and it mostly used in the game engine. But also Blender added this, so it is good. So screen space reflection is that. Volumetric lights is basically, I'll show you. Volumetric lights will work in my cycles only. So let's just say if I do this, and shading, if I can add a volume, actually principal volume, and if I just do that, not this, to do that, 0.1, maybe 0.2. Okay. So volume lights is basically like your cinematic lights. So I will tell you what I mean by that. Volumet Volumetric lights. Okay. So you have seen you have seen this kind of images or renders. So this is what we called as volumetric lights. So it gives us ability to create light streaks and kind of a hazy fog around your scene. And this is your, light, like heavy light fog. And it is created with very amazing method. You can see it here, volumetric light. So current light, you can just project it like this, but if you add that volumetric, it will give you that light rays. So volumetric light is also a very good way to show in a cinematic way, and I guess we have it in our reference, if I'm not wrong. If I go to my reference, is it, let me mention. Okay, here. So you can see it in our reference. I guess is there any volumetric lights? No, I don't think so. But we will add it. Don't worry. We are going to add the volumetric lights, and it is that basically. It is, nothing to explain there. Shadows, as I said, you shadows is also very important. So if I go to this, okay, and wait, and yeah, and let's select this one. Where is Susan? Why is Susan is hidden? I don't know. Okay, so let's just take this, and as I said you that there is a shadow setting. So there are few things in the lighting which you have to consider. That lighting is made up of, your ray bounces, your fog, your scene around your scene, and then there is a shadows. So shadows is something which is important, because we need to make sure that we match the real world shadows. And in, I guess, in later version, Blender removed it. We cannot do much in the shadows. But I guess earlier version they had the option of changing some shadow settings. And yeah, you can check this, that we can change the shadow caustic cast shadow. We can change the maximum bounces, and obviously it is hidden. These options are very hidden inside your workspace. So I will explain you little bit afterwards, because we need to understand the basics of your material and your UV unwrapping, all that stuff. So because of that, I was explaining you briefly. So let me actually. Okay, so I guess it is time we should switch to shading and material. So let's start with shading and material. you will have something like this in your shading preview. We are going to use materials from either a Blender kit or your SKETCHFAB. If you go to here, you can see we can switch to material. This is your scene. This is your HDRI. This is something. This is node setup. This is your model. So as soon as you download the material, you can immediately see the problem here. This is not a seamless material, and if you want to know exactly what is seamless material, what is not, if you go to my YouTube, you will immediately see I actually made a video about shading. I suggest you watch that, and I explained what is seamless, what is not. But for now, let's just fix this one actually. So let me actually explain what I'm exactly doing, and let me just remove it. So go to your Blender kit and search for appropriate material. So let me actually search for procedural rock, and we need procedural material because we need to have that control over our surface. And I don't want to use the texture based material. Again, we can use it, but let's just check if we can. Yeah, maybe this one, procedural rock one, and just drag it and download it. It will get downloaded. Let me actually scale it. This is also one step which is like a trial and error. You have to look for what works for you, what does not works for you. And maybe you know what, let's start with our pillar material, because I feel like that will work properly. Sometimes this will happen, so you have to make sure that your UVs are proper. And if you don't know what is UVs, go to go to my video here, and I explained you in detail there. But I will basically just explain you very shortly that some material is going to show you the kind of material they are made up of, which means, let's say, if this pillar is made up of rock, then we are going to add a rock material, and we can create from scratch or either just download from online asset library, just what we are currently doing right now. So let me actually just download and wrap it up. So this is also a kind of step where you have to spend a little bit of time understanding everything, that what kind of material you want, and the look you are going for, and that way you will have a perfect result. The way you wanted to create this is totally in your hands, because I have seen people do crazy things with materials, and obviously I explained this in my video. So that's why I said to that's why I recommended you to watch that video. So shading, UV unwrapping, and texturing is these three things which is actually goes together. And I explained you in that video about PBR, NPR texture. So physics-based rendering, non-photorealistic shading. Then there is a toon shading, which is obviously NPR. And material is basically simple, like metal, plastic, glass. There are different types of materials. And UV unwrapping is the way you are going to show your 3D image into your 2D, 3D object into your 2D image. So I explained you everything in that video, and it is not in-depth video, but again, it is not very difficult to understand, because shading and texturing, UV unwrapping, this is kind of thing which is not that difficult to understand in the first place. So I recommend you watch that video, and spend some time, and search good materials for your scene. Make sure everything looks as good as possible. Obviously we are going to improve it a lot, but I want you to just spend a good amount of time. And even if you go on fab.com, you will see we have material and texturing section here. And obviously there are free material as well. So let's just download bunch of material and just take a look how it works. Once you will download from fab, you will have like a zip file which you have to extract. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to spend more time in Blender kit, and I will eventually find something. So again, you have to spend a little bit of time. You need to have some amount of patience, and that way you will find a very good looking material. Okay. Another thing which I want you to add is, if you go to your any modifier, let's say if you added this modifier here, you will have UV options which we can modify, which means we can actually offset our UV in our mirror modifiers. So it is a good way to create randomization. So let's say, for example, this one, and if I wanted to do some offsetting, again, this is kind of step which you have to understand, that you should spend some good amount of time and create that randomness, and that way you will have a very amazing looking result. And don't worry about the colors, we are going to change it. So if you are wondering why everything just looks very rough and basic, let's change it. So the way we are going to change our color is basically, if we add a hue saturation node, then we can actually, create different variation. Maybe let's even add a RGB curve. Okay, and just do saturation 0. Let's get to a redness and let's increase red. Maybe let's decrease it. Yeah. So there are different color nodes which we can tweak, for example, brightness and contrast. And by the way, you can even copy the nodes from one material to other material with using Control C, Control V, and then you can just link your node setup. I'm able to do this because I know how color works. So if you want to understand that in more depth, so just keep this in your mind that every single color is made up of three important color, and that is red, green, and blue. And if we change those color, eventually we will get different variation of it, and that way you will able to understand why it is so different here. And that's why I'm able to do this with the help of curve. And I don't think I need it, I just need this one. Yeah, I guess I don't like this one. So you know what, let's actually go to Polyheaven. So Polyheaven is a free resource where you can download bunch of texture and models and almost HDRI, so many things. So let me actually find something, and let me just redo all the steps I did for this, and then I will meet you. Okay. you just saw me adding two different material to one single 3D object, and this is the kind of features which we can use. So I guess this is it. I guess I will finalize this one, and I will just add the lighting properly, and then we can just go with the final composition. So let me actually do this, and I guess I will do this in cycles. Obviously, I will also show you in EV as well, but let's do it in cycles now. And let me actually grab a HDRI. Okay, so I guess this itself looks very appealing to me. So I guess this is good for our lighting and our shading. Okay, and obviously we are going to tweak it, and almost like we have to tweak it till the end. So that is one thing. So now let's actually go ahead. We did lighting, we did shading, unwrapping, texturing. We just did. Now actually these two modules I will explain you together: animation and rigging. So let's start with this, and animation and rigging. Actually, this two topics is, it is, I guess, a very big topic. But I will explain you. I will explain you properly how exactly these things work. So for that, actually, we need to go. Sorry, and for that, actually, let's understand first. There are types of animation. So let's actually take a plane here, and let me just do that, and just drag and create a new timeline here, and you can hide this extra portion with N key, and let me just, I don't know why this happens. So yeah, let's just hide this timeline with the N key, and let's actually add a cube. Okay, let me just add a, sorry, not cube, maybe a sphere. Yeah, so let's add a sphere, and I will tell you few types of animation. So understand that there are main things in animation. First is your normal animation, which means, let's say if I wanted to animate this sphere going from, let's just say maybe from here. Yeah. So let's just say maybe if I just hit, if I hit I, you can see it created a keyframe here. Let me just show you again. So if I hit I, you can see it created a keyframe here, and it is basically now locked on this particular position. Okay, and now if I just, let's maybe go to frame number 80, and if I move this in opposite x minus x direction, and if I hit I, and you can see it kind of created this animation. Okay, so this is very basic animation, obviously, but understand that we are going to create majorly because we have this reference right here, and we saw already there are few people here. So let's actually just add those people and just animate their basic movements, rather than making them look very high poly and very ultra realistic animation. We don't want that. So where is it? Yeah. So this is one type of animation which I just showed you, and obviously this is very basic. And this is a very normal and very generally used object animation. And then there is obviously character animations, which we have to take a look. So one thing before going to character animation, just understand that uh, according to our own need, let's say if I'm creating a buffalo or maybe like a tiger, there is going to be a very vast and different animation, and there are physics going on in the animation. So it is not going to be easy. So don't overwhelm yourself with the kind of information I'm just sharing with you, because it is one of the complex topic. And one thing I want you to do is to create your free account on Mixamo. So if you don't know what is Mixamo, Mixamo is a free library of animation and characters, and it is created just for Blender actually, because it is very powerful. Adobe partnered with Blender a few years ago, and they just they created this library. Mostly earlier it was for Blender, but people obviously use it in game engine like Unity and Unreal. And obviously they can, it can be used in different software like Substance. So in the Substance 3D painting software, you can take this character and you can modify the texture and all that stuff. So I will recommend you create this free account. You don't need to pay anything. It is completely free. And then just, we can just browse a bunch of animations and bunch of characters. One thing before actually showing you the before showing you the animation, actually character animation, let's go to Sketchfab and I will actually tell you few things. Remember, I searched for monster. So basically, there are so many characters we need in our scene. For example, if I'm creating like a snake short movie, I will use a snake 3D model. So we need this base geometry, which means the base geometry of that particular object, and then we have to animate it so it looks real. Okay. And obviously all the stuff we learned till now, all the stuff is going to be used there. So you can see this snake is actually properly sculpted. I guess I believe they spend like a good amount of time. The artist spend good amount of time creating details and all that stuff. So again, you have to use sculpting, modeling, bunch of modifiers to create your own monster, and then you can animate it. And to animate, we obviously have to rig it before that. Sketchfab is, again, as I mentioned, Sketchfab is one of the biggest library where you can download so many different characters. You can even download animated character, not only animated character, but actually like cars and bikes, all that stuff. You can see we have a car here, but let me actually search for, animated car, animated car. Okay. So again, animation is something which you have to spend some time on it, and you have to actually understand the basics of animation. For example, this car. Okay, so the way the doors are opening, so you need to understand that. Let me just show you actually. So you need to understand this is a joint, so it is kind of opening up from this portion right here. So it is kind of complex, but when you understand it, then you don't have to worry about anything. But that is the thing. So Sketchfab is one platform where you can just download the pre-made characters, and there are so many animated character as well. Then obviously fab.com, as I mentioned you. So Fab have their own marketplace, and their people just share a bunch of characters, and you can use those character directly. And it is not only limited to particular animation style, because even in our project right now, I actually have to animate the water. So let me actually, where is my water puddle? So yeah, so obviously there are material animation as well. So we are going to create a water material for this, and we are going to animate this one. As you can see, this is currently white color. Yeah. So we are going to create the water puddle animation. And obviously, we need to add around 3 to 4 humans here, maybe 3 to 4 some characters, which is going to be in a background and which will be animated. Okay. So that is the animation. Okay. That is the basics of animation. I know it is not in the detail, it is not in the depth properly, but that is a basic of animation there. And obviously there are many different characters like anime characters, real world photorealistic characters. There is dragon, there is snake. So animation goes very vast. It is a very vast topic, and obviously there are so many animators, and that's why I told you to about the Blender, that how you can actually earn money with the Blender, because there are people who actually sell their animated characters on Blender Market or different platforms. So this is one of the method actually. So maybe if I search for characters, yeah. So you will find the people who sell character, they sell, animation asset libraries, and it goes way beyond, your way beyond the normal things. You can see it goes very complex, and obviously they spend good amount of time. That's why it happened. So animation is one of the things which you have to spend very long time. So for example, you can see they mentioned here, you need to do the topology, which means your geometry, your mesh geometry, where you create different topology. Then you create cloth simulation. Then there are props which you are going to add on your object. For example, you can see there is that specs, then there is that paper. So there are things, there are layers, so it is not like a singular thing. And then obviously you are going to rig everything together, which obviously will take some time. Then there is a weight painting, and I mentioned about weight painting that we are going to take a look in the depth. We are going to take a look in detail. So I will just tell you about that. Then there is an animation walk cycle. Then there is secondary animations. So again, it is something which I need more time to explain you. And just let me know in the comments if you want entire big tutorial about that. Obviously, I'm actually planning to do that anyways, because recently I switched to Cascador. So Cascador is a free animation software, but obviously there is a paid version. Let me actually. I recently switched to this Cascador. This is, I guess, one of the best animation tool I have ever used, because this comes up with lots of things, and I don't think it is mentioned in Blender. Again, as I said, Blender can do anything, but obviously Blender have its own limitation, and I guess that's where Cascader comes in. Obviously, there are Unreal Engine as well. You can create animation in Unreal Engine. It is not a problem, but if you are very serious about going in depth, I will recommend you learn Cascador. And again, we are going to learn the animation in Blender as well. For now, just understand that we don't have to go in very depth about animation, and I will actually show you few things. So yeah, I guess I don't need this. So oh yeah, as I mentioned, okay, let me just actually just close that. But let me actually show you. So if you search for MetaHuman, maybe you will find so many products where you can create that animation on MetaHumans. But obviously there are separate animation section in your fab. And again, this is something which is more focused towards game engine. But I'm actually working on a video where I'm going to explain you how you can export Unreal Engine asset into your Blender, and that way you can use those animation as well. So uh, keep waiting for that. I will upload that. because I'm going to create an entirely dedicated video about how we can bring Unreal Engine characters into Blender for free. You don't have to spend anything, but you obviously need to install Unreal and Blender, both things together. So yeah, that is basically animation. And now I guess let's go to our Mixamo. So let me actually go to Mixamo. As soon as you download, as soon as you open Mixamo, just go to browse. And first, let's actually find a few characters which we are going to place in our 3D viewport. Let's just explore what looks good, what does not look good. This is our dummy. I don't like that. Let's actually go with the basic model. Remy. His name is Remy. Okay. And obviously, we can add multiple characters, but let's actually add maybe two or three. I don't know. Yeah, two or three. And it will take time to load depending on your computer, depending on your internet speed. I don't know why my internet speed is not good. Okay, great. So we have our 3D character here. And now let's go to animation. And let's actually search for some basic animations. So walk, yeah, just search for walk. I guess this looks good to me, but obviously we can change some settings here. And let me actually just change few things. Obviously we can search for different animations as well, and it will give us different results. Maybe let's actually take this one. So we our final render is going to be in 24 fps, and I will explain you what is fps later. And we have to download with skin, no no keyframe reduction, and in fbx file. Okay, so it is important we should take this in fbx and then download this. Okay, and actually let's look for let's actually find a few more characters. Maybe only two characters will be good. Yeah, keep it in place, then trim it character arm space a little bit, and we can pause it for now, and then let's actually find a different character. Maybe let's actually take Kate. Yeah, Kate will look good. I don't know, it's a bit strange, but maybe let's check different animation for her. I don't know, it feels same, so maybe let's change something. Okay, great. Now let's download. Now, once you downloaded the FBX file, you have to actually locate it. So let me actually put this. So you go to Blender. So you go to File, then you go to Import, and then you import the FBX. So you have to locate the folder where you downloaded the file. And let me actually do that. And Now you can see we have a looking and a walk FBX. So just select the walk and just import it. And you will see immediately that there is this lady appeared. Okay. And you can see the animation. So I will just show you what exactly happened. So you can see she appeared here with all the proper textures and everything. Okay. But you will also see something, and let me actually show you. Select hierarchy. You will also see something which is this current thing here, this one. Okay. So what is that? So that is your rig. Okay. So we call it a rig, and rig means your armature. Okay. This one I will show you in the layers panel as well. You can see it here. So that is your rig, which means if I go to edit mode, you can see we have a rig, like a bone inside our body. So understand what is rig. Basically, it is like a bone structure which is going to be animated. Okay. And when we are going to animate it, it is going to move our physical body, which means our actual geometry mesh. Okay. And the way we are going to move it is with the help of our control rig. We call it control rig. And you can see if you go to your object mode, if you select this armature, and if you go to our regular object edit mode, you will see there is one extra mode just created, which is called as pose mode. So this is where you actually going to animate with your stuff. As you can see, as soon as I move this particular bone, it is going to move my leg in that particular frame. And that's why I said animation is very big topic, because if I have to animate this lady right here with like manually from scratch, I have to literally I have to do the animation frame by frame, and it will take me time. Okay. So it is something which you have to understand. So this is connected with rig, and this is where we are going to take look in the rigging actually. And I mentioned this here: rest, pose, keyframe, then using graph mode, then modifiers. Obviously I had to mention this in one single chapter, but I created two slide for this. It's okay. So I will explain you what is exactly rig. So as I mentioned, rig is your bone structure, and this bone structure is going to be moving your actual geometry, actual object geometry. Okay, and that is called as rig. Okay, but there are two types of rigging, and I will tell you what exactly I mean by but what I mean by that. So if I just add, if I show you shift A and then armature, as you can see, one bone appeared in my scene. Okay, so this is our bone, and maybe let's just say if I extrude this, let's just say if I extrude this on Z, extrude this on X, extrude this on X, you can see it kind of created a bone structure which I can then later animate. Okay, but there are basically two types of rigging, and I will explain you. IK is inverse kinematic, FK is forward kinematics. So FK flows from top of the hierarchy towards down, and if you move the top bone, all the bones below will follow along. And obviously IK is something which is like creating a facility where you can control it with help of additional bones, and that additional bones is going to help you in your workflow. For example, if you create something like this kind of control rig where you can control it with the help of additional bones, but those bones are something which is going to help you a lot. And those bones are actually known as control bones. Inverse kinematic basically means it kind of gives you a control rig. For example, a control rig where you can actually control every single thing of your 3D object. and I will actually show you an example on YouTube maybe. Yeah. Understand that when you have a bone structure, as you can see in this YouTube video, when you have a bone structure, it is kind of connected with each other, right? And because it is connected with each other, we are not going to animate every single bone each time. Okay. So what is going to happen is basically we are going to kind of create some sort of control for that particular bone section, and that way we are going to, we are going to use that IK rig setup. And the way we use it is with the help of some pointers, like some sort of connecting mechanism. IK rig is very simple. Basically, it is kind of creating this kind of structure where if you move a particular control point, it is going to move the connected bones to that structure. For example, you can see in this video as well. It is not that hard, to be very honest. It is just that it is a complex topic to explain you in one video. So again, IK rig is very good. Just like FK, it is important. So FK is just that we are going to move a single bone and it is going to move different bone together. But again, when we switch to IK, actually we can, maybe we can just do it very easily. Okay. And then there is a rest mode and pose mode, and I will tell you. So as soon as you go to your pose mode, this is actually your pose mode, which means your actual pose position. And you can actually check inside your armature setting here. This is your pose, and if I go to rest mode, this is going to give you a T position, and T position means your actual position where you are going to align your 3D object. So I will tell you how you can get that T position. So if you go to edit, then preference, then extension, I guess, and then search for Rigify. Do we have Rigify here or not? Yeah. So we have in add-ons, actually, we can enable Rigify. So what is Rigify? Basically, it is kind of a preset library. If you go to armature and if you go to Rigify meta rig, and if I search for human, you can see it kind of gave me this bone structure, and this is automatically connected, so we don't have to do anything. But let's say, for example, if I go to pose mode and if I move this particular section, you will see it is already connected. So this is known as our FK rig, which is already connected. This is our FK rig. And if I create some sort of control bones, and let me actually create that. So if I hit generate rig, actually, if I hit generate rig, it will create some sort of calculation and it will give us a control rig. Okay, great. So you will see something happened as soon as I created this control rig. So you see, we have some kind of controls here, right? And if I move this particular section, you can see it is moving that particular zone. Even you can see it in this is your eyes, let's assume, and if I just move my this eye rig, you can see it is kind of moving it. So this is our control rig. Okay, we can literally do anything with this. Obviously we can animate it, and if I somehow manage to get my main model, and if I link it with this armature, and then if I create a control rig, I can easily do that. So the difference is very simple. You need, first of all, so the difference is very clear. I will explain you. So I need a T pose 3D object, okay, with proper, like with all the stuff, which means all my materials applied on this, all the textures applied on this. Then I need a rig to actually link this object to this rig, and after that I can generate that rig, and it will give me this control rig, which I am going to use as my IK control rig, which means my inverse kinematic. And why we need a control rig? Because it is going to control the animation of my 3D object. Okay. And I guess that's it for our character animation and IK rigging, FK rigging. And yes, there are lots of things which I did not explain to you, but it is for your own good because this is a beginner tutorial. But I will quickly actually explain you about the weight painting stuff. So let's go to Sketchfab. Okay, so as you can see, as soon as I do this, and if I move it here and let me apply the entire transformation. So actually, let me show you one thing which I wanted to show you. If you line this up properly, and obviously you have to edit it. If you go to edit mode, you can, look for it where you can put this bone. Let me actually do it for this. And is it mirroring? Yeah, it is. It should mirror. And yeah, I know it is very sloppy, but I just wanted to show you this stuff. Let's just take the bone. And if I go to my edit mode, if I select all the bone, if you select your object first and then your armature, and then if you go to pose mode, you can actually parent this with your automatic weight or envelope weight. So basically, this is where your weight structure comes handy. So basically, what is happening right now is if you try to understand that. So what is basically happening is there are certain weights which gets automatically applied on that static mesh. So for example, if I move it right now, you can see because of that automatic weight, this bone is linked with my object. And obviously this is just very basic and I didn't do perfect job, that's why it happened. So this is why it feels very messy right now, but I just showed you to explain how that weight painting works. So that's how basically it works. So if you just get out of this one, yeah. Okay, so that's how this weight painting works. So it automatically kind of add that weight around, according to the armature on your particular joints and particular bone structure here, and it is kind of evenly distributed throughout your entire model. So that's how it basically works, and that's how weight painting works. So this is just for example. Let me delete it. And actually, we need this. So that's how basically you can add your character. And let me actually add my another character as well. But let's not do it right now because I will add the character later, and I will check in the composition how I can place the character. So yeah, that's how animation works. Then in the animation itself, I wanted to explain you about keyframe interpolation, graph editor, and animation modifier. And I already explained you about rigging. Yeah. So rig I explained, IKFK explained, control bones and how to use them explained, rest mode explained. So keyframe and these three methods I will teach you. Okay, great. So let me actually. So now let's talk about our timeline in depth actually, and let's close this one. Let me do add auto smooth. Now let's actually add a basic animation. So as you can see, our monkey is going upwards, but it is going upwards in very weird way. Like this motion is it does not feel very smooth. What like so this motion basically it doesn't feel it doesn't feel that appealing. So let's actually fix it, and the way we are going to fix it with the help of keyframe interpolation. And let's understand what is keyframe interpolation. So we currently have this keyframe here. Actually, it is only one keyframe. It is just that we expanded this. That's why it is showing you different multiple keyframes. So because we have these two current keyframes here, this is kind of going in very smooth format. And what I mean by that is basically, if I show you my graph, you will, if I show you my graph, you will see immediately that this current line here, this one, okay, this is our animation curve, and it is going from this point to this point. Sorry, this point. It is going from this point to this point, and it is actually going very smoothly, which means it is starting very slow and then it is picking up speed here and then it is also going slow. So basically it started slow, then it also ended slow. So that's why it is very smooth graph. Okay. And this is what we called as our interpolation. Interpolation means the way we are going to show the pacing of that particular keyframe. And what I mean by that is very simple. Let me actually show you. Yeah. So you can see this pace is a very smooth pace, right? And let's just say maybe if I select both of this keyframe and if I right click, you can see we have interpolation mode. Okay. And you can see we have multiple types. You don't have to know everything, but just understand. Let's say maybe constant. Okay. So what constant is going to do, it is going to snap directly to that keyframe, other keyframe. And it is handy. It is a very good kind of animation. If you are looking for quick change, a match cut, there are various ways we can use it. Obviously, if I do it linearly, you can immediately see this graph is going linearly, which means it is keeping consistent speed throughout the timeline. Then if I switch to Bezier, so Bezier, we just saw what Bezier does. It starts slow, then it also end on slow. It actually gives us additional properties we can modify. For example, if I just scale this up, and you can see it is kind of going in a different kind of motion. So because the way we are going to change the graph, it is going to change our pacing of that particular object, right? Let's say maybe, I don't know, maybe let's actually rotate this one. Yeah. And let's actually do this. And now you will see it is kind of started very fast, but ending very softly. So again, different use case. Uh, so again, depending on use cases, mostly motion graphics people, the one who are going to do motion graphics, they are the one, they are the one who is going to use this two methods a lot: your graph editing and your interpolation. This is also one of the way which you can earn lots of money. Motion graphics people, they earn a good amount of money. So if I show you Blender motion graphics, you can create so many different kind of videos, different kind of animations, and there are people who explain how to do this. Ducky 3D, actually, he's one of the best YouTuber out there for Blender. He actually explain you in depth how you can actually create good motion graphics, and he does have lots of videos on his channel. So make sure you check him out. And motion graphic is again, as I said, just like animation, motion graphic is one of the animation subcategory. Actually, it is actually one of the vast topic, I know. And obviously, even after using Blender for so many years, I will tell you honestly, even I am not very good in motion graphics, but obviously I know a bunch of things. You can even do motion graphics with help of geometry nodes. Once you understand Blender's basic features and all kind of stuff, basic stuff, you will go in depth and you will learn how you can learn it properly. You can experiment a lot. There is this guy as well, Crossmind Studio. This is also one of the best place where you can understand geometry nodes and animation. And obviously, again, it is not something which you can learn in one day or in one single tutorial. So you need to keep practicing, you need to keep learning, you have to practice a lot, take reference, find what you can, and try to replicate inside your Blender. So this is two things which I wanted to tell you. One is your keyframe interpolation, and second is your graph editor. And obviously this is very basic kind of things which I showed you right now. This goes way beyond your mind, because there are so many things inside graph editor as well, which is kind of mind blowing for me as well. Even I don't understand sometimes how it works. And yeah, that is the main thing here. So that is graph editor, keyframe interpolation. Now I will explain you about animation modifier. So let's actually go with only this curve right here. And let me actually, this is the one which is important for us. Okay, not that. Okay, great. So you can see we have a curve here. Okay. And let's say I wanted to add some kind of secondary animation to this particular animation. And the way I'm going to do it is with the help of animation modifier. Okay. So let's maybe add a noise modifier. And as soon as I add it, you will see my graph is changed. Okay. And you can see it is going upwards, but it is going with this sort of noise. This kind of noise, this kind of noise is there. So this is something which you will understand in more depth. Once you go into animation, you can do lots of things. This is one of the things which you have to understand. It is known as your secondary animation, and secondary animation means actual animation plus your secondary, which means the additional animation. And let me actually do one thing here. Let's say I want this person to this monkey to go upwards, but while it goes upward, it should flip back 180-degree. And how I'm going to do it is very simple. On X direction, actually, if I do on one, this is on one, right? Yeah. So on my first frame, I will do my rotation, and I will hit my rotation. Yeah. And I will go on 40. I will flip this, I don't know, minus 180. Yeah. And then I add another keyframe. And as soon as I add it, you can see immediately it created this kind of a graph. And again, I don't think I want to change the interpolation, but I will add a modifier. So when you select that particular portion, you can just add, let's say, maybe a noise modifier. Yeah. So you can see it is kind of going weirdly. And maybe let's add actually a cycle modifier. And as soon as I add the cycle one, this is very important to understand. Sometimes when you are creating a walk cycle, and I already showed you about walk cycle. So walk cycle is basically your continuous motion of your walking, and we can just create that cycle in like a loop. Okay. So you can see, even if I have a timeline of 1 to 250 frames, it is going way beyond my 250 frames, because this is a cyclic animation now. And cyclic and acyclic animation is very easy to understand. Cyclic means something which is getting repeated, and acyclic means something which is not getting repeated, right? And you can actually see here, we can modify our modifiers. Yeah, we can modify our modifiers, and we can create different variations with help of animation modifier. You can see in my graph editor, it acts and behave according to our need, and the way we are going to set it up, it is going to give us different result. This is my favorite actually. It goes up and it comes back. So it is kind of, it just flips around 180 degree, and then it reverse backwards. And obviously we can change the count. We can change, so many settings here. And I guess that is most important part here, to understand how this works and how we can influence it. So we can even change, maybe tweak the influence of that particular secondary motion, and it kind of gives us different result. So obviously there are things which you have to experiment, and I will encourage you actually to experiment a little bit, because this is something which you cannot understand just by listening to it. You have to actually open your Blender. You have to experiment, and you can even see I'm doing the modification. I'm moving it, and it is giving us a different result. So again, this is a kind of thing which you have to understand. It will not happen in a day. You will not learn this in one day. You have to spend good amount of time to understand this. Okay. And let me actually join this up, and let me actually delete this. The only reason I'm explaining you this is because I wanted to add some sort of connecting things here, and then I will add maybe something down here. So I wanted to add those things. That's why I wanted to explain you right now about animation. Okay. And for that, actually, I will need a good amount of reference, but I will just add whatever I feels good. So let me actually find some reference online, and let's actually do that. Hey guys, so I actually found the picture which I was searching. So you can see this image here. This is the one which I took from Pinterest. Let's actually find some more reference, so I can create the hanging kind of stuff on the pillar. So let's actually look for that. So I actually found a few pictures. As you can see, we need to create some sort of this structure. So we need to create some sort of this kind of cloth and this kind of flag. Okay, and let's actually do that. Let's actually model it. Okay. The only reason I wanted to create this flag is because I wanted to show you in my next module about simulation. So we are going to simulate some sort of cloth simulation, and that's why I wanted to create this. Okay. So I know this is just one single flag, but obviously we are going to fill this in up properly. Don't worry about that. Okay, so don't worry about anything else because we are going to fill this in up properly by adding a bunch of additional stuff here and there. We are going to add vase here, the ancient structure. We are going to add properly, all that stuff which kind of decorates our scene, and we will make this scene good looking. And obviously, I will also tweak our material a little bit, and I will also animate this flags. We are going to add even here as well. Maybe let's add the flag here as well, and we are going to animate it like that. Okay, so I guess it is time we should start with simulation. Okay, so now the most important topic of this entire course is simulation. Okay, and let's actually understand few things before explaining simulation. So I want you to actually explain you some UI elements here, and let me actually open it. Okay, this one. So I know I remember I told you about explaining this later, but for this particular section, we need to understand this particular box here, this entire thing here. So this is called as properties panel, and as its name says, it is going to show you properties. Obviously, this was our outliner here. So outliners is our layers panel, and properties is where we are going to change our actual properties of particular objects or particular operations. Okay, and now you're able to understand settings for the simulation. Okay, so before going to simulation. Uh, Few things which you have to understand is that this particular button here, this button here, and this button here. Okay, and I will quickly tell you what is that. This is your particle properties, which means we are going to use particles which we are going to simulate. And for that, we have a different particle properties. Just like our object properties, we have particle properties here. Then we have physics properties. So understand that the simulation we are going to do is mostly physics based simulation. Okay, that's why we have physics properties where we can change the settings. And then we have object data property, which is going to let us do additional operations. And these few things which I wanted to tell you before going towards our simulation. And now actually let's create a blank project, and let's not save this. But for this project, we need timeline. So as soon as you file new and general, open a new project, you will have your basic UI plus a timeline. Okay. And this is very important. Okay. Let's delete everything, and let me add a plane. And this is our plane. Let me, yeah, it's okay. 2 minute, 2 meter is good. So now we have plane. Understand first what exactly is simulation. So simulation is basically a animation which resembles a real world. Basically, physics based animation. For example, cloth animation, cloth simulation, or physics based maybe fire simulation or smoke simulation. So there are types of simulation, ocean, your mostly all the stuff which is going to resemble everyday object. So there are main categories. First is your smoke simulation, which is like smoke plus fire, where you can create smoke or fire or both things together. Then there is a liquid simulation, and in liquid there are many types, like like water or maybe honey, or anything which is linked, which is connected to liquid. Okay. And obviously then there is a cloth simulation, which means like a cotton or silk or any kind of material which we are going to use. So it is going to resemble that. So there are few types like this. Obviously there are more types, but these are few basic types. And we have to create this simulation automatically, which means on the basis of wind real world wind properties or real world gravity. So we have to create this animation in such a way that it should be as real as it's supposed to look as real as possible. Okay. And that is why it is known as simulation, because it is going to simulate the real world scenario of that particular object. For example, this is my plane here, and let's add from particle properties, let's actually add particle system. So if I add it, you can see it spawned a bunch of objects, and it is just dropping on the ground. Okay. Sorry, not dropping on the ground, dropping from the ground to the void. So basically we have this void because we haven't set up the base of the particles to fall. Okay, so that's why it is just going to the void. So this is void here. uh, this was disabled. Yeah, new project. Okay, so this is going into void, and this is spawning a particle here. Okay, this particular plane is spawning a particle, and obviously we can spawn on different object as well. For example, a sphere. Okay, and let me do that. And if I spawn a particle system, you can see it is spawning from that object and from all the sides, from all the faces. Okay, so now, because we are set up here, let's add a plane, then add a particle system, and you can see we have a bunch of particles. And because we have particle settings here, okay, in this particular section, you can see we have exactly 1000 particles here, and we have other options like start, frame starting, ending, then what is the life of that. So all that kind of stuff. There are many different sub options here. Obviously we are going to take a look on that. So now currently we are spawning objects. Okay, so let me just do maybe 100 objects, 100 particles, and as you can see, it immediately reduced the spawned particles. So if I do 10,000, you can see there is a lot of particles here. It works like that. So let me actually do maybe 500. Yeah, 500 is a moderate number. And there are actually two ways to spawn this particle. One is your basic emitter, which is going to emit this kind of cube, which is going to be like a basic particle, and then there is a hair particle. So let me show you what hair does. So as soon as I click on hair, you can see it kind of created this strands. So obviously it is the hair length, you can see here, it is way too big. So let me just do maybe, I don't know, zero point 0.2. So you can see generally hairs are not that long, so let's just assume maybe, zero point 0.2 is the length of that hair. Obviously it's not that long. And then there are segments options. So segments is basically, just imagine like this. So we have this particular hair, right? And there are going to be segments like 1 2 3 4. So this one is segment, okay, this one, then this one is a particular segment, this one. So segment option is basically like this, which is going to divide that particular object into bunch of smaller segments. So we can add additional geometry, we can rotate that segment, and we can create all kind of imperfection. So it is that. Also, one thing you notice that as soon as I move my objects which have all the particles, it is going to move the particles together. And that is actually very important point here, because what happen is that generally, let's say if I wanted to move this object to another place, then obviously all the particles get moved, but the best case is here that obviously I don't have to re simulate the particles on that particular object. That is why this is a very powerful workflow where we are going to spawn the particles, and we can obviously move it. Okay, so this is a basic of particles right now, and obviously there are many in-depth setting inside this, and I don't think you need to know all this setting right now. We are going to take a look in the few settings when we are going to do our cloth animation, our flag animation. Okay, but for now, I'm not going to explain you that, because it will be very confusing for you in the first place. So let's actually understand few things here. So now, because we have our plane with particles, one thing I wanted to tell you now is actual simulation, which means the way we are going to animate these particles. Okay, so as I said, simulation is a real world scenario, which is going to resonate a real world scenario. So for that, let's just assume that this is our ground with particles on it, and now I wanted to move these particles. Okay, so the way I'm going to do it is with the help of something called as force. Force means, let's say gravity is a force, or a wind is a particular force. So all kind of natural forces is there. We are going to use that. Okay, and to actually get that force, we have like we already have some presets which you can see in the force field. So as soon as you hit shift A, obviously we have all the basic mesh like a plane, cube, then curve, and all that stuff, surface, all that stuff. But we also have our force field. Okay, so we have force field, and let's actually add a wind force. Okay, and this is actually going to show you a direction which is going upwards, right? So now it is telling me that this wind is going upwards. As you can see, if I put it here, let's just say this is kind of giving you that heads up. But obviously this is not accurate, because this gravity is more powerful than this wind. So let me actually rotate this, and let me put it here. And now if I actually increase the strength of this wind, and the way you are going to increase is with the help of your physics properties. As I mentioned earlier, this physics properties is going to be useful for us when we are going to do simulation. So let's actually increase this strength, maybe, I don't know, 15, and let's add a flow of 2. And now if I go to my first frame, and you can see immediately this gave me the particle is spawning, but it is affecting with the help of the wind is affecting those particles. And let's say if I decrease the strength, maybe I don't know -15, and you can see it is kind of attracting those particles. And let me actually do it. So you can see if I put 25, it is going in different direction. Let's do 35, let's do -50. So you can see how it is affecting. So this is a wind feature. So technically this is going in both the directions. So earlier it was going in your positive direction, which means here this in this direction, and now it is going in your minus, which means your negative direction, negative axis. Okay, so we can do it obviously with the help of your strength. So any value you put in negative, which is going to attract, so this uh, wind is going to work as like a magnet. It is going to attract, so it will flow in other direction, in this direction. And if you put a positive value, it will flow in the positive direction. It is very simple. So okay, that is good. Let me actually clear my annotations. Okay, and no, not save. So this is my wind operation, and as soon as I delete the wind, you can see it is normal again. So let's look at few forces, and then let's go with the cloth simulation. So we looked at wind. Force is also very similar. Force is also something which acts like a wind, but it is kind of a different. So let me put a strength of 25, and you can see as soon as I put the force, it is kind of flying. So it is kind of creating a force in this particular field. So you can see we have this field here, which is represented. So this is a kind of a field which got created, and the particles is actually repelling from that particular field. Okay, and obviously if I put in a -25, you will see it is kind of attracted. So obviously amazing thing we can do. Obviously when we are going to take look how actually we can do the motion graphics and all that stuff, I'm going to explain you. Obviously I'm not going to show you because it is a very big topic. But if you get really serious with simulation, there are many possibilities. And this kind of stuff we can create many visual effects with help of all this kind of simulation. And this is a very handy tool if you ask me. So simulation is don't underestimate it. That's why I said it is one of the most important topic of this entire course. Okay, so I don't want you to skip it. Okay, great. So force actually does that. Then obviously we have vertex, and what vertex does is basically, as its name says, it kind of created it kind of created the vertex kind of situation. So let's assume maybe like a hurricane. So you can immediately understand that how hurricane works. So it kind of goes in a very weird direction, very weird way, but in a round format. So basically, like just like a hurricane, it is going to give you a different result. Let me actually show you how. That's 15. Yeah, okay. So you can see immediately. It is actually creating those DNA strands, and it is kind of creating that hurricane shape here. And it is really amazing. If you ask me, how you can create bunch of effects with the help of this one. And obviously it is very fast right now, but we can change the settings from here. Obviously we can change the seed, we can change the noise amount. Okay, and let me actually show you before going to that YouTube. There are many tutorials, I guess, if I'm not wrong. Blender Vortex. So we can create a bunch of things like this hourglass. You can see it here. This is very beautiful structure made. You can see a tornado. I mean, there are many possibilities. So tornado is something which is used a lot of time with help of artists, with the help of this simulation technique. And as you can see, people create that with the help of geometry node as well as simulation. So obviously there are many use cases. So you can see water vortex, there is whirlpool, you can create whirlpool. And let me actually show you in the geometry node setup. So if I create a new geometry node setup, I can actually add a simulation zone. So it works just like our normal simulation, but it does have different functionalities, and we can modify a bunch of options from geometry nodes in much more depth. So basically, that's why I said geometry nodes is one of the biggest topic. Which if I cover it, it will be very big. And simulation is also something which geometry supported by geometry nodes, and Blender added it a few versions ago, and it is amazing. People create bunch of crazy stuff with the help of geometry nodes. So let's not talk about it. But again, as I said, a particle system is also one of the modifier. So as I said, anything which is going to modify our geometry, it's something which is called as modifier. So you can see particle system is a kind of modifier, just like our geometry nodes. Okay. So now that is basically vertex, which can be helpful if you are creating a tornado, a whirlpool of your water, and as soon as I remove it, it goes back to normal. And let's add now vertex is good, and then let's add actually a magnetic. Okay. So as you see immediately, as soon as I add this magnetic empty object here, uh, it is kind of creating this shape which exactly look like a magnet. Obviously the placement is not proper here, but if I just do this one, and let me actually create something. Let me create another magnet, and uh, let's actually add more particles here. Not like that, this one. Okay. So obviously there is some sort of setting which I'm missing right now, but you can see it is kind of going in a magnetic direction, just like this magnet field. So it is creating some sort of magnetic field around your object. So it just work like this. So it goes from your north to south, and it creates that magnetic field around your objects, around your particles, and it will flow in that direction. So it works like that. And if I change the settings, let me actually change a few settings. Not like that. Maybe two. I don't know. Yeah. You see, now you can see it is kind of giving me the field around my particles, and it is very exciting to see. So obviously we can create many different variation of the particle system. So you can see it is kind of going in this kind of shape, this kind. So again, this is creating because of the magnets. So this too acts as a magnet, and that is actually very exciting. So this is one of the use case. Again, I'm not going in depth because it is totally experimental. The kind of things which you're looking for is which is something going to be unique than mine. I'm just showing you so you can understand how it works. Then actually okay, and then let's go to maybe harmonic. Okay. So as it name says, it is kind of it will give you the particles in some harmonic way, which means like a linear way. And as you can see, the more I put this empty in different direction, you can see it is kind of going in this kind of a wave shape. uh, I guess this is one of the things which I guess where we need to add the lifetime. Okay, so let me actually add a lifetime of 250. Okay, and no, on 250 ending. Okay, 250 500. Okay, great. So you can see it is, you know, kind of linearly going towards that particular point, but it is not going in a normal direction. Like it is kind of a little bit like a curve. So it is going like this. I don't know if you can see it or not. Let me actually go it here. So it is slightly curved like this. Okay, and it is like a harmonic, this particular thing which we call as harmonic. So which means there are like up, and then there are like, this is your down. So again, this is also your down, then this is going to be your up. So just like our graph in our graph book, if you know, the graph is like this, right? So it works like that. So this is called as your harmonic cycle, and that way it is going. Obviously we cannot see it easily in this particular example, because you know it is very small to notice, but obviously it is kind of doing that. That's why we can't notice it here. So yeah, it is that basically. It doesn't do anything additional. And obviously there are settings to tweak, which we can tweak obviously. Then there is a charge, which is also one of the simulation methods. So I guess I need two objects for that, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, 50 low. Okay, so I guess I need additional object for that. Shifty. Okay. No. Yeah. So okay. No, it is affecting, but it is not doing what it's supposed to do. But yeah, so basically it is same as your magnet, same as your magnet, but it works little differently. It's okay, you can figure it out. But it is same as magnet, so don't worry about that. Don't worry if you don't even understand it. And obviously then there is a Leonard Jones. Leonard Jones. So what is Leonard Jones? Okay. Uh, it is basically a math. Okay, so Jones was a scientist, if I'm not wrong. So Leonard Jones was a scientist, and he invented some sort of mathematical mechanism where you can see in this particular image that the particles is going to spawn in a particular manner, in a certain way it is going to spawn. And it is basically like a math, and you can understand it if you want to. I'm not going to explain because I don't understand this. So yeah, there is a bunch of mathematical formula. So again, it is similar to your magnetic field, but it is kind of a different field, which is invented, which is invented with the help of Leonard Jones formula, and it is known as Leonard Jones potential. So it is a weird to explain, but yeah, if you want to take a look, just search on the Google. I'm not going to explain because I don't use it, and I don't think you will also use it. So don't worry. So it is a Leonard Jones formula, something which I don't use. You are not going to use it as well. Then there is a texture based simulation, which I don't think you need to understand. It is just same as your force, but it is going to affect with the help of image. So we are going to import an image, and then that image is basically going to drive your simulation. That's it, nothing else. Okay, and then there is a curve guide, and actually let me show you the curve guide. Okay, you can see as I added the curve, it is moving the particles in the direction of that curve. Okay, so as it name says, it is this curve is basically guiding the particles. And you can see, if I scale it, if I rotate it, if I place it here, it is going to follow that particular curve shape. So let's say maybe, I don't know, if I extract this, and if I extract this more, if I extract this more, and let's actually do this, then that. So you can see we have this sort of curve, and that particles is flowing to the curve, and it actually looks very cool. There are many use cases for this particular method which I like. Personally, I like, maybe if you are creating like a, I don't know, maybe waterfall where you wanted to create. Let me actually show you. So let's actually add a new curve, and let's add a path and scale it on Y, and let's actually create this kind of shape and move it. As soon as I do this actually, and let me move it, sorry, let me share origin to geometry. Yeah. And now I guess it is not baked properly. Oh, now it will. Okay. So you can see, it is kind of creating that particular flow, and it is just amazing because it is affecting with the help of curve. So there are so many possibilities which I can't even tell you. So obviously one of them, as I told you, if you are creating like a waterfall bend, yeah, if you're creating like a waterfall where you can add, maybe two, three, or four different curves, and then you can just make that particles follow, and you can create like a desert kind of waterfall. So it is helpful, but I don't know how you can implement it in your workflow, because obviously there are use cases. Desert waterfall, maybe sand, so there are, yeah, like this. I'm talking about this. So sand waterfall is something which is very helpful, where you can create curves on your object, and then it will just follow it. So yeah, it is one of the use case. Let me actually add, okay, particles. Okay, great. Then obviously we have a different option, obviously void, turbulence, drag, fluid flow. So this four is obviously around similar, just like our force and wind and vertex. I will just explain you thoroughly. I'm not going to explain you, just show you, because it works almost same. To be honest, it doesn't do anything extra. So void just works like around same, just like our thing. I guess you need additional one. I don't know, and then it will spawn accordingly, and it is affecting. No, on the basis of plane. Yeah. So basically, there are few settings which you have to do in this particular empties. I guess in here, I guess I don't know. I don't exactly remember it, but I don't use it. So again, don't get overwhelmed with the options. We are not going to use so many options. It exists to help us out. It is like a starter file. So just imagine, like for example, fluid flow. We are not going to use the fluid flow because we are going to create our own fluid mechanism, so we don't need it. And that's why I said don't worry about additional options: void, turbulence, drag, fluid flow. We are not going to use it, so don't worry. Just let's skip it. So this was a simulation, but this is actually a simulation preset. So the things we just saw, it is all the force field, are just a simulation presets. It will help us, but it is not the final simulation. And to understand simulation, let's actually add a big plane, maybe, I don't know, 6 meter. Yeah. And why, what is it working? Yeah. Okay, great. So, and now if I actually put this in, let me enable this cavity. Okay, great. And if I add a monkey and if I scale it down, shade auto smooth, and let me actually apply my scale. Okay. Uh, Now let's imagine that this particular plane is my ground. Okay, this is my ground, and I want this object to fall on this ground. Okay, and for that I need to add this object as a physical object in my 3D space. Okay, and for that we are going to use our physics space simulation, which is known as rigid body simulation. So rigid body means I am telling my computer, hey, this is my physical object, just like this. So this is my ground. This is my, this is my main object, my object. And I want this object to fall on this ground, but not only fall, but also simulate the real world scenario. So if this falls, this is going to rotate because it have some sort of mass, some sort of weight, right? And because this is our ground in our 3D world, any object which is going to fall from the sky is going to be affected because of the gravity, correct? So we also need to tell computer, hey, this is a real world scenario, and do your mathematics, but give me a realistic result. And this is what is known as a rigid body simulation, because we are going to create the rigidness of that 3D world. So basically, we are going to tell Blender, hey, I want this guy to fall down. Okay. So this is not guy, this is a Susan, our best friend. So Susan is going to be someone who is going to fall on the ground. So let's go to our physics properties. As I mentioned here, we have physics properties here. And you can see we have an option of a collision. Okay. If I hit collision, no. Oh, sorry. Not collision, but a rigid body. My mistake. So you can see we have option of rigid body here. Okay. So if I hit rigid body, you can see Susan is falling directly through the ground. Okay. So currently Susan is a real object, just like a real world object in our in our real world. So you can see Susan have a weight of 1 kilogram here, and it is a dynamic object. It is not a animated. That's why it showed me dynamic. Okay. And it shows me the collision type, the collision shape, convex hull, then source. Obviously, I will tell you, I will explain you what it is. But for now, understand we have Susan, which is a rigid body, which means a active rigid body, a actual object in our 3D world. Okay. But I want Susan to fall on ground rather than just falling it infinitely. And you can see she's just going because we have a void. It is infinite. We don't have a limitation. So let's actually make our ground. So we already have a ground, but we have to tell Blender that, hey, we are going to make this as our real world ground. So let's go to our rigid body and make it passive. Okay. So the passive means it is going to be static. Okay. So this ground is not going to move. This current object is going to move because this is falling from the sky, right? And we have to tell this to Blender that, hey, this is a falling object, this is a static object, which means this is our ground object, and this is our object which is going to fall from the sky on the ground. And as soon as I hit my play button, you can see it immediately fail the Susan immediately fail on the ground. So let me actually show it from orthographic view. You can see it is doing all kind of physics based operation. So as soon as Susan hits the ground, it is kind of rolling, but it is doing that in a weird fashion. So let me actually fix it, and the way we are going to fix it is very important. And let's maybe add a 2 kilogram of weight, and let me actually add a force. Let me actually add a wind, and let me rotate this. And is it good? No, no, not from the back. Maybe from the side. Yeah, let's do it here, and let's increase the wind strength. Maybe I don't know. 5 is good. Yeah. What happened? Oh no, no, it is very heavy, right? I don't know. 1.5. Okay. I don't know if you noticed or not, but just just uh, just take a look on this particular axis. Okay, you see it is slightly moving towards my x because of this wind. Okay, and that's how basically you use rigid body simulation with your physics based, your real world simulation, just like our wind. And let me actually increase my wind, and you can see it kind of moved that further, and it is still moving because of my wind here. Okay, and you can see it is acting very realistic. Obviously we can still make it look actually like extremely realistic, but it is acting just like it is a real world object. So it is kind of cool. And let me actually do this one. You can see it is moving, and as soon as it goes out of my plane, it is falling directly. And you can see it is not only falling, but it is falling with the wind direction, which means like a windy flow is there. And one of the things which you have noticed, as soon as this fall on the ground, it is sliding. So this ground, let me go, this ground surface which is going to be interfering with our Susan, it is creating some sort of friction, and that's why it is a sliding. Okay, so this is a sliding on our ground because of the friction. And as I mentioned, simulation is all about resonating real world scenario. So if this is in the real world, this object is going to actually create that friction on the ground, and it is going to fall off that ground. And you can see it does not only fall in a normal direction, which means earlier you can see the Susan face is properly perpendicular, sorry, properly she the orientation of the face is proper. But as soon as Susan falls, her head kind of rotate in a different direction. So this is rigid body simulation. Okay, and one of the cool thing which you can do with this is this one, which is my favorite. So let me actually add bunch of UV sphere, and let me do this. You already know where I'm going with this. So I'm going to create a bunch of balls, which is going to be with different height, different different radius. Let me add a bunch of objects. So yeah, you can see, and let me actually, if I select everything and if I go to edit mode, you can see I have everything selected. But let me actually select one vertex and then hit L. And yeah, I mean I can do this, but it will mess up the shape, right? So let's actually do this. And by the way, if you want to randomize the position, one way obviously is to do this manual way. Another way, which I will tell you, so if I select all the object, if I go to my where object transform, and then there is randomized transform option here. Okay, you can see we have a randomized transform. If I hit it and if I move this now, you can see I can randomizely move all the objects in the Z space right now. So currently I'm moving it on Z, but if I do it on Y, let me show it from upper view. Yeah, if I do it on Y, you can see it will move on Y axis, and obviously if I do it on X, it will move in X axis, right? So this is very, very, very important, and you will use this to save a bunch of time. And obviously we can rotate. Currently it is sphere, that's why it is very hard to notice, but obviously it does same thing. And same with scaling. So if I do 2, obviously it will randomizely scale that. But again, just take a look how it works. I'm not going to explain, it is self-explanatory. So you go to object transform, then randomize transform. Okay, and let me actually do this one. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, this one looks good. If I move it in the sky more, and let's actually do it again to make it more random. So let's do, I don't know, this one. Yeah, and let's do some of them manually, and let's increase this one. And actually, you know what, let's create, if I select the edges, no, I need to create it. Okay, okay. So what I can do, I can do this, then I can do, I can extract this. Yeah. And so I created this kind of a box. And if I select my sphere and maybe actually increase the scale, yeah. And let's put it maybe here. Yeah. This looks good. This is in the center. Yeah, okay, okay, great. So now let's actually add, let's click one sphere, and let's add a rigid body, which is your active, right? Let me show you. Let me see. Okay, it is active. And let's add the rigid body passive. And one thing which you can do is we have a rigid body active on that particular object. Okay, what you can do, you can select all the sphere and then select your active rigid body object like very last. So let me just do it. And last means you will see the orange border around that. And you can search for a rigid body. So you can see if I select that, you will see I can immediately add active object to that rigid body. So all these objects which I selected are active object, and you can see as soon as I do that, it is going to create that. Wow, what happened here? What happened? Why is it only falling it here? It's supposed to go on the bottom, right? Is it because of the face? There's no face. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, maybe I should do this. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess that is the problem. So let's simulate again. Oh no, no, no. So basically it is calculating the upper face as the final object. It's okay, it's fine. But you get the point here. So the point is, obviously we can create that, and obviously we can make this bounce. There are ways to do that. There are collision setting, I guess. I don't know. Is this the one? No, it just collided. So obviously there is a way. Oh yeah, yeah, sorry. We can create the soft body for that. Okay. So yeah, this is basic of rigid body. And obviously, as you saw in this particular box, there are ways of using rigid body. So one is a soft body simulation. Soft body, as it name says, it is like a jelly or like a honey, or like a squeezy ball, like a ball which we can squeeze, like a small ball of fur or sponge. Then there is a collision object. Collision is mostly used in maybe, let's say, like a earthquake situation where I have to collide my surface ground, which I have to create in different sections and I have to collide it. Then we use collision. Then there is a fluid. As I mentioned, fluid we can use for fluid we use like a water or like any substance which is like a viscous substance. So if you don't know viscosity means it is a property of a liquid. It is property of a fluid. So we can create some, maybe if you are modeling a medicine syrup bottle, and then you can create like a fluid in that. Then we have cloth simulation, as I mentioned. Then rigid body, as we already saw, rigid body is that. Then there is a dynamic pen. So basically what dynamic pen does is we can we can paint a particular section of our 3D object. Let's say maybe we have different portion of our object, and maybe let's just assume, maybe if I wanted to just add the particular physics in this particular section, in this faces only, then I can just paint these faces out, and that way I can create the dynamic paint. Then obviously there are rigid body constraint, which I already told you, where we can modify our actual rigid body object. So currently it is a passive object, and as you can see, it is kind of falling it here. But you can see we can modify the simulation property with the help of your rigid body constraint. So let me actually do sphere first, and maybe second, maybe I don't know, sphere 5. And now you just saw something. Okay, let me show you. Okay, did you saw that one, what happened? So let me actually get rid of everything, and let me actually show you with only one singular sphere. Shit auto smooth, and let's move it, rigid body, sorry, active, and let me move it. Okay, great. Now if I wanted to add the bounce, what I will do, let's say if I do this, and now you will see something. Wait, oh, we have to also add another object. Yeah. So let's actually do this one, right? Okay, great. And add this one as well in my sphere one. Okay. And let's actually recalculate the simulation. Okay. Did you saw what happened? So basically, it is kind of bouncing, but obviously I did not change the settings for this simulation. That's why it is happening. If I just add it here again, and if I just do if I just do that one, it will act uh, differently. Let me actually show you one thing which you can create, is one of the amazing thing. If you create a torus, and let's actually grab it on Y, shade auto smooth, into geometry, rotate on X. We have a torus, then we can just add this, and just do Shift D, and just repeat it bunch of time, and we have like a chain structure. And then select everything first, and then select the upper chain last, and then create a rigid body active, and hit Alt and then mesh, and we have it. And now search for copy from active. We have it, and now you can see actually, oh, we need to create it as a passive. Yeah, so it should stick, right? Yeah. Now if you see, I don't know why is it not simulating properly. I mean, there is a issue with Blender that you have to reset this simulation every time, which is just crazy. Now it will work properly. I don't know. Okay, yeah. So now you can see it is working exactly the way we want. So maybe do 250, and let's rebake our animation. So you get the point. So this is working as a real world object, and you can see it is Really good. It did a good job with this chain animation here. So yeah, this is a rigid body simulation, and I guess, I hope, I mean, you understood everything. So let's actually go back to our main thing which we have to do with, which is our flag animation. Okay. So okay, let me actually clear a few things. Is this the one which I wanted to explain in this one? Yeah, so I just explained you about types of simulation and quick setups. Uh, Before going to our camera setup and optimization, I wanted to make sure that we have our proper 3D world with all the designs. So I guess it is time to finalize our modeling. So let's do this. Let's now finalize our entire modeling, and then we can move to our camera setup. And we are very close now. We only have few things remaining, and then we are officially done with the entire master class. So let's now just move to our hardcore finalize modeling, and we will finalize it, and then we will we will go towards the other things. Okay. And yeah, wait, did I showed you the fluid and smoke? I okay, I don't think I showed you the fire and smoke and all that stuff. Wait. Before finalizing the modeling, let's actually take a look in our other stuff, in our simulation. In our fire simulation, then there is fluid, means water simulation. Let me just show you quickly before finalize our modeling. So now you know how to add forces from here, and obviously to add particles from here. One of the things which I wanted to tell you is that how you can actually add your water simulation or fire, which I forgot to mention. So what you should do, you should have maybe, let's say, sphere. Okay, and let's do shade auto smooth and move it here. Okay, and now you search with the help of your F3 key. Okay, and F3 you search for quick smoke, quick liquid, or quick explode. As soon as you search for quick, you can see it gives you a bunch of option, and I will actually tell you what it does. Basically, let's say if we have a plane, and let me actually make it random, then cavity. Okay, and if I add a quick fur, so as soon as I do that, as you can see, it immediately added this grass. So this is also spawning particles, but this is editable. You can edit this in your edit mode. You can see we can change the segments. I don't think we can modify this. We can do this, right? No. Yeah, I don't think we can modify this because this works differently. This is just spawning some sort of curve onto our plane. It is not going to affect with the simulation. But I guess if we add maybe that force field, curve guide force field, yeah, is it affecting? No, I don't think so. So yeah, I don't think this will affect because of obvious reasons. It is geometry. It is not a actual curve. Anyways, so let's delete that and let's actually add UV sphere, shade auto smooth, move it ahead. Now let's do it again. Quick. Let's say quick liquid. Okay. Why is it giving me error? So fluid type. Okay. I don't know why the error was given. Anyways, I don't think we can directly do like that. Okay. At least one mesh object. I don't know why is this happening. Let me actually create two object together. Okay, now it is happening. Okay, got it. So yeah, you need two objects, and the thing with this two object is very clear. This is your domain, okay? So what does it mean by a domain? Basically, what is happening right now is, let me actually rebake this, and you can see it is stopping it there. So basically what is happening is that we have a boundaries. So this box is our boundaries, and this sphere is our main water source. And as soon as I hit play, it is falling on the ground on that position, you can see. And obviously we did not tweak the setting. That's why it is very thick water. So let me actually change the settings from our physics properties, and you can see we have liquid. We can change the types here, and then initial velocity and all that stuff. One of the things which you immediately notice in our layers panel here, you can see we have a liquid domain. Okay, so that domain means your boundaries, and you can see we have a domain settings. We can immediately change the domain type like a liquid or a gas. I will tell you about gas, but for now, just understand liquid. And you can see we can tweak the resolution, means how dense we want this water to be. Which means if I increase this maybe 64, and if I play it again, yeah, okay, you can see immediately it is giving me extra particles inside that water. I usually keep it under 40. Obviously, my PC can handle that, but I usually keep it under 40 because it is very fast to just render like that. And then obviously we can tweak bunch of setting like the time scale, which means the speed which is going to be fall on the ground. Then there is a different settings like flip ratio, which means the way the water is going to behave. For example, if this is a very thick water, you can see the flip ratio is around zero point 0.9. Maybe if I decrease this, I don't know, it will just fall directly, I guess. Yeah, it will fall directly. So it became a little bit thinner. So it is changing the water properties basically. And obviously there are different options as well: particle radius, then sampling, randomness. It is totally something which if you're going for a certain type of look, for example, you can see we have a spray or foam or bubbles. Or if we want to add, we can add it in our water. Then there are presets. You can see we can add both of this together, or all of this together, or only selective objects, selective types. And yeah, there are different settings basically here. And then we can cache this up. And obviously there are way we can even transfer this in different 3D software like this. You can see we have format open vdb and all that stuff. So open vdb is one of those format which we can export this, and then we can you know uh, uh, import this in different 3D software, specifically in game engines or in other 3D software. For water simulation, actually, I generally don't use any kind of water simulation, because I will tell you what I do is I go to either Pixabay or Pexels.com, and then I actually download the video. But that video should be in either green screen or either a black screen video. Maybe let's just say waterfall. And what happened is that if I download this waterfall in my green screen as a green screen, I can just put that green screen, as you can see, obviously this is a paid asset, but you get the point. So if I download this, I can just add a plane, and then I can remove the green color, and then I can just use it. So generally I like to do that because it saves a lot of memory and time. So yeah, this is my liquid domain explanation. Uh, Obviously, there are settings. There is a viscosity as well. You can change the way it is going to flow. The water is going to flow. It gives you complete freedom over the look you are going for. And let me actually add another UV sphere, shade auto smooth, and let's actually do quick smoke. Okay, it will not happen because I need to add that. No. Okay, yeah. Now it will happen. Yeah. So you can see immediately as soon as I hit play, it is giving you that black kind of smoke, and obviously it is black right now because there is no settings which we did. But the point is that it is going to spawn a smoke inside that domain. Okay, so just understand that everything you do, everything you are simulating, specifically fire, smoke, or liquid, it is going to be in some kind of boundaries. There is some kind of limitation. It is never going to be infinite, which means this fire is not going to go from here to here unless you decide it to. So you should make these boundaries bigger in order to create that look. Obviously, it is something which you have to tweak. Maybe you can do like this. Yeah, as you can see, it immediately changed my smoke size, and that way we can create it. The only reason the boundaries exist because because what happen is that obviously if we keep it infinite, it will crash our computer. Okay, so we don't want to do that particular thing. And obviously we can tweak the settings from here. As I said, uh, let's actually do, I don't know, adaptive domain. Then we can change the heat of the gas, let's say 2 maybe. Yeah, and I don't think I need noise. uh, then there is, let's actually, I don't think there is anything new in here. Let's, yeah, as you can see, as I did the adaptive domain, so basically what is going to happen, it is going to gradually increase the domain of that smoke. And obviously we can even add the material. I'm not going to do that because I don't use it generally, but you can see we can add, with the help of flow and effector, we can create bunch of different kind of look. You can see we can add our thickness from our display, and then we can add our interpolation. There are various things here which you can explore, obviously, and then we can render, obviously. So yeah, this is our smoke. So now I will show you quickly about our fire simulation. So let me actually do that, and let's do quick smoke. If I go to smoke, and there is a way we can just add a fire actually. No? So as soon as you, I guess you can add that. Yeah. So just add that one and then that one. Okay. So this is going to be your flow, but this is going to be your fire plus smoke. And let me increase this one. Yeah, and let's increase that one. See, you can see it is kind of giving you a weird kind of structure. And let me actually set it to none. And let's tweak some settings here. Give it 2, volume is 1, flow type to mesh. Then there is a texture, and let's do a texture cloud to colors contrast. Okay, is it happening now? It is going quickly out, but let me actually fix it. Domain gas C4. The 15 on, and let's actually bake it. Okay, great. Now, if I show this to you, you can see it is giving you the simulation, but obviously it is very short because I set it very short, but you get the point. So basically, we can create bunch of things. One of the easiest way to use this is maybe to create like a bullet trail from your gun. So you can create like gun bullet trail, uh, and that is something which I guess people use it for. You can see something like this, or maybe like a thruster of your rocket. You know what I mean? Rocket thruster. Yeah. So obviously there are ways we can create it. You can see if I create rocket thruster 3D, we can model it and then we can add some sort of emissive simulation. And now what is going to happen basically, now we are actually officially done with this simulation. Now what is going to happen before going to camera setup is basically we are going to model the actual stuff. So obviously we have some modeling, but we are going to finalize the modeling, and you will see me doing the modeling in the time lapse, but I will pause in between and I will talk. Then I will slow down the video, and I will instruct you on like the types. I do like I will instruct you with the methods I use. For example, as I mentioned about the simulation, that I don't directly use the simulation, but I kind of, just do the lazy work and then just, do the thing. Obviously, I didn't mention you about cloth simulation because I wanted to show you the cloth simulation in my direct, directly in my work flow here in this current situation, in this current scenario. That's why I did not did not mention the cloth simulation in this particular example. I'm going to directly show you here on this flag right over, and then how we can you know how we can just duplicate the flags with all the animation applied. So again, you are going to check this time lapse from now. You are going to just check this time lapse now, and I will pause whenever necessary, and I will explain you some methods which I personally use, so that way you will understand it properly in the current situation, in the current workflow. And yeah, now, so let's go to the finalize modeling. Okay, so let's actually start our modeling. Let's finalize it. By the way, I wanted to mention you something which I did not tell you while showing you everything. If you go to here, actually, this is a filter option. And what it does basically, it lets you choose different filter methods. And let's say if I enable everything here, and you can see all the things which is in the blue highlight is going to be visible here. So let's just say if I remove all the things, it will not show you any sign on this right side. But if you just enable it, you can just see everything back again. So I like to keep few things here. Okay, so I like to keep few things here. For example, disable in render, I don't like this. This is okay. And then also I can filter out with different object type. For example, I don't want to see any mesh, because I want to delete all the unnecessary empty objects. So I can just select it and I can just delete it, and then I can re-enable my meshes, and then I can just merge all the mesh. Control J. So it is very handy tool if you ask me. I actually wanted to show you here that this is kind of a ropes which is connected with these pillars, and then this ropes have a flag. So the way I did it is very simple actually. Obviously, I used my asset browser Curvify hanging wire preset, but you can do it manually as well. You can just add one corner in one side and another corner in another side, and it is very simple. And then the way you do it is you do it with the help of extrude. So let me actually show you how you can do it manually, and that way you will understand. So let's just say maybe if I add a curve and just add a Bezier curve, normal Bezier curve, and then just scale it on Y0. So make it look, even. And let's actually scale this down, and let's grab this on the Z. Okay, so this is our curve right now. Okay, and the way we are going to make it look like a wire is basically you go to our object data property of our curve, and if you open the geometry panel, you can just add the additional features like extrusion, offset, all that stuff. But the one we are looking is this one, the depth one. Okay, and you can see it immediately gives like this hollow kind of pipe, and we can fill the caps, so it can, it looks good. And you can adjust this as well, by the way. So let me actually add another division, and let's just add maybe like this. And you can see it kind of created this pipe kind of structure, but obviously this is not very good looking. So the way you are going to add more resolution is with the help of this one. You can see we have a resolution here, and we can just add a resolution. Maybe let's just do, I don't know, 64 is good. And let me actually fix this one. So yeah, we can just we can fix the curvature, and obviously we can add the render resolution as well. So let's add render resolution as 64 as well, and that way we can create like a wire. Obviously this is a very thick wire. This looks like a very big wire. So let's just decrease the depth. So I like to keep it at around 0.05 or something. Yeah, 0.05 is also very good, but this is also a little bigger. So let me actually add, I don't know, yeah, 0.01. So now you can see this is kind of looking like a wire, and obviously we can individually place these objects, and that way it looks like it is like a hanging wire. So that is the same step I did here, but rather than doing it manually, I used my preset which I got from Curvify, and I have it from a very long time. So in Curvify I have a few extra options, like I can just increase the hanging depth, and then I can just also increase the animation speed as well. So it is an additional thing, and I guess he made it inside geometry nodes. So let's go to geometry nodes, and you can see he actually created this. He, in the sense, the CG Matter, the guy, the creator behind Curvify, he created this kind of a geometry node setup, where you can see on the base, because of the help of math, the math based node system, because of that mathematical operations, you can see he created this kind of geometry node setup. And this is very complex. I don't understand this, and even you don't have to understand this. If you see anything online which looks really good, but it is a geometry node setup, you don't have to understand it, you just have to use it. So I hope you find a free version for Curvify as well. I guess there is a free version, yeah. So you will find it. But I actually wanted to modify this mathematical node setup, because I wanted to add my flag in in my curve. So Yeah, I have to do that. That's why, like, obviously, I'm going to modify this a little bit, and I will explain you how you can do it too. If you created this manually, I will explain you. Don't worry. I actually wanted to, decrease the. I actually wanted to not get I actually wanted to not get into a hassle of creating bunch of hanging wires and then adding those banners. So one of the easiest way I will tell you is to actually there is a tutorial of Ian Hubert, and if you still don't know who is Ian Hubert, he's the he's the guy behind everything why people blender so much. This guy makes everything looks so easy, and it is easy, but he explain it in a very good way. So he does have a tutorial on how you can make banners and flag, and it is extremely easy. And I guess I will follow this rather than creating this. Yes, I did this, but now I think maybe rather than explaining you how you can create this with the help of geometry nodes and how you can add the flags, I assume it will be very time consuming. So let's just follow this step where he teach how to make banners and flags. And obviously this is going to be affected as well with the cloth simulation, so we don't have to worry. And then we can just project the appropriate texture onto the flags, and that way we can just create a custom flag. And I just remember that. So let's just do that rather than creating a bunch of hanging wires, then following that wire onto the following flag onto the wire. So let's actually do this one. Okay. So now I will actually tell you quickly how you can create the cloth simulation. So again, as I said, just follow the Ian Hubert tutorial. You will understand it anyways. But let me actually show you. So you just select this last two vertex, two from here, two from here, and let's actually do this. Let's actually go to our object data property and create a vertex group. And you can rename if you want to. I'm just going to keep it as a group, and that's how you create the vertex group. And this is very important to note that, because this is vertex, and this is inside one vertex group, and that vertex group is known as group. Okay, so that is very important step right here. And don't forget to actually, when you do that, don't forget to click this assign button here, and this is very important. Okay, and now you go out of the vertex, now you go out of the edit mode and go to your physics and add a cloth. Okay, you will see something happened, but this is very weird right now, so we are going to fix it. Don't worry if you see it right now. We are just fixing it. If you go to cloth, then go to your, yeah, so you just have to pin the pin group, and you just have to click it, and you can see immediately it gave you the hanging wires with the banners with the flags, and it looks good, right? And obviously we are going to fix it a little bit. Maybe add additional vertex here. Yeah, you can add additional vertex, make it look good. Yeah, this will do. And again, we are not going for like extreme level perfection, but it's good if we go for that look. And obviously, because we already have only one copy, so what we can do is let's clear it. Yeah, what we can do is just to create instance and let me add this flag here. Okay, so let's actually add multiple instance. The only reason I wanted to create instance is because you see, one of the reason is because if I create a force here, let's just say maybe a wind force, and let's actually rotate this. Yeah, and let's actually create strength, maybe, I don't know, 515.2. Obviously, there is no randomness currently. It is just because we have instance, it is just following that current instance. Because of that, it is kind of giving you that look. Uh, we can create the randomness if I'm not wrong. Uh, I guess. No, we can create the randomness, but we need multiple copies. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Anyways, it's okay. This will do for this current example because obviously we are not going for very realistic look. It is just for our just for our it is just for ourselves. We are not going for that realistic look. So let's just keep it like this, and it's okay. We can create the multiple copies with the different hanging kind of pattern, and then we can create the variation, different variation, and that will look good. For this, I'm assuming maybe let's just keep it like this, and I don't think no one is going to notice that much. And let's actually, scale down, scale up, and obviously we can still create the variations, but let's not go into too much detail. And I guess we can still rotate this one. Yeah, we can. So maybe I can just yeah, I can just do like that. Yeah, I mean, still there is a variation, but it is not that good variation, but it is okay. It is completely fine. Now you can actually see we are getting somewhere, and I guess this is something which I will finalize, and I will add the character, the second character, and then that way it will be fine. But let me actually add the material for the flags and then the background wall, and then we can finalize. Okay. Another thing which I like to add is always to have some sort of light streak which is coming out of your sun. And the way you add it is very simple. You create this kind of weird shape, and I will show you how what you can exactly do. You go to object and then actually you add a principal volume. Okay, and just connect it to volume. Another thing which you can do, if you don't want to add this like this, then you can just search here for volume, and then you can even get some material. Yeah, and you can see we can have like a fog volume, like a cloud volume shader. So you can either directly download some sort of volumetric shader, and then you can apply it, or you can do it manually. So I like to do it like this. I just download it rather than rather than creating myself. So I like to just add it like this. And you can see immediately we can create some sort of cinematic kind of look from this camera view. So basically, we can create multiple things in order to get certain look. So let's actually move this fog a little bit. And one thing I like to do always is to just tweak my elevation and the rotation angle. And that way, actually, you can see immediately, it kind of gave me a different look. So let's actually do this. So for this visibility viewport, I'm going to do it as a bounce so I can clearly see what is happening. And this lady right here, actually. Okay, so what I want is let's actually animate her, and let's now just understand about a few things before we go to camera. I guess this is also remaining, right? Oh, yeah, this is remaining. I can't. Is this just is this just bouncing like that, or what is happening there? No, no, not more than three, I guess. Okay. You know what? Let's actually first do that, and then I will be able to do the thing. So one of the things which I did not mentioned in the shading is, like, obviously I did not show you everything in the shading because I have a different video on shading. So I recommend you watch that, and then you will understand what I'm doing. But what I wanted to do is basically just to add, actually, let's do maybe a rope. And when I have a rope material, let's say this one, yeah. And let me actually take a timeline here. Okay. So I can visually see it better. And we have a rope, right? Thick rope. And let me actually, yeah, okay. I guess the displacement is messing up, so let's remove it. So now we have like a rope, but the problem is that we don't want the flag faces to be like that. So what I will do is I will actually uh, create a different material, and I will actually tell you how you can do it. And you can just add another material slot here, and then go to edit mode, and only select the faces which you want the second material to be applied. The second material should be on that particular face. So only select those faces. And I explained this in my shading video, but I will still explain you again. Uh, if you want to know that in depth, like how you can do it, then you should watch that video. And if after selecting this, you can just create a new material and assign it. As soon as you assign it, you can see it just became white color. And let's actually rename this as a flag. Okay, flag or banner or whatever. You can see our rope material was actually applied to our the above portion. Okay, obviously it should not be perfect, and we don't want that perfection, because we are just doing it because we want that rope look. We are not looking for like the perfect look. Okay. Another thing which I like to do is let's just search for Egypt. What I generally prefer to do here is basically like just to take the Egyptian pattern. So the good way to find such ancient pattern is either you go to your Blender kit or SKETCHFAB and search for Egypt fall or something. And what you will find is you'll find bunch of different models. And what you should do is you should just download a bunch of them. We are not going to use the direct model itself, but the texture. So we are downloading the models in order to use the texture. So let's actually do that. And you are going to download it inside your temporary collection. Let's just select it and just import it. As soon as you download the desired wall or whatever the thing which you are going for, you will have a texture on texture on that particular wall. So we don't care about the wall itself, but we care about the texture. So what we are going to do, we are going to go in our actual flag model, and then we are going to create image texture actually. So let's actually do image texture and then add this, and let's actually select our downloaded image. And now you can just get rid of the material, get rid of that object. One thing I like to do here is to actually unwrap the UVs of that particular face according to our uh, current image. So now if I do smart UV unwrapping, as you can see, it is actually doing something. But because we cannot see it, so let's actually open up our UV editor and let's do cube projection. And as you can see, it kind of gave you the projection, but it is messed up. So obviously we have to adjust the UVs according to our needs. But again, it is something which we have to do only once, because all the other things are just, our copies. So as you can see here, because we have this particular kind of setup where we can just use this according to our need, we are always good. So you can see it is kind of matching. And yeah, make sure you keep it very random. It should not be perfect, because again, this is going to be in your with affected with your wind, and no one is going to pay that much attention, to be honest, because we are going to show it for only few time on the screen. So I hope you understand what I did there basically, and that is the exact step which we are going to do for all of our faces. And that way, we can just show bunch of different portion of the same material basically. And you can see as soon as we do it, we have bunch of flags. And again, people are not going to notice that much, so don't worry about that. It is going to be subconsciously hidden, so people are not going to pay attention. Obviously they know something is happening, but again, they're not going to pay like too much attention to that. So don't worry about that, right? Now actually I wanted to do one thing which is important. When we are going to add our character, obviously this current character is on the one place. So what I mean by that is, you can see the animation actually, it is till a point, and then after that it is just she's just stopping directly, right? So the way we are going to make her animation cyclic is very easy. So the one solution which obviously I know is, obviously you can just copy and do the paste. So if you just copy paste the frames, it will go properly. It sometimes happen that if you take something from Mixamo, it is hard to create it cyclic, and I checked it, but I don't know the error. So I need to check that error off screen, because it will be a little big topic. But yeah, if you find yourself with this kind of animation where it is stopping, then what you should do is just create bunch of copies, and it is going to just it is just going to create you the same kind of cyclic motion without any error, as you can see. One thing which I like to do is, obviously, when we have this lady which is walking, okay, I love to add a empty object on frame number 0, and make sure your animation also is starting from 0. It generally looks good, or one is okay. Yeah, let's go to frame number 1. Yeah, so it's okay. Frame number 1. Make sure your animation is starting from frame number 1. You are currently on 1, and then add actually a empty object, and let me do the empty uh, lady walk. And what is going to happen is, basically this empty is going to be sorry, the armature is going to be parented towards the empty. Okay, so still the animation is there, but the best part is I can move the empty and it will move my armature. So the way I'm going to move it is very simple. Let's actually join down. Yeah, let's actually do this. So first, actually, before adding your camera, obviously I need to add multiple camera, but just for demonstration purpose right now, let's actually create our timeline to maybe 150 frames. So you can see the timeline, the animation will go from 1 to 150, and it will start again from your first frame. Okay, and let's actually set up the camera before creating those animation, because we are going to create multiple camera angles, and then we are going to render it. We are even going to animate our light, light intensity with the camera motion, and you will see how you can just easily do it. So let's actually create that, and then let's continue. Okay, so now we are in camera setup. So let me actually only show selected. Yeah. So now actually let me explain you about few things before adding camera. First thing is that we need to have a timeline. Okay. So if you accidentally remove this, or maybe if you join this, then you should create it again. So you can just create it like this, then timeline. Okay, so you need a timeline, and you also need a collection. So go to your main collection and then actually create a different collection called as cameras, because we are going to create multiple cameras. Okay, and now you're ready. So let's actually first do cursor to origin and then camera. So the way you add it is Shift A and then you add a camera. Okay, and one thing I wanted to mention is that you see, camera composition is something which is which is like a experimental. So whatever looks good for you, you can add. For me, what I like to do is obviously I focus on one particular object, and then what I do basically is that I try to add the camera from that particular position. So I kind of project my camera. So the meaning is basically, let's say if I like this particular cat here. Okay, so this is our Egyptian cat, and let me actually focus. Yeah, so now you can see I wanted to create a camera from this particular view, and the way I'm going to do it is with the help of my shortcut. So actually, yeah, so shortcut Control Alt plus numpad 0. Okay, and as soon as I do it, you can immediately see something happen. This kind of boundaries got created. You can see it here. So this is my camera window, and let me actually go to my camera setting here. You can see I have a camera, and let me actually fix this and rename this as cam1. So this is my camera one, but currently the composition is in a square. And what I mean by composition, which means my resolutions. Okay, so if you go to our output properties, in our properties, basically here, let me show you here. This is our output property. So you go there and you actually try to add your resolution. So I like to keep it at 1920 by 1080, and you can see it is kind of messed up. Like it looks stupid, like the cat ears are cutting, then there is things which are going out of my camera. So the way you fix it is with the help of camera settings, and here is our camera settings. And if you noticed by now, whatever things you select, you additionally get the settings for that. For example, if I select my normal object, you can see I can go to my object data property. But if I select my camera, then you can see I get like camera properties. If I have, let's say, wind, and then obviously I have physics based property, then a data object property. So there are basically different types. So this option, basically it is like a modular option, which means it is going to change according to our object. So currently I selected my camera, and you can see so I need to change my camera settings, right? And if I go to my camera view, and the way you go in the camera view is with the help of this button here. This one, I explained this button like very beginning of this tutorial, or you just hit numpad 0. And as I said, most of the times we are going to use shortcuts. Okay, so you go to numpad 0 to switch into camera view. So this is what I'm going to see from my camera. Okay, and now I can actually tweak my focal length. So if you don't know focal length, basically it is a camera lens focal length. Basically, just like our real world camera, it is going to have a focal length. As I said very beginning of this tutorial, everything we are going to create in our 3D world, in our Blender, is going to be exactly similar to our real world. So that's why we have this camera, which is going to be like a real world camera. And as soon as I increase or decrease my focal length, you can see it is kind of moving, because it is supposed to work in that manner. Okay, it is supposed to work in that manner because it is a real world camera. So it acts like a real world camera. It does have depth of field and all that stuff. I will explain you depth of field in some time, but just for now, understand that you have a camera, then you can tweak your focal length. I personally like to keep it around 32 or 30. It is depending on the kind of look you are going for example, if I wanted to create like a wide angle lens, then 22 is something which is like very wide. And obviously there are less than 22 as well. Let's say 16 is extremely wide, and there are 12 lens as well. So again, it is going to tweak your lens. And you can see, if I go very far, let's say 4 this is like extremely wide, extremely wide camera angle lens. And you can see it kind of captured everything, but you can see here your your view is kind of distorted because the lens is like that. So don't worry if you find yourself in such situation. Only thing you have to tweak is your focal length. And obviously don't also go extremely far as well. Just make sure to keep the composition around like medium wide range, around approximately 32 or 30 or 28 max. Okay. I guess 32 looks good for me because I don't think I need additional things here. Okay. Because I just wanted to have this kind of look where this cat is in one side of the camera. And the only reason why I wanted such kind of composition, obviously I'm going to modify it, but try to understand that there are different types of camera composition. And I will just show you basically camera compositions. So there are like types of camera compositions. So there is basically like a grid system. If you're from familiar from filmmaking, if you're from filmmaking background, you should know this. So there are ways we can show it. There are certain ratios, there are certain kind of camera angles which we can do, which we can create, where we are going to create like a ratio of that camera composition. And uh, I recommend you watch few tutorials if you don't understand camera composition. But just for now, understand that it is like a grid system, like an invisible grid system. And in our subconscious mind, it gets fit. So for example, this is like a very focused grid here. So you can see the object is in exactly middle. This is different kind of composition. Obviously there are many types of compositions. I am going with standard compositions. And I don't think you can tweak the composition from here. I don't believe you can do that. But I guess you need to find a good tutorial to understand composition. And obviously I mentioned in my PPT as well. I have I have composition, but that composition is the post processing one. Okay, this is something which is camera placement. So camera placement composition matters very much here, because this is also known as pre-production. So in pre-production, we set up the camera in particular position, and we showcase, and we record in a certain way. So I like to keep it in a standard position. It's okay if you don't understand, just try to keep it in the middle. I like to keep it something like this. Another thing which I wanted to mention you in camera, because we are in camera right now, is the focal length is also important. Then there is something called as depth of field. Okay, and I will show you what is depth of field. And let me actually hide. Let me hide this one. And let's say if I add a depth of field. Okay, immediately as soon as I add depth of field, you can see it kind of works like a real world camera. Currently, my focus is set to this cat here, this one. So you can see my camera is focusing only on the cat, and you can still see the movement happening in the background. This lady is actually moving, then that flags are moving. But because my camera is focused on this cat here, it is not going to shift the focus of my current composition. Let me actually show you in my render view. You will understand it better. So now you can see this looks extremely realistic. Why? Because I have that focus setup for this particular camera, where the cat is in the focus and everything else in the background is kind of out of focus. So depth of field is something which is necessary for you to understand that every camera has some sort of depth of field. Obviously it depends what kind of look you are going for. If you are going for extremely high detailed close up shots, in this case let's just say if I wanted to just highlight on this cat, then I can add something like this. Then I can actually modify the depth of field settings, and then I can create some sort of highlighted render. Normally you don't need it, but if you are looking for a very close up shots, then you can use depth of field. And still you can add it, but I don't recommend you add on every single camera, because it will be very very boring for your eyes after a point of time, because this is not necessary for you to understand every single time. That your mind is not going to process, and it is something which is only used for certain types of situations, as I said. Okay, so if you are going for maybe showcase of a product showcase or something, then you can use depth of field. I'm going to just close it off for now. So that is a depth of field explained. And what else was there? Setting focal length and depth of field. Few things which I did not mention in my PDF is this one, the constrained one. Okay, and I will explain you constraint in shortly, because it is very short topic. So remember, we have some sort of modifiers for our objects. Okay, for example, this is my object. Okay, yeah. So this is my object, and let me actually go there. So this is my vast structure, and this is my object. If I add a modifier, let's just say, let me actually add maybe, I don't know, mirror. But no, not mirror. Let's just say array. Okay. Okay, great. Now understand what is happening here. So it is creating copies of my geometry, correct? But this is happening because I have a geometry, like I have a geometry, which means I have an object with actual vertex on it. So there are vertex, and because of that combination of vertex, it created some sort of object, means some sort of shape, and that shape is something which is getting modified, correct? So this is my modifiers, and that's why we call it a modifier, because it is modifying our actual geometry, which means actual vertex. And that way we are creating multiple copies, and we are creating multiple different modification on one single object. But just understand that in our camera we cannot do it, right? Which means we cannot modify additional properties of camera. Why? Because it is a real world camera. It is like a real world. Obviously there are things which we can do, like color grading and all, but that's a different module. I will explain you that later. But you cannot modify focal length and depth of field after a point. Like there is a limitation. But we need some sort of mathematical operation going on, like, which means, for example, we need some sort of mathematical functionalities. Then we can tell our camera to behave in certain way. Okay, and what I mean by behave in certain way, which means we are going to actually tell our camera to focus on particular objects, let's say, or to just copy the certain people's certain movement of some empty object or something. For example, let's just say if I select my camera, And if I go to my constraint, let's say this is my constraint, and let me actually add a constraint which I personally like, which is a track to. Okay. And if I select my cat object, you can see immediately what is going to happen. Let's just say if I move my camera, you can see it is tracking my cat, cat origin, center of origin. Okay. So what is exactly happening that I'm telling my camera that, hey, if you are enabling depth of field, okay, I want you to focus only on one object, which is my cat object. Okay. And you can see immediately the more far I go, it is still going to focus on that cat. The more close I go, it is still going to focus on that cat. And I can go as much as I want. I can go it in X, Y, and Z, all three direction. And the rotation is locked, which means you can see I cannot rotate. Why? Because it is tracking my cat object, this object. So if I move my cat object, and trust me, I'm not moving my camera. I will actually show you in my another window. And let me, yeah, yeah, let me actually do this. Okay. And now if I move my cat, you can see in my left side window, in my short window, my camera kind of tracking the center of origin of that cat. And it is very powerful. So this is known as constraint. So constraint is basically some sort of piece of code which lets us do things like this. So basically we don't have to additionally animate anything. So let's just say if I only animate my cat movement, it will automatically going to animate my camera because the camera is focused to that object. Okay. So this is one type of constraint. And obviously there are different types of constraint which obviously I use. Let me actually fix this one. Because this happened because I changed the thing. So let me actually do that one. Let's go there. Yeah, and actually, okay, great. So it is one constraint. Obviously, there are different types of constraint. Like I can copy the rotation, scale, location. I can limit the location or rotation. Then there is a transformation. This is actually very self-explanatory, but I will still explain you. One another thing which I did not mention to you earlier is that if you hover on option and if you just wait for some seconds, you will see it kind of show you a pop-up, and it tells you add a constraint to active object. Then there is a copy the location of a target, so that they move together. So if you hover on the particular option, you will see it gives you instruction. Okay. So wherever you feel like stuck, you can just do that, or you can just do the right click. So what you can do, you can just right click and you can search online manual. And as soon as you click it, it actually opens your manual from the blender.org, and you can learn it from here as well. You can understand if you want to know in depth. Okay. So that is one feature which I forgot to tell you. Now you understand the camera thing, how you can add the camera. We are going to create multiple cameras, and the way we are going to create is very simple. Let's actually understand few things before creating multiple cameras. Is that your timeline? Okay, so your timeline is very important here. Why? Because we need to create some sort of frames. And what I mean by frame is basically, if you go to your output properties, you have a frame rate option. Okay. And what is frame rate? Basically, every second is going to have multiple pictures in it. So if you don't know, image is basically like a just a still image. Okay. But a video is like a multiple image put together, right? And for that purpose, we have to create a sequence, like an image sequence. And image sequence is going to tell your blender, like tell your any software basically, that hey, this is a image or this is a video. So it is going to differentiate between image and video on the basis of that. And in order to create the image sequence, we need the frames. For example, 6 fps, 6 frames per second, which means 6 images per second. Basically, that is the only thing you have to understand. Again, don't go in much more depth. You don't have to go crazy with fps. Normally, in standard cinematic way, we use 24 frames per second, because human eyes feel 24 frames per second is something which we can easily see properly. And obviously, if we want very smooth kind of version, then we can switch to 30 or 60, even 120. But the more the frames you have in 1 second, it is going to cause like a lot of time to render. So generally, we keep it on 24 frames per second. Okay. And now you are ready. So let's just say I want first camera to be maybe, I don't know, 3 seconds, right? And for 3 seconds, what I do, starting is my first frame. Okay. So this is going to be my first frame, and I want 3 seconds camera, which is my first camera. So what I will do, by the way, if you go in your timeline, there's a way you can switch. So this is your current frame. I like to keep it at 1, and starting your current frame is your 1, and then ending is your 240 frames. So what I do, I go to my first frame and I just add, I just do plus 24 plus 24 plus 24. Now if you understood what I did, I added 3 seconds, which gave me 73 frame. So what is going to happen basically, that on this frame number 73, I'm going to change my camera, and I will actually show you the way I'm going to change it. So let's just say this is my camera 1 on frame 1. I will bound my camera to the timeline, and the way I do it is with the help of Control B. Okay, you can see Control B. As soon as I did it, it did something here, and I can even change the naming here. So it is created a marker, and let me actually rename this marker. Okay, and rename it maybe 1 to 73. Yeah, cam1 is equal to 1 to 73. You don't see it here, but obviously it is there. It is just hidden behind my camera 1, but it's okay. You get the point. Another thing, obviously, we can just rename from here. So if I do cam1 is equal to 1 to 73. So I know that my first camera is 1 to 73 frames. Okay. And let's actually create another camera on 73. So let me actually create same technique. We add a camera, and let's actually switch. I don't know, maybe here. No, not this one. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. So select your second camera, and let me actually rename this one cam2, and Control Alt 0 again. Okay. And cam2, and let me actually move it a little bit from here as well. I don't like the overall composition actually. Oh yeah, because of that one, right? Oh, okay. Now I know what happened. So as soon as you create a camera 2, you have to bind this camera first. So let's actually bind this. You have camera 2, and because you have camera 2 on the 73, Let me actually switch my composition here, maybe. Yeah, this one and controls. Okay, great. Okay, yeah, now it's working. So basically, what is happening is that we are switching in between two cameras with the help of our timeline. So we bounded after 73, we have this camera. And now let's actually change the setting here and let me actually focus on the statue this here. Okay, let's select that and you do the track 2 on my statue actually. If you're wondering why it looks like this, then because the center of origin is there. So just understand wherever the center of origin is, camera is going to focus there. But I don't want him to focus there. I want to focus on the upper portion. So the way I'm going to do it is first apply the constraint. Then I'm just going to rotate it upwards like this. Okay, yeah, like this. And let me actually do, I don't know, 36 maybe? Yeah, 36 looks good. No, that is a lot. So let me switch it. And I don't know, maybe like this. Yeah. And let's actually rotate here as well. Okay. Okay, great. So this is my second camera. Yeah, that's basically it. But the additional thing which we can do is obviously create animation, camera animation, and I mentioned we are going to create it. Maybe let's say, yeah, let's keep it here and let's actually add keyframes here. And by the way, if you're wondering, uh, if you don't want to hit I every time, what you can do is you can just click on this buttons here, which means it is going to represent there is a keyframe. We can add keyframes, and obviously there are way. This is an automatic keyframe button. I like to keep it off because it is going to cause problems later if we just forget about automatic keyframes. It is going to modify all the things according to the keyframe, and it will cause me a problem. That's why I don't like to turn it on every single time. So yeah, it's okay. So now on the frame one, this is here, which I don't want. So what I will do, let me actually add a constraint track to my cat, and let's actually move a little bit. Yeah, but I don't want this one. So what I will do, I will just do this one, so I can focus on my cat, and then another thing, obviously, what I can do is, let's say, if I create empty and if I put my empty to her ear, and let me actually rename it cam1 empty. Okay, this is also, by the way, one of the way which you can create that tracking. So let me track on my empty and cam1 empty. You can see I have a cam1 empty, and now I can actually decide. Let's say here, yeah. And don't worry, our empties are never going to be rendered in our final view because it is not meant to be rendered. Okay, it is created like that. So okay, let's modify the camera view. Maybe I don't know. Maybe this one looks good. Yeah. And now you just create keyframes again, and by 73, yeah, 73. Okay, maybe 72. Yeah. And now just move it a little bit, and obviously we don't want extreme level animation, and select all the keyframe and keyframe interpolation mode should be linear. Okay, now you can see it is like a little bit of motion again. If you are creating a high car chase scene, then you can add obviously the keyframe should be in a in a very fast motion. Generally, you don't want that. Okay, for specific scenes like this, you never want that. Okay, another thing which I like to do is to create that camera shaking effect, and the way you create it is very simple. You go to your graph editor. Okay, and we have object transform, right? Yeah, but it is not selected, is it? what is modifying right now? X, Y, and Z. Okay. So what you should do, you just select your Z location, which means your this location. And I like to add a modifier, not a cycles, not a big fan of this one. Actually, I like to use noise. Yeah, you can see it kind of created that. So, but we can obviously modify it a little bit. No, modify it more. Almost, yeah, almost keep it nothing, close to nothing. But okay, that is also too much. So 0.01. Yeah, that is also too much. Let's tweak this strength. Yeah, yeah. This looks good. This is very unnoticeable, but that's okay. So it is kind of way to create create that human touch, and that is the reason why I did it. And basically, that's it. That is your camera thing. And what I will do now, I will actually create multiple cameras. Then I will meet you, and obviously all the techniques are same. So don't worry, I'll be doing the same thing. So I'll be adding multiple cameras, and you will see me doing it, and I will add it. Then I will meet you. Okay. So I hope you understand this one, and you should do the same. If you want, you can skip the next portion for few minutes, next few minute portion, because I'm going to create multiple cameras from different actions, and it is going to be something which is totally trial and error thing. You are not going to get camera perfectly in the first place. So make sure you watch this. If you want to, you can skip it. If you understood it, you can create your own camera composition, and then we can actually move to optimization. Okay. So yeah, enjoy. Another thing which I forgot to do, not forgot, but actually I wanted to do it later. Remember, we added the empty here, okay? And now we are going to animate the lady according to the camera, because now we have camera, so we can properly animate her animation cycle. So let's do it actually. So currently the camera is going from 0 to 261, and let me actually get the data of the animation cycle. Okay, this one. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this, and we have to increase the animation cycle, right? From this. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Yeah. So now, because we have animation cycle, which is in a loop, and let's do one thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go on frame number 1, and let's keep this position maybe, I don't know, here. Yeah. And now this position is Y position. Let's actually animate that position, and it is going to 361, maybe 361. Okay. Okay. So luckily, because we had that animation now, she's perfectly, not perfectly, but she's kind of walking in a very good way. Obviously, there is a little bit of friction which I just noticed. You can see she's like sliding on the ground. So yeah, there it is. That, like, we can fix it. Obviously, there is a one way which we can do this is with the help of modifiers, and with the help of drivers. And what drivers basically do is it kind of creates a perfect walk cycle with the help of some mathematical formula. And it is actually handy. I didn't show you the driver method, but to be honest, I guess driver is something which will be extremely complex for you to understand in the first place. So I don't think it's a good thing if I can just explain you about drivers. I guess this is good. I don't think she's sliding that much. Obviously, she's sliding a little bit, but it is barely noticeable, and it's okay. And another way, as I told you, to animate is with the help of drivers. So drivers is basically like a mathematical formulas. And if I show you Blender drivers, what happened? Okay, yeah. So Blender drivers is basically, it is like a very automated way, and people use it to animate in at automatic way. For example, if you made like a vehicle and you have to animate the piston, you can see we can create like a piston kind of mechanism where it is automatically animated with regards to the motion, with regards to the position of that particular object. And it is a very handy way to animate it. As you can see, controllers, drivers. So again, drivers is something which I'm not going to explain you right now, because it is one of the complex thing to understand. But just for now, understand that, let's say if I have this empty, and if I right click, and I can easily add the drivers. Let me check where is it. Yeah, it is here. Yeah, it is here. So anything which is like now, this empty is actually animated. That's why it is not showing me option to add driver. But let's say if I have location X, okay, let's do that actually. Uh, so let's actually do that. So if I add a driver here, what driver is going to do is it is going to give me like a property, and you can see we can create some sort of mechanism, like some sort of expression, which is a code basically. And we can create that expression, and the lady is going to get animated according to the expression. So the way we do it is very simple. You can see if I select the object, and I have to specify what kind of property I want to change, the property type. So currently I'm changing her transformation, and I can obviously change the distance, rotation, everything. And then I have to write the expression with the transformation type, which means currently this is a variable, and this variable is going to be animated according to the formula, and the current formula is this one: variation plus uh, variation plus variable plus minus 3.13 something. So if I add, maybe, I don't know, frame, if I just write the frame, you can immediately see where is she. That is, she's yeah. You can see she is moving, but her location changed because I put the frame option there. So she's going to walk till 37 meter. Yeah, then she will stop. So for the entire frame range, she is going to walk. And obviously it is something which I did, which is wrong. So let me actually remove it. So reset all that, and not reset single value, and let's actually remove delete driver. Yeah. And let's actually go back to our main thing. And let me actually do, maybe on the rotation, let's do that. Okay. So let's do add driver, and let's just say variable plus, I don't know, frame maybe. Yeah. And now she will be, yeah, declined. And obviously we can manipulate this frame into 20. Let's just say. So you can see, obviously, it is giving you different result, but it will be animated with the help of that expression. So currently I put the frame into 20. So frame times 20, she is going to behave basically. So it is a kind of expression, and the expression is going to be driven by expression type. Like it is a variable in this case. Obviously, we can make her float or maybe color value. So there are types. Okay, there are types, and you can see we can input additional variables. Like if we want to animate two things together, for example, I want to also animate the variable plus the float. So I can just add maybe a distance here, and maybe like a transformation channel here, and I can specify the type then world space or local space or transform space. So yeah, there are things, and again, this is the reason why I don't want it to explain you, because it is hard to understand if you are very beginner. So I will recommend you do one thing after this entire tutorial. Spend few months, spend good amount of time learning Blender with the basic stuff which I explained you, and then go for the driver animation thing. Because I remember there is, I guess, CG Matter tutorial about Star Wars. He made that one thing. Let me actually check. He have actually one video which I personally like, and he explained, yeah, this one, BB-8. So in this particular video, actually, he explained in depth how you can animate that sphere with the help of drivers. And again, if you want to watch this video, you can watch it. But I recommend you first understand the basics, and let's actually, yeah, I guess this is the moment. Yeah. So he animated this the Star Wars BB-8 character into in the geometry node setup, but with the help of drivers, with the help of animation drivers, and it is automatically animated. Like, you literally don't have to do anything, and you can see the time he moves that curve, the object obviously it moves, and the he creates some sort of mathematical formula, and it gets animated with the help of the drivers. So if you want to understand it, I recommend you watch few different tutorials which will be advanced, but I don't want you to go directly into the rigging, driver rigging, because it will be complex for you to understand. So again, spend some time learning basic things, then you go for the driver. So that was the explanation for that. For this example, we just animated her, like normally, as you can see, she's still moving. Okay, she's still moving in the camera. You can see. So this is one of the best thing about animating it manually. Like, no one is going to notice her feet motion that much, because your focus is in the middle, in your current scene. So again, you don't have to do that. So that is main thing. So currently in this exact situation right now, we are officially done with the camera. You can see the camera is animated, the motion is there, the lady is walking, and I believe let's not add additional character for now, because it will be heavy for rendering. So I guess one character is good. Again, this for this course only, I did that one character. Obviously, if you are doing it off screen, you can, if you are creating your own portfolio, your showreel, you can add as much character as you want. It's your choice. For this course purpose, I don't think I will add this. Okay, and yeah, basically that's it. And you can still see the flags are kind of animated in this current camera. So this was our camera, and that was our basic of that animation, animation empty, which I did, and then I animated that. So great, we are done with the camera actually, and now comes the one of the most one of the most important topic, which is optimization. Now, what is optimization? So understand that in basic words, optimization means making your computer render everything fast. So basically, you are going to create a world, create a 3D world, which is going to be very lightweight on your computer. And by what I mean by lightweight is basically it is going to be handled by your computer in a very good way. Okay. And to do the optimization, you need to understand that optimization means basically we are reducing our polygon count. And I explained you what is polygon. Polygon means your vertex. Okay. So what we have to do is we have to reduce our polygon counts, which means our world exact count. So let me actually show you. Okay. So you can see as soon as I enabled my statistics, and if you want to enable it, you can go to statistics inside overlay panel. So you enable it, and in this current small section here, you can see we have exactly 1,300 objects. Okay, and we have vertex of 237,000 something, 237 grand. Yeah, and we have edges, then we have face, triangles. The only thing we have to worry about is the vertices, and the objects. Okay. Now understand that every 3D object we have is comes up with some sort of vertex. And as you can see, my one pillar here is 732 vertex. Okay, and obviously because I have created the instance, that's why it is editing everything. So to understand this in a good way, you have to understand that why you need to optimize it in the first place is obviously to save memory, but at the same time you're saving your time, because rendering will take lots of time if you have a very moderate computer. Okay, now most of the computers nowadays are very high end, specifically if you are using RTX GPU, you have a good computer. Okay, so the more number of vertex we have in our scene, the more time it will take to render. Okay, and for that purpose we have to reduce the polygon count. And the one way which I already told you is to use something called as decimate. Okay, and let me just actually show you again just for your information. So let's actually add a monkey. Okay, so if I show you this monkey, and let's say if I do shade smooth, and let's add actually subdivision and apply this subdivision. Okay, as you can see, as soon as I did those operation, it made my 3D model very smooth. But at the same time, it also increased my vertices count. Okay, and vertices is very important for this entire project. Is that we have to reduce it in order to save the memory, but we don't also want to make this monkey look very janky. So what I mean by that jankiness is, let's say if I decrease the monkey, yeah, you can see I did the decimation. Obviously I told you about this earlier, but I wanted to show you again. Decimation, basically it reduce your vertex. So if I just disable this, you can see this is my current mesh. Okay, with this many vertex. But if I do the optimization, you can immediately see the vertex is kind of connected in very weird way. And because it is connected in very weird way, it gave me this weird shape with very janky edges. And what I mean by janky is basically a very uneven surfacing on that particular model. And you can see this very clearly. So we have to optimize the model, but keeping maximum details in our 3D model. So in order to do it, we use a modifier, which is a decimate. So it is going to remove our vertex, obviously, but we don't have to apply it in such a way that it will break our 3D model. As you can see, this is very, very, very rough model, and we have to avoid this. Okay. So one way is obviously I told you decimate. Second way, I guess I showed you, which is unsubdivide. Okay. And unsubdivide does the same thing. Okay. And let me actually hide this. And let me show you. If you search with F3 unsubdivide, it does the same thing. And you can see, as much as I am unsubdividing it, which means reducing my polygon count, you can see the shape changes with that. And it is giving me very poor result. So this is one of the worst result you can go for. So 9 is, I guess, maximum I can do. And the shape is completely broken, you can see. So subdivide is also another way to reduce the polygon count. Another way is something called as camera culling. Okay, and this is important. What is camera culling? So let me actually go to my camera. Okay, yeah. So you can see I have a camera. Okay, and camera is looking in a certain direction. And let me actually show you. So this is my camera, and it is, let's say, this one is my camera lens, like my camera boundaries, and this is watching my scene in this kind of triangular manner, right? So you can imagine, like, this is going infinitely in that particular world. So for example, what I mean by that is this. Oh, this is very big. Yeah, this. Let's see. So this camera is watching my world from that particular origin, from this particular origin, and it is watching it like this. Okay, like this. Let me actually disable my that. Yeah, yeah. So now it is basically watching like this. Okay. Now what is happening basically is that your this camera, this one, your this camera, it is creating some sort of boundaries around around its lens. Okay, and we have our lens here. Why is it not hiding? Okay, now it will hide. Okay, so let me show you. Wait, this is my camera boundary, right? Now this is my camera lens, and you can see we have some objects visible and some objects are not visible in my camera boundary. And let me actually show you in a very good way so you can understand. Okay. All the black stuff, all the stuff which is outside of my camera is not visible. So what I have to do, I have to tell my Blender that, hey, do not render the objects outside of my camera. So I have to tell the Blender that don't render anything except render these things which is in my camera view. This is one kind of optimization, which is, I guess, one of the most used thing in the entire Blender, is because it is going to save us a lot of memory. And the way you do it is very simple. What you do, you just select a bunch of objects. Okay, in this case, let's say this one. Okay, yeah, this one. And you can search about culling. Okay, in your object data property, let's just go to object data property. And where is it? Visibility. Yeah, in the visibility. Okay. If I enable this camera culling, what will happen is that it will let us, render this scene very fast, and it will, it is going to neglect this one if it is outside of my camera view. Again, currently it is grayed out because this is the instance. Told you about instance. Instance is also a way to optimize your scene. Again, let me actually show you. It was that, right? Yeah. So this is my plane. And if I do Alt D, obviously this is a linked instance. So whatever I do, it will get modified on my second material. But this is a very poor way of doing instance. Rather than that, we use something called as collection instance. And the way we do it is with the help of this one, collection instance. And let's say this one, yeah. And you can see I have this cat copy. And if I do this, I can modify this. I cannot go to edit mode in the instance, but I can go to edit mode in my original one. So instance, I told you already. Then culling, I just explained you, but culling is something which you have to apply to all the objects, not to instance, because I don't think you can, yeah, you cannot add to the instance, but you can add to the original object, right? If I'm not wrong. What is it? Where is the original one? This is the original one. Is this? Is this the original one? Yeah. So, okay, this, oh, we can use this. Yeah. And I guess it will be only visible if it is in the render, no? Yeah. It will always be in the render. Correct. So, yeah, you get the point. So, the point is basically we can do that culling stuff, which is going to reduce our polygon count, and that way we can save bunch of memory. One way to curl all the object is, obviously we don't have much objects, and I guess it's okay. I have like how much, 1300 objects. My PC can handle almost like 4 or 5 million vertex. And again, your PC will also handle it, but it will be a little laggy. Okay. So I recommend you do one thing. If you can increase your RAM little bit, maybe minimum 32 GB is a good RAM for Blender if you are very serious about CGI and all that stuff. 32 GB is a very good RAM. Plus, you need a good GPU, as I said, mostly RTX GPU. So I have RTX 4050. Or if you have a MacBook, that's good. MacBook CPU is already very powerful. So yeah, that is the optimization thing. As I said, reducing poly count. So you reduce bunch of polygons, as I showed you, with the help of decimate or unsubdivide, or using instance, collection instance, or linked instance, doesn't matter. But it should be as low as possible. Then deleting unused data. So I guess I showed you this, but if you go to your display mode in this current section here, this one. So in your outliner, if you go to display mode, you go to unused data. Okay, this one. And you can see I have like 3 unused data. And if I hit purge, means basically like a deleting. And you can see I have deleted 3 blocks. Uh, yeah, basically that's it. That's how you do it. And then I guess there is one of the way which you can do file and then clean up. Yeah, purge unused data. Yeah, this one. You can also click this one. So it is same as this. It is just the option is in the file and then clean up and then purge unused data. So that is unused data, and using low poly model and one Kitbashing background object. Great. One thing, because obviously we are in optimization. For example, in my camera scene, like for most of the camera scene, let's say, I know that throne in the background does not require a very high quality texture because it is not going to be visible that much, right? So what I do, I go to my shading, and I basically, let me show you. Yeah, this one. I basically, remove extra detail from that. For example, I don't care about bumping here because I don't need it. Yeah, obviously the lighting, for the lighting, you can have it, but I don't think I need it because no one is going to pay attention to that much. So it is also one way to save lots of memory. If you cannot reduce your polygon, you can reduce the complexity of your shader. And what I mean by complexity of shader is basically removing, removing extra depth. For example, I just removed my displacement because I think no one is going to notice that much. I also reduced my normal map because I don't need it. I don't think I need it. One thing I like to do is obviously to reduce the polygon as well. So let me actually do, I don't know, point 0.2. Yeah, point 0.2 is good. As I said again, sorry. So as I said again, it is completely optional step, which requires some knowledge about like composition. You know the throne is not going to be visible in the focus, so you just remove the vertex, and you not only remove the vertex, you also make it look a little low poly, right? And that's okay. That's okay. We don't need 4K resolution texture for all the objects in our scene because we don't need it simply, right? We just don't need it. That is the simple stuff. And for close-up shots, obviously we need 4K texture, then great, we are going to keep it. So these are a few things which you have to understand, that all the things is comes with experience. So this is kind of experience of all the artists out there, is to not keep everything in like 4K resolution, very very high detail, because we don't need it simply. That's it. And yeah, that is basically it in the optimization point. And obviously, there are few things which I did not mention specifically here. Let's say I used modifier. So in the modifier, basically, you can see, even though I have one object, and if I just remove my mirror, you can immediately see my vertex count get, just vertex count just reduced to half, because this is a copy, but this is a exact copy. This is not going to be like something like an instance, okay? This is an exact copy, and we can modify it if we want. And again, I will recommend you use modifiers in the beginning. Then you can maybe after a point you can switch to having an instance, and you subconsciously start doing it after a point. For example, what I did with the pillars. So currently I have one pillar and everything is just instance of that pillar. So you can see if I modify one, it will modify everything. So it is something which will happen with time. You're not going to pay attention to this from the first place. And as I said, it is a journey, it is an experience. You're not going to get perfect result in the first your first render. So it is something which you have to understand, that optimization. That is the reason I mentioned this in the PPT, in after everything, because I wanted you to understand the basics of everything. Then you can reduce it, and then you can create instance. So you can spend more time understanding the operations which I mentioned you earlier. Yeah, that is a basic thing. Okay. Now, rendering, composition, and color grading. This three topics actually goes together. Okay. So we are almost at the end, and for color grading, optimization, and sorry, color grading, composition, and rendering, I will spend enough time to explain you everything about that. And as I said, we are already done with the modeling and all that stuff. We just have to understand few things, and then we are officially done. So what I will do, I will explain you color grading, composition, and rendering together. So I guess let's start with composition first, then the color grading, because it will no, but this composition is the post processing, right? So before that I need rendering. Okay. Okay, so let's understand first color grading, then composition, post processing, and then rendering. Okay, so let's start with that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to split color grading section in two main parts. One is going to be our pre-production, where we need to set up our color space. So when we render, we can actually modify additional things in the color grading section. So first I will explain you color spacing, and first of all understand what is color space. Okay, so for a moment, let's actually go out of our Blender. Let's understand the color spacing. Okay, so every color, like in generally, computer cannot see the colors, right? So we have to tell computer that the colors need to be assigned to some values. And because we are going to use software, it does have some pre-built presets and some pre-built code inside that, which is going to tell the rendering engine, tell the machine that, hey, this color is assigned to the xyz values. And the way we are going to tell the computer is with the help of color space. And there are types of color spacing, but before understanding the types, understand that as you can see in this particular image, our eyes are not that our eyes are not that accurate to grab every single color. So you can see in this image, the visible to human eye, the color space is very short. And there are different types of color spacing, like for example CMYK. This is what we get when we actually print photo color. So this are some range which varies differently. One of the most popular color space is ASS, which is like the most advanced level color space out there. So what it does is basically all the all the real world cameras. For example, if I search for red camera, so they automatically capture that color spacing, because they have this software built in inside their professional camera. So color spacing is something which is important, because it lets us do post processing thing, which means, let's say for example, I wanted to uh, you know over exaggerate some colors, but I need that amount of color information present in the first place in that particular image. And for that I need to record in very high end camera, and for that I need actual high end camera. So it is totally dependent on each other. You cannot color grade in aces with very medium mediocre kind of footage. You cannot do that. So why am I telling you? Because when we are going to render it, we are going to render in certain color space, then we can color grade it inside our compositing window here, you can see. So that's why color space matter here. And obviously there are types of color space, as I said. So let's actually switch to our render view. Before actually applying the color space, you have to first decide the rendering engine. And this is very important for you to understand that why is it necessary for you to choose the rendering engine in the first place, because it is going to affect your overall colors in your final preview, final render. So let's just say, maybe like currently I'm using cycles, but if I switch to EV, uh, yeah. So you immediately see the EV sun is not that strong. That's why it is doing this. But let's say, do I have sun here? Yeah, I have it. So if I enable it, you can see it is kind of giving you the light, but it is very it is not that accurate. Obviously, I can still change the settings here. I can still tweak this. Let's actually, yeah, let's put it like this maybe, and then let's add strength of 3. Yeah, like this. So you can see EV also, like, obviously it does also look good. It also look good, but again, if I tweak it properly, it will look very real, like almost similar to my cycles. But I prefer using cycles for this current example, because why not? I will tell you the both difference later. But try to understand that before applying the color space, I need to decide what render engine I use. So currently I'm using cycles, obviously, and cycle is extremely like ultra realistic, render engine for Blender. And I will explain you later in detail what is render engine and all that stuff. So for now, actually, what I will do, where is it? Yeah, in the render. Yeah, okay. If I go in this section, my render properties, okay, there is a option here at the bottom, color management, okay. And as I said, we have to choose the color space in the first place before rendering. And the way we are going to do it is with this one. So what is our display device? Let's just say rec 1886 or sRGB. Now you're asking what is rec 2020, rec 1886 display or sRGB. Well, sRGB is something we are going to use all the time. sRGB means standard RGB, standard red, green, blue, which means your regular display mode. Which, let's say, if you want to upload a video, if you render this out, this one, and if I wanted to upload this on YouTube or Instagram or anywhere, it is going to be in sRGB color space. But that color space is going to be display as sRGB. Sorry, my mistake. Wordplay. My mistake of wordplay. So display device is sRGB, which means we are going to show on the device which supports our sRGB mode, which means our standard RGB screen. Because only filmmaking people, they use different display device to check the different color formats. And I don't think you have to understand that, because in the first place, if you are very serious in the filmmaking, then you will learn this in depth, right? sRGB is something which we are going to use. Obviously, don't ask me how this works, like display P3 or rec 1886 or rec 2020, how it works. Don't ask me, because it is a very it is not a relevant question. For example, it is question like how we breathe or why we drink water. It is like that, because there are functionalities, and most of the times sRGB is the main functionality, which is like, obviously, the universally people use all their phone, mobile screen, everything is displayed as sRGB. There are only certain types of certain types of monitor exist, where filmmakers, the one who are going to color grade it, they are the one who is going to change the uh, display device, and they are going to check the coloring and all that stuff. And also they do it because they are going to upload that particular movie in different format. For example, one of the most famous format, if you know, Blu-ray, right? Or 4K IMAX resolution. 4K IMAX is something which is totally different. They render it totally different, okay? And sRGB for the specific use case. So IMAX is very specific. Just like that, your wide screen is going to be very different. The color space is going to be different for that. So people do it for that purpose. We don't need that, okay? Then this is one of the important point here about the view transform. And if you check what it is mentioned there. View used when converting image to a display space. Now understand what is display space. Display. Sorry. Now what is now understand what is exactly display space. Okay. It is something which is going to be seen by people, which means the actual final version, right? Actual final render of it, and we can modify it according to the actual result we are going for, like for what we are looking for. Okay. For example, in this case, let me actually increase some samples. I can't see it properly. Okay. Is it? I don't know. Yeah. And let me actually go to my camera and just decrease my depth of field so you can see what is happening. Maybe 2.5 is good. Okay, great. And let's go back. Okay, great. So this was earlier my standard. This is my Chronos PBR neutral. As its name says, PBR neutral, physics based rendering for neutral colors. That's it. That is the main thing. So as soon as I change it from standard to neutral, it is more appealing and more neutral. Then if I switch to AGX, I don't know what it does, but it is also a color space. Filmic is something which people use a lot. Filmic means your log format. If you don't understand what is log, log is a specific format from camera. So when you actually record from professional camera, you record it in a log, log version, like it is a log file, .log file. And this is where you need to understand about the coloring stuff. Filmic, sorry, this one is a log. Filmic, this is normal filmic, and then there is a filmic log. So people use it for different cases. Again, most of the times filmmaker who wanted to create a certain type of look, and because when you render in a certain way, you can post process it, right? Which means when we are going to do the color grading in the second portion of the color grading part, where we are actually going to post process it with the effects, then we need certain type of situation. Okay. And for that purpose, people render in different color space. Okay. This is a raw mode. So again, one of the format, if you know what is raw is a camera format where you get from 0 to 1, you get like the most darkest value and the most brightest value. So it is a raw format. And as I said, the color space means assigning some sort of values to actual colors. So in the computer, because it cannot see, computer cannot see that, you assign some sort of values, and that value assigning means deciding your color space. That's it. Okay. And obviously when we choose that, we have different options. Like if we want to make like a very high contrast, then normal high contrast, medium high, medium contrast, very low contrast. So there are types. Okay. Then there are subtypes, right? So it is totally customizable. Then obviously we can choose how exposed we want our scene is. Then gamma is basically like a color, basically like a saturation. So you can see if I decrease this, I get almost similar result like my raw, right? Let me actually show you in my raw. Okay, yeah, you understand that. So this is a thing. Then obviously, as I said, we choose the format from here. Sorry, we choose the encoding. And just understand for now, your color space gets encoded in certain situation. For example, sRGB. sRGB is a standard one, as I said, which is used by most of the people, or rec 701 or rec 2020, I guess it is. Yeah, people use 2020 as well. This sequencer basically does the same thing, but it is going to affect in the rendering. So for now it is you can see if I switch it from here, it is affecting my viewport, but when I actually render it in my sequencer, it is going to give me different color space. So let's say now you can see we have ACES color space here, so we can actually render in ACES, and what is going to happen is basically it is going to give me that color space rendered version, and then I can post process in maybe DaVinci Resolve or After Effects, any 3D software, or any software where I can do composition. Okay, so this is a very basic of my color space explanation. Again, if you have a confusion, you can check online, you can ask ChatGPT. It's okay, you can even comment down, you can just time code and mention, you can ask me, I will answer you properly, don't worry. But just understand that color space is something which is, affects your render a lot, and for that reason we need to understand this. But normally, if you don't want any kind of mathematical stuff or any kind of technical thing, so just remember all the time, you switch your display device to sRGB and standard, and look, most probably I like to put it in medium high contrast, because it kind of looks good. And yeah, that is the basic stuff here. I don't tweak exposure or gamma or sequencer, I just put it for sRGB as well. So if you don't want any technical stuff, then you can just understand this one, and that's it. You don't have to do anything. Okay, so don't worry about any of that other stuff. That was the color grade. Obviously the second part I will explain after the rendering. uh Composition, obviously this will also affect after my rendering. So first, let's understand rendering. So now we are almost at the end, so let's actually finalize few things. First of all, before going to rendering, we have to check everything, that everything looks good, all the composition, it is properly set up, the animation is proper. Then is there any error going on with any of this stuff? All of your material needs to be good, everything, right? Now we specifically focus in this two section here, sorry, three actually. One, then there's a two, then this is the three. Okay, and I will explain you. This is your render properties, this is your output properties, and this is your view layer properties. Okay, let's focus in render properties first. As you already know, we have to choose our render engine. Okay, in this case, let's say if I switch to EV, or maybe Workbench, or maybe Cycles. Obviously I explained in the very beginning of this 12-hour tutorial, EV is realistic, but it is not like actual, extremely realistic. Like, it is not a real world realistic. It is going to be realistic, obviously we can change the setting, but EV is going to be just there for us if we want to render anything fast. Okay, Workbench is most probably used by people who wants to create their show reels, or all that stuff. So let's say if I want to create a show reel, obviously I will use Workbench. Okay, this is one of the easiest way I can use it, so I can show my work case or workflow, right? Means you will understand what I mean by show reel. Basically like your own video of your creation of your 3D world and all that stuff. Then obviously Cycles, the actual realistic thing where you can get accurate shadows, accurate light bounces and all that stuff. By the way, before you switch to your render engine, okay, before you switch to your render engine, you have to go to your edit, then your preference. Your option will have you will have the something called as this, like a none option. Okay, that's why you are seeing this grayed out option here. So if this is a gray out, which means you have to turn it on. Okay, so if you have a GTX GPU, okay, GTX means your old GPU, NVIDIA GPU lineup, GTX. Then you enable that, and then you enable your CUDA. Okay, CUDA, CUDA. If you have RTX, then you enable optics. Okay, that is the main thing. You don't have to switch to HIPU or one API. You don't need that. Okay. If you have MacBook, I guess they have different option here. In MacBook, you can directly switch to your CPU. Okay, but make sure, this is very important point, that so many like people, they don't tell you, they will not tell you. Do not enable both of this option. Okay, I will tell you what is the difference. So this is your CPU. This is your GPU. Your GPU is more powerful than your CPU. Okay. And if, let's say, if your scene gets crashed while rendering, this is important that your computer should not get crashed. If you enable both the options, what is going to happen is it is going to cause problems. And if your blender gets crashed, then your entire PC will get crashed, because both of your CPU and GPU were actually working here in the blender. And because it got crashed, it is going to stop your CPU from working your normal computer as well. So it is very important, you should not enable this option. Okay, you just enable your GPU, which is your highest, whatever highest thing you have. And most of the times, even let's say if you have a very good CPU, then this will also do it's not a problem. But you have to make sure you only enable one of this option rather than two. Okay, because it will cause a lot of problem in the long term. You will not notice it right away. Like obviously in one project you will not notice it, but in the long term you will get affected. So let's enable the GPU. Second thing, I don't want to go much into backend, because it will be little bit complex for you to understand in this current stage, in the beginner stage. But there is a display graphic options, which means we can change the way Blender actually render the scenes. Okay, what is this basically? Okay, so OpenGL, and we have Vulkan. So Blender actually recently, in last two version, Blender introduced that it will support a Vulkan backend system. And OpenGL is basically like a shading language. Okay, so I explained this very briefly in my shading tutorial actually. So OpenGL is one of the shading language, and your shading language means you are basically like a code. Okay, like a coding language. And OpenGL is something which people used to use in Blender from like very long time now. And recently they announced about Vulkan. So what it is going to do is basically it is going to make your rendering much more efficient, and in much more realistic way. Okay, and it is also very handy if you are using ray tracing, or very high quality volumetric, like very basically like a very high quality rendering. If you are using for that, you can just enable it. uh, I don't recommend you do it now. First understand the main thing, and then you go for the Vulkan. And again, depends on your use cases. I don't think if you're very serious, you can maybe go it later once you understand the other things, right? And basically that is the main thing here. And make sure you save this one, by the way. Just save it, just close it. So now, because you have this option CPU and GPU, we are going to always choose GPU. If you choose the CPU in the edit option here, as I said, if you have CPU, then you choose CPU here. Again, if you have a very good powerful computer, then and then only you can do the CPU option, because it is something, maybe like MacBook people, they use CPU a lot because they have CPU, they have very strong processor. So that is the reason I have NVIDIA RTX. That's why I will use GPU option here. Okay. That was the rendering thing. Then there is a resolution around that. So, okay. So as soon as I go to my render preview mode, okay, you will notice something. And let me enable this and this. Okay. And let's actually disable this one. Okay. You will notice this one. Okay. This left upper window right here. Okay. Now understand why it is saying rendering done. Okay. Currently, I have some samples set in my scene, as you can see. So what is sampling? First of all, understand that every image, okay, I will actually show you here. So this is your camera, which means it is going to capture this image, right? Obviously, we are going to render in a video, but video is what? Video is a sequence of image. So every image captured by my camera is going to be stored in my computer. But I want that every image to be very high detail, right? And how I'm going to tell the computer that, hey, please capture all of my images in a very high detail. Okay. And the way I'm going to tell it is with the help of my sampling. Okay. This is my sample. And it is inside my drop down menu. This is my drop down menu. So if you cannot see this, you just drop down it, and you will see it in the both EV and cycles. Okay. So one of the things which you have to understand, that in a sampling, actually, you have two options: viewport, render, right? Main two option. Obviously, we are going to take a look in the light and advanced. So viewport, if I switch to my viewport, and if I, let's just say, if I disable this one, and let's just say maybe if I do, I don't know, 128, yeah, you can see it is calculating my sample, right? And it is saying rendering done. So what I'm currently doing is, basically I'm telling my Blender that in this particular image, in this particular window right here, this window, I want 128 samples in my viewport. So again, this is your viewport. This is not your final render. And then I'm also telling my Blender that in my render, only give me 32 sample. Okay. So the more samples you have, the good the quality is going to be. Okay. I like to, keep not more than maybe, I don't know, 120, 256. I don't think so. I go beyond 300 or 500 something, because this is generally it. We don't have to go for, extremely 4K sample or something like that. And the reason for that is very simple. The more the sample you have, the less, the more samples you have, the slower your rendering will get, right? So what I like to do is, I like to keep the samples under 300 in my render, actually. So for example, even if I set to 2 samples here, and let's say if I set to 256 in the rendering, it will render my viewport with only two samples, but it will give me extremely high result in my rendering. Before rendering, actually, also I was about to mention your camera resolution, right? If you go to your output properties, and as I mentioned you about the frame range, this is your frame range, by the way. You can see this kind of modifying, right? So we have frame rate, then frame range, which we already discussed in our camera. But one thing which you have to understand is this, your resolution, okay? So every image, obviously, it have some sort of resolution. Most of the time, standard resolution is 1920 by 1080. If I wanted to make all of my resolution into 1080, then you can see immediately my camera became, square type, and I can render it if I want. What I like to do additionally is that I like to keep it in the 1920 by 1080, but I increase this output, this scale output, resolution scale to 200%. Okay. And what is going to happen is basically it is going to do the same stuff like this. For example, 1920 into 2 and 1080 into 2. So it is going to do the same thing, but it is going to do it in the rendering portion. So let me actually show you with the F11. And by the way, if you are wondering how I got this, so if you hit F11 key on your keyboard, you will have this setup. Anyways, so just focus on this current window here, and this one, yeah, only this one. And let's maybe, array, what happened? Oh yeah, because it is not in that thing. Oh, okay. Ah, we can fix it easily. Let's actually, no, but I still need to do it. Oh, okay. Let's actually close this. You know what? Yeah, let's actually close this and let's go to composition. No. Oh yeah, this is actually good way to understand. Where is my view? Image editor. Yeah, but this is not showing me. Oh yeah. Now it is showing me. Correct. Okay, great. So just focus here right now for example, and let me go to my output properties and let's actually do 100%. You can see what it basically does. If I increase to 300, 500, it is going to increase my final render scaling. And again, if you are wondering, it is just going to scale. No, it is not going to only scale, but it is actually going to add all the details, all that stuff. Okay. So yeah, that is what I wanted to tell you. Now you will see one option here, which is noise threshold. So what noise does is basically, if you know real world camera, as I said, Blender is a real world thing. We are going to create a real world scenario in Blender, and for that, obviously, because we are using like a real world scenario, we will also have a noise in our camera in real world, and it is going to do the same. So noise threshold is something which we have to tell the computer, and the lower the value, the more noise it will remove. That's it. That's the main thing you have to understand. I like to keep my final my final rendering or threshold to around 0.025. I find it very ideal for my own cases, and that way you can do it too. If you want to, you can do it too. And by the way, if you're wondering, wherever you see this kind of small button, it is actually your preset option, sampling preset option. You can create your own, by the way. Like I don't like to use it because I'm going to teach you a method where you can pre-save your default project file and then you can reuse it every single time. Okay, so I don't use that much, but yeah, you can do it too. And as I said, you can tweak that. Then in the denoise option, actually, there is a way, we can denoise it. So there are few ways we can denoise it. One is with open image denoiser. So it is a type. Okay, don't try to understand everything, but this is like a type. So one is open image denoiser and one is optics. I like to keep it on optics because I have RTX. Again, if you have a very good system, specifically RTX GPU computer or laptop, anything with RTX GPU, you can switch to optics, and it is going to give you the denoising effect. It will happen much more faster. Okay, so that is that. Albedo and normal, and then there is a passes which is none. I like to keep it in albedo and normal. If you don't know, albedo means your basic color. All of your colors you can see in this window, everything. This is your basic color. Albedo means your base color. Normal means your fake displacement. Okay, normal means your fake displacement. And again, as I mentioned, I explained you this in my shading tutorial, so please watch that. Right? And if you still don't understand, then do chat GPT or search a different result on a different video on YouTube. Don't worry, you will understand it when you go in depth, when you will actually do some work. It is just your first tutorial right now. Don't try to understand everything. You don't need to know everything. Okay, then you switch to lights. So what is this lights option? So this light option current here our cycles preview, in the cycles preview, this lights option is going to be appear only inside our cycles. It is not going to appear in my EV. Okay, if I search for light tree, okay, you can see I don't have the light tree in my EV, because EV is not realistic. Again, as I said, obviously EV have ray tracing, but it is a different part. I will explain you later. First, just understand your cycles. This option right here, what it is going to do, I explained you this in my lighting module. So if you still don't understand that one, then I will still explain you again. Okay, and let me show you what it's going to do. What is going to happen, because when you have light in your scene, let me actually, yeah, let me do this one. Okay, so let's say I have this is my light. Okay, this is my sun. Let's just say this is going to create some light bounces. Like, for example, this is going to create some rays. So these rays are going in all the direction, right? This is my ground. Okay, this is my ground. This ray is going to be hit on this particular ground. Then it is going to be reflected. It is going to go from here to here. Then it is going to reflect back from here to here. It is going to reflect back from here to here. Then here to here. Then from this to this to this. This is what light tree means. Light tree means your actual bounces, light bounces. That's how real world lighting works, correct? So that is what light tree means. Okay, I disabled it for a very specific reason, and I will explain you why. If you noticed, currently I am using a HDRI. Okay, and I told you about HDRI. HDRI is a image, high resolution, HDRI, sorry, high detail resolution imaginary. Okay, it is a image which we are going to use as our environment light. Okay, so there are two ways to light the environment. One is your sunlight, emission light. Again, you can go back to my lighting section, lighting module. You can understand that. So there are two ways. One is with your lighting, which means your this light, sunlight, point light, area light, 3-point lighting, all that stuff. And second way is your HDRI, which means your high definition resolution imagery, HDRI, high definition resolution imaginary. It is that. Okay, yeah, imaginary. So HDRI is what something we are using. Because I am using HDRI, all the lights are already there. Like all the lights are already there. All the light bounces, all that stuff is already there, which exists. Which means it is going to calculate all the light bounces with regard with regards of, like, which means taking inspiration, taking reference from that HDRI. It is going to create light bounces. We don't need additional light bounces because we are not using any sunlight. As you can see, I already disabled my sun like a long time ago. You can see if I enable back again, it is giving stupid result. Now, why am I using HDRI? Obviously to get realistic result, but to save lots of memory. So this is also one of the optimization technique. You don't need high quality lights every single time. No, you don't. You just need something which will make your scene look good. That's it. So if it is happening with the help of HDRI, then great, we are going to use HDRI. If it is going to happen with our standard light setup, then great, we are going to use our standard light setup. And for that reason, I disabled this. If you enable this and if you render, trust me when I say this, you will spend lots of time rendering, because light tree is going to literally calculate every single light bounces, which we don't need at all. So that's why it is good to just disable it. I will explain you why you need it. First of all, understand your use case should be there. So for example, if you are creating a indoor scene where you need the focus in particular objects or particular people, then you enable it. Okay, I don't enable it in my outdoor sessions. So this is the only thing you have to understand. In outdoors, disable this. In indoors, enable it. That's it. Don't go into much more detail, and you don't have to know everything. And you can see, if we go to our advanced setting of light bounces, I can tweak the minimum light bounces, and I can change the pattern how the light is going to bounce. No, we don't have to worry about that. Let's just disable it, and we don't use it normally. Light path, this is also one of the most important point here. As it says, it is going to create the light path. And this is different than your light tree, by the way. Light tree is something which happens in continuation, which means it creates your bounces and all of your reflection, light reflection, all that stuff in one single frame, which means it calculates every single time, and according to your camera position, it will recalculate your light bounces. This is something, light path is something which is going to be predetermined, which means we are going to define it in the first place. I like to select the preset from here, which is fast global illumination, and I like to enable this reflective and refractive. And if you know what is refractive, which means if I have a glass in my scene, like glass material or water kind of material, it is going to reflect and refract. And that's why I like to just enable it. And obviously there are fast GI approximation, which is also going to be similar to your light bounces, but it will help. Okay, don't try to understand this again, this will be very confusing. I like to keep it in fast global illumination. Again, you can go full global, but it is again, it will give you, the render time is going to be big basically. So I don't like to keep it in the full global. I just keep it in fast global. And I like to keep the transparent, maybe, I don't know, 4. Yeah. And then reflective. Yeah. So basically that's the thing with the light path. And you just, drop it down, you just close it off. Then we have volume section here. It does not affect that much because we already have our fog volume set up in our scene, but it is additional fog settings which, if you don't have it in your scene, then you can, do the settings. I don't use it. Okay, don't worry. Then there is curves. I don't use this. You don't have to know it either. It is going to create the light curving. Don't worry. So it just affect with the certain shapes. So it is not that visible properly. I don't know why people use it. I guess they use it to analyze something. I don't know. If you know why people use it, let me also know. I never used it in my almost 7 years of learning Blender. I never used it, trust me. Simplify is something which I use, but it also depends on the use case. Simplify, basically, as I said, it is an optimization thing. Okay, it is going to optimize your scene. So you can see, if I have, let's say, lots of material with lots of subdivision, I can limit my subdivision here, and I can limit my particles, how much particles I need to spawn, and all that stuff. I can even limit my texture resolution. I use it in very specific use case. For example, I have a very big scene, then I enable simplify, and then I just put maybe max subdivision to in the render, by the way, not in the viewport. I put it in the render 2. I keep the child particle as 1, and then texture limit to 2K. This is at 2048. 2K resolution is my max, and I limit that. So it is like a optimization thing, which is which does have a specific use, as I said. For this scenario, I'm not going to enable it. If you want, you can, but I don't think if you followed this tutorial completely, then you don't also have to enable this. So it is that. Now this is important. Motion blur. Okay. So if you know already, every single camera, we have a motion blur. Like all the real world camera, they have motion blur, which means if I'm going to move my camera from place A to place B, it will have some sort of a motion blur. Okay, which gets created because of the shutter speed. I'm not going to explain you what is shutter speed, but shutter speed is basically like a motion, obviously, from position A to position B, and we are going to set a certain shutter speed. For example, I have shutter speed of very good, like let's say 1500, 2000 something. I will get minimal motion blur. Basically, that is the explanation. Okay. I I will recommend you few things. If you are enabling motion blur, again, as I said, if you are making a car chase, or if you are creating a rocket chase or anything, let's say racing kind of environment, where you need to show the fast pace cars, then you enable it. Then you put it on center, you tweak the shutter speed, and then you tweak the rolling shutter, then you can tweak the shutter curve and all that stuff. For this scenario, we don't need it, because this is something, again, as I said, so many things you will understand with time, with experience. You're not going to understand everything in only 12 hours, right? So that is basically it in motion blur. Then we again go back to our color space thing, our film thing. So we have film. Obviously, we can just increase our exposure. As I said earlier in the beginning, we are going to have multiple options which are almost same, but it appears in different module. For example, film, we have exposure, which we already have in our this exposure. It is similar, but again, the functionality is different. So yeah, and there are types of that. One thing I wanted to show you is this the transparent one. I will show you actually. Uh, you can see I have this 3D world. Okay, if I enable my transparent, just say here. No, no, not here. In my camera view. Yeah, yeah. You see, all my background, it just turned into like a pattern, like a gray and white pattern. You can see it here. If I disabled it, yeah. Can you see this one? Yeah, you can see this one. I know. So what is happening right now? Basically, uh, your world is going to be transparent if you enable it. What I mean by that is, uh, you're going to have everything in your 3D world, but you're going to create a transparent render. So then later you can create a different background and you can put it in your composition, in your compositing software, and then you can just merge it with this foreground and a different background. So this is necessary for you to understand, because you will use this option a lot when it comes to create a different composition. Specifically, you need to do composition in After Effects. I like to use After Effects because obviously I am from After Effects background. Blender is the, I learned Blender in like after very long time, but first I used to use After Effects for composition. I still use it, but this transparent option is something which is going to be helpful if I'm using it in my After Effects, if I'm doing composition in After Effects. So that's why I wanted to show you the transparent one. Don't do this. Don't put transparent glass. We don't care about that. I don't want this currently. I will tell you why, and maybe I will want it, but let's not take a look on that. Okay, performance. I like to keep it in the faster render. Okay, and I like to keep it in the GPU with auto. And let's do it in the GPU as well. I like to choose it because it gives you it gives you good result. And I choose it always. I choose it every single time. And personally, I don't think you have to change anything here in the performance setting. The only thing you need to change is this persistent data. So what is persistent data here? Let me show you this one in the final render. So don't worry about anything, just change your persistent data. So what is going to happen is, basically it is not going to recalculate your scenario. Like, it is not going to recalculate your sample scenario every single frame. It will only calculate once, and then it will just copy that render data. You can see, keep render data around for faster render for animation render at cost of increased memory uses. As it name says, basically it saves you memory. That's it. That's it. So you don't have to know the viewport. Baking. Okay. I explained baking in my shading tutorial. I know I'm just repeating it like a million times, but trust me when I say this. This is important for you to understand that baking is something which you are going to use only for your texture baking. So I explained this in my shading tutorial, how to bake your texture, how you can what kind of texture you are baking, your normal texture, your combined positional texture, UV, your emission, everything. So baking is that. You don't have to do anything in baking. One thing which I did not explain to you is the grease pencil. And the grease pencil option is basically like if you are creating like a 2D anime kind of thing. And I did not mention you in this particular scenario because it is something which is going to be very, very, very specific. Most of the times, all the things I explained, you are going to just do that. Grease pencil is very specific use case for 2D animation. Okay, 2D animation people. Let me actually switch it. And you can see I have a window where I can do 2D animation. And this is where uh, my grease pencil option kind of go handy with it. So if you don't know, Blender is actually one of the most used software as well for 2D animation. And also obviously people use it because it's free, but the grease pencil option is something which is, it changes everything. So it is kind of it creates your outline of your outline of your shape, and it is that option. I don't want to go in much more detail in this current tutorial right now, because it will be very big topic again, and I am actually working on an anime video, but grease pencil is something which I'm not going to explain in depth, because I am not a 2D animator. Okay, most of my work which I did in my 3D animation. That's it. I still do sometimes 2D animation, but I don't use that much. Freestyle again. Freestyle is also used for Freestyle is also used for the drawing purpose. It is going to create outline of your object, and it is called as freestyle edges. That's it. Nothing to understand much. Color management I explained you earlier. And basically in the color management, I guess, do we have white balance? Yeah. You don't have to tweak the curves and white balance, because you don't need it simply. Okay. So this is my cycles, and obviously EV is similar. The only difference in EV is that there is no denoiser, because it is going to denoise it directly, which means it is going to just give you what is possible by the EV rendering. So it is not going to create the noises, because it is not realistic again, But yeah, obviously we can tweak the settings, we can create more samples. I like to create these shadow rays, like mostly 4 or 8, maybe it depends on my system. Uh, One thing which you have to understand, that after Blender 4.2 or something, they added ray tracing. That's why so many settings got changed. And few things which I will explain you very simply is that it is going to create a very realistic result, similar to cycles, but it is noticeable. Like, that it is not real, but it looks real. But it is going to happen only in certain situation. Okay, for example, if I switch my resolution 1 to 1, this is very hyper realistic, by the way. And screen trace and maybe precision is good. Yeah, denoising is already enabled, as I said, right? You don't have to do anything. And if I still switch to 1 1, then if I switch this raise to maybe maximum, yeah, maybe 8, and I guess, yeah, I need to switch this. So again, almost before simplify, everything is just similar, like a little bit different. So you just have to tweak something. But I prefer to render in cycles. EV next, as I said, this is the EV, but yeah, earlier it was called as EV. If I show you in my other version, let me actually open my Blender 4. Uh, Immediately, like obviously, currently I have so many applications running. That's why it will take me a little bit time, but yeah, it will. I will have it. So earlier, in my earlier version, I had EV, which is, I guess, for me it works, and I still use it. And EVs, I guess, something which was, still, I guess, so many people use it, because EV next actually is more focused towards, more, it works more like a game engine. Okay, basically. And if you know game engine, if you know Unreal or Unity, there is something called as ray tracing. And ray tracing means, same feature like your light tree. So basically it is going to create all kind of reflection, light bounces, everything. But in EV next, obviously there are more settings we can tweak to make it look extremely realistic. And I will make a completely different video talking about EV Next, because EV Next is something which I'm still, creating so many different variation, which means I'm still experimenting with it. I'm still experimenting with EV Next. I'm not I'm not saying I will not tell you, but I'm saying I need more time to create a video dedicated to EV Next, because I'm actually, experimenting with few things where I'm actually, getting the same result as my cycles. And it will be a big topic. It will be a big topic. So I will just tell you, if you go to EV Next, uh, just set your rendering samples, then try to increase your light rays depending on your system. I like to keep it at 4 because my computer can handle it. Then again, shadow step, if I told you, as I told you, the shadow bounces, it is going to create the bounces. Don't do anything here, don't do anything here. Ray tracing, you should enable this, and then enable your screen trace. Try to keep it in, 1 to 2. It is ideal, but if you go 1 1, this is going to, this will crash your computer, because I crashed a lot of time. And that's why I said I don't want to show you EV Next for now, because it is going to be very big. So I like to keep it in 1 to 2, 1 to 2, and it works like a charm. It still works very good. But yeah, that is the main thing. So that was my render properties. Let's I actually told you about the output properties. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, a few things which I did not tell you, right? This one. Okay. So when you go to your output property, obviously you choose your folder where you should render. So in my case, let's just say, where is my, on this, let me actually locate my folder where I wanted to render, right? This is my, okay. So if I do accept, you can immediately see my folder is there. Now there are types, there are formats of my rendering, okay, and I will explain you in shortly. What happen is that you are going to create a sequence. Obviously, I can show you how you can render the video, but I'm going to render specifically in, image format. The only reason to do this is to, let's say, if I crash, if my computer gets crashed in the middle of rendering, then at least I can start from the point it got crashed. For example, if I render, let's say 59 frames, right? 59 frames, and then I need to, uh, you know, render the rest of my animation. I don't have to render from frame number 1, because I have 1 to 59 already saved. And at the frame 69, 59, it got, it actually crashed. So now I can start rendering from 60. That's it. That's why I like to use image sequence. There are multiple image formats. Obviously, you can check PNG, JPEG, and I'm 100% sure image formats, obviously, PNG or JPEGs, or TIFF. TIFF is something maybe if you heard. One specific format which I like to use after I watched a video of Poly F Jord. If you don't know Poly F Jord, I will just show you quickly, and I will actually mention in my honorable mention after a point. I will explain you. So let's say Poly F Jord, and let's do EXR. Yeah. So I specifically watched this tutorial, and I just loved it. I just liked it so much. After that point, I just started, rendering everything in my EXR. So OpenEXR is a format but it is a little bit different format, different than your normal PNG, and it will save you a lot of memory as well. So I like to keep it in DWAA lossy. It is as you can see, it says JPEG like lossy compression on 32 row image block. That's it. And I like to keep it in the float half or full, depends on the condition. So basically float half and full is basically like a 16-bit color channel and 32-bit color channel. If you don't know what is bit color channel, 32, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit color channels, it is like a mathematical thing. Okay. It is a mathematical formula where you get more realistic result with 32-bit. I like to keep it at 16 because I don't think I need that much detail. And there are three main format here in the color. One is BW, which means your black and white. RGB means your red, green, blue. RGBA means your red, green, blue, and alpha. So I will explain you where you can use alpha when you will have that transparency, right? If you go to your film and if you enable transparent, now if I render this in RGBA, I will get that transparent image. That's why it is useful. In this case, I'm using it RGB only and no transparency. Yeah. Okay. So that was your output. And obviously, we can override our color space from color management as well. I like to keep it in follow scene, which means we already set up in our color management here. As I said, one option appears in many different position in our Blender. I like to keep it in keep the follow scene thing. I don't open this much. I don't care about that. And there is metadata, which means if you want, you can save the information with the render itself. For example, I like to keep it my date, timing, render time, frames. I like to keep that. Generally, you don't have to change it, so don't change it again. And then there is obviously post processing where it asks you if you want to, keep it in. If you want to change it in composition sequencer, just keep it default. Don't worry about anything. That was my output properties. One of the things which I wanted to explain you here is your view layers. Now, what is view layers? I'll tell you. If I switch my OpenEXR multi-layer, and I will actually show you in my render view. Okay. If I go in my render pass and if I just switch to emission, I don't think I have anything which is emitting. But let's just say maybe ambient occlusion. Yeah. As soon as I do this, you will see immediately. Let me actually close it. Yeah. You will see immediately my scene kind of turned into a very weird black and white kind of structure with so much noise. So this is my ambient occlusion render pass. Like this is my ambient occlusion rendering layer. Okay. This is my diffuse direct, which means direct lighting, which is affecting on all the diffused element. Diffuse means your basic color element. This is all my basic color, but indirect lighting, which means my all the light bounces. Then there is a diffusion color, which means combination of all the colors and just combine it together. Then there is glossy. If you have any glossy material, which means again, as I said, glossy means something which is going to reflect. And then there is glossy indirect. Then there is a glossy color. Then there is a transmission. All that stuff. I personally use this particular method with OpenEXR multi-layer. So what it is going to do? It is going to actually create a different layer for each of this render passes. Okay. And why you need different layers for each of the passes in the first place? Well, this is where your filmmaking stuff comes in, because we need more control. In post processing, most of the times, we need more control over our final render, because it is going to be hard for us every single time to open your Blender project and render everything together. No, it is going to take a lot of time, and most of the people, let's say if you are creating a short movie, you cannot afford to re-render everything again. And that's why you need to keep all the rendering data with you. And for that purpose, you render your scene in multiple layers. But all those multiple layers are going to be combined in one single layer. Are you getting my point? So, so you will have only one layer, which is your OpenEXR multi-layer, but it will combine all of your selected layers. For example, if I go to my view layer properties, I can select the passes from here. For example, I need mist pass. Then I like to keep my where my mist pass. Then I like to keep my diffusion color. Then I like to keep my emission, environment, ambient occlusion, shadow catcher. This layers I need every single time. So what is going to happen if I show you in my F11 actually? Uh, is it going to show you directly or not? Oh yeah, it is going to show me. No, but where is the? Yeah, I guess it will only show you after my rendering, after one rendering. Okay, it's okay. So what is going to happen basically? All the stuff which I selected from here. Let me actually show you this one. All the things which I have check mark enabled on this current window on my view layer properties. It is going to render all that things separately, and it is going to combine in one image. And when I open my post processing software, in this case After Effects, I can tweak individual layers and I can change it. So if I want to change the shadow, I can change the shadow without opening my Blender again. I can just change it from my the layer pass, right? Render pass, which I have, shadow catcher and ambient occlusion exist from that panel. So this is going to be your post processing thing. Don't worry, you don't use that one, and I don't think I'm going to do it for this example as well. I'll just keep it in OpenEXR. Again, this is a format I like to keep in RGB, float half, DWAA lossy. That's it. Uh, DWAB is also good, but I like to keep it in A, or you can put it in zip as well. Personally, I find DWAA is the most efficient. It saves you a lot of memory and time. So that was your three important module. One is your render properties, output properties, your view layer properties. Okay, that is the main thing about rendering. Where is it? Yeah, that is the main thing about rendering, which I explained you in detail. Okay, because it is very important for you to understand. Now let me actually show you how you can render. So if you go to your here in file edit, and then there is a render section here, F12 to render an individual image, and then control F12 for rendering animation. In our case, we are going to render our animation. So we are going to click control F12, or you can just click this one. Okay, and obviously we can, as I said you about the F11 key. So what it does, it gives you additional window where you can check your render preview. uh, One specific use I do with the additional window, which means F11, is that if I have, let's say, important work where I need to see both the window together. For example, I need to see my layout as well as my shading. So for example, if I go to my shader editor, right? you can see immediately I can obviously switch in between, and I can then drag this into my other monitor. So I have two monitors, and in one monitor I tweak some settings, and then in my second monitor I check what is exactly happening. So I like to do that, but again, you don't have to do that. If you have two monitors, then great. You are very lucky. You can just do that stuff, which I do. So what you do again, if you don't understand, you just hit F11. It will open a window, and I recommend you just minimize this a little bit and just keep it in your main window. And now if you hit Control F12, and let me actually check my samples. I don't want more than 32 for example. I'm just doing it. Obviously, I'm going to change it later. So let's do F12. You can see it is rendering 32 samples, and now you understand properly what is sampling. So it is generating a portion of image in my render in my render mode, and it is kind of giving me a result, and that way obviously you render it out. So currently I only rendered one single image on frame number 50. You can see it here, frame number 50, and then it will show you the time, remaining time, then memory, peak memory, scene. So this is my scene layer, means this one. I will explain you what is scene, and then render, how much tiles currently rendered, and how many samples you have in your scene. So tiles is different. Tiles means the section of your one image, and now you can see it is denoising. Obviously, current scene I have is not that high quality. I don't. I only kept 32 samples, but again, depending on certain situations, you can change the samples. I like to keep it around 400, 500. Obviously, currently when I will go off screen, I will render everything out with very good samples and with very good pixel, with very good resolution. So again, if you do this, and then obviously if you want to save it, you can just go to image, and then you do save as, and then you choose your folder from here. This is currently happening because obviously currently I only rendered one image. That's why it is showing me like this. If you already selected your output folder, and you just directly hit your render animation, then it will automatically get saved. So don't worry about that. But for showcasing you, for just showing you, I did this, and that's why I need to save it separately. So obviously you can save separately, and yeah, basically that's it. And this is what I mean by this OpenEXR multi-layer. When I showed about that, is when you go to the different pass, you can see I have a mist pass, means like a depth. Then I have emission. I don't think I have emission, yeah, but it rendered it out. Environment, I don't have it. Ambient occlusion means like a shadow thing, like a contact shadows. I don't have shadow catcher. Then this is my noisy image, noisy shadow catcher. I don't have it. So again, this is my layer pass. Okay, layer passes. So yeah, that is basically it. If I wanted to save it in different color mode, red or green or blue, I can just do that, and then I can obviously image save as. I can do that. I like to keep it in color or color and alpha. And obviously, when you're going to save it, you will have your saving option again. So you can see I can still choose the format. So if I choose my format OpenEXR, I can just save it in EXR. If I choose in PNG, you can see it just changed. So it obviously almost till the end, it is going to ask you what you want to do with this image. If you want to change it, if you want to modify it, you can re-render. You can check in your render preview what is wrong. If you find your render very not so realistic, you can obviously re-render it again. You can tweak some settings. So yeah, this is just an example. And now obviously I'm going to render this in very high samples. So yeah, if you want to do that, if you want to render it, you can just close this tutorial right now, and you can render all of your scenes, and then you can come back again to watch the rest of the video. So I recommend you do that. I'm going to close my OBS, my screen recording software, so I can calculate, sorry, I can actually spend all my RAM and all my GPU just to render my scene. Okay. Again, obviously, currently, because I have so many applications running in the background, that's why I don't want to, render together with my screen recording, or it will just crash, because I wanted to render in a very good quality. So yeah, that is how basically you render. And again, if you want to check it, you can still go in your, I guess it's in, yeah, in your rendering preview as well. You can see it here. I like to open my F11 window. Again, this is something, as I mentioned you have to know most of the shortcuts of Blender, and then obviously you can easily work. So rendering works with F12. A rendering animation will work Control F12. One of the rendering which I wanted to show you is, if you go to your view mode here, okay, you have two options: viewport render image, viewport render animation, viewport render keyframes. So viewport render image is going to render what is visible to you. So for example, this is visible to me right now, and if I do that, you can see it is just going to render that particular section. And let's say if I change it, let's say I do this, and if I go to view and viewport render image, it will change again. This is also useful for you if you are creating some specific kind of look. If you want to create showreel or anything like that, great, you can use this. So yeah, that is basically the difference here. And obviously, if I hit viewport render animation, it will render from 1 to 361 all the animation. So yeah, that is the thing. Another thing which I wanted to explain you, uh, sometimes, because obviously we have like 361 frames and it is heavy, I like to do rendering in portions, in parts. So what I do is basically I go to my timeline and I actually change my end frame to around, let's say, maybe 50 or something. So I like to render in parts. Okay. And don't worry, it does not affect your final render. It is just, it is going to render in parts, because it will be heavy if you have a very standard computer or standard laptop. It will be very heavy to render everything together. So this is also one of the thing which I wanted to mention. Make sure you render in portions, like in a parts. So for example, if you render from frame number 1 to 24, it's okay. It will be fine. So you can create different cameras and different sorry, you can create different folders for different cameras, and then you can render separately. It will save you a lot of time and memory, I will say. Obviously, if you have a very good computer, then great, you are already good. But if you don't have it, it's okay, you can still render in parts, and that way it will help you a lot. Another thing you can render obviously is with the help of your holdout and all that stuff. So I will explain you shortly what is holdout. So let's say if I wanted to mask my cat, okay. So do I have cat here? Yeah, I have. If I search for cat, now if I hold out this, which means it is going to create a mask, which is going to create a hole in the cat portion. And the way you are going to see the transfer, the hole is in your transparent mode. So let's actually enable it. So what is going to do is, it is going to create a mask in that particular portion, and after that you can render the cat object separately. Again, very specific use case, and it is going to be very useful only if you are creating certain looks. I like to use it when I'm creating some motion graphics or that stuff. I don't use it every single time, so you don't have to do that too. So that is basically, so hold out, and it is just indirect lighting. It will just cast indirect lighting, and yeah, that is the basic stuff there. And obviously we can still layer in different scenes. So as I mentioned you, what is scene and what is view layer. So view layers means the layer which is going to be visible in your final render, and we can create multiple view layers, which means let's just assume, for example, if I switch into my mist and let's actually go into EV. Can I see it in the EV? Let me check. Oh yeah, I can see it. Okay, great. So uh, let's assume from the camera view, you're going to have some sort of different layers. And what I mean by that is I will actually show you. So currently you can see the lady in the background. Let me actually show this one, this lady in the background. So she is in the background, correct? Then you can see some cats here and some pillars here. They are in around like a medium portion. So they are in the middle. So you can see this is in the middle. And then there is this particular cat. She is in the foreground. Okay. So just imagine like this, that you are going to have mainly three layers of your any composition. Okay. One is your background, one is your middle portion, and one is your foreground. So this view layers is basically same like that. So if you want, you can render in three different layers, which is your view layer, which means your background, then middle, and then foreground, and then you can combine it in your composition. I don't like to do it because I have a good computer. Okay. And because I have a good computer, I don't use it. Simple. But I use it only if I have a very high, high poly world. I have very big world where I need all the details, but I don't want to crash my computer. And then obviously I render in different layers, and I spend some time. And again, this is something which you need lots of time, because you need to create multiple copies. So you can see here, you can just copy this. You can create multiple layers in this portion right here. Let me actually show you this one. Yeah. So you create multiple layers, and it takes some time. So for me personally, I don't use it, but I just wanted to share with you. And this is also one of the optimization method actually. And the only reason I did not mention you, I did not tell you about this, because you are not going to use it. Okay, you are not going to use it. Generally, you are just going to use specific things. And obviously you can still optimize it. You can still use all the function. You're going to be use it very efficiently. But view layers is something which you will understand when you will go in proper depth, when you will learn everything properly. With experience, you will get it. So that is the main thing here. Okay. And now we are ready to move to composition, which is our final rendering and our color grading part two. Color grading, which means the final composition which we are going to do in our compositing node here. And I will show you briefly. Obviously, I'm not going to go in very detail. Again, it is one of the biggest topic. But this is my rendering explanation. And actually, before showing you color grading and final composition, I am going to render my scene. Okay. Hey guys, so now we are actually done with the rendering. So let me actually show you about the composition. And just I wanted to apologize for you. composition, basically there are two types of composition, which is your camera composition, which means the camera placement and all that stuff, and another is to add effects and all that stuff. So if you go to compositing window, it is where we are going to composite our actual scene, and the way we are going to use it is with the help of this one. So if you don't see this, what you should do, you just hit your this option, use nodes, and that way you will open this window. And if you want to decrease the size of that render, you can just hit V on your keyboard. Let me actually, do I have here? No, 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 I don't have. Okay, yeah. If you just hit V, okay, option V on your keyboard, and if you want to increase the scaling, just hit Alt plus V. Okay, V to decrease the scale, Alt V is to increase the scale. Okay. Anyways, so you will have something like this, and you will see node structure here, and you will get confused in the first place. What is this? But if I disable this one, so that is my viewer node. So this is my composite node, and this is my viewer. So I'm going to view with this one. Okay. And let's actually add a few effects, and the few effects are, we are going to add maybe, I don't know, some color grading effects. So this is where our part 2 of this color grading comes in. So let's actually add hue saturation node. So let's add this one, and make sure you add before this thing. Okay, because this currently is a viewer, this is for our own viewing, this just for take a look, and then we are going to this is also going in our composition. So that way we are going to change it. So this actually works same as our shading, but the only difference here is that we are going to add additional effects. Like for example, if I wanted to completely change the hue, and then I can just change it with help of this one, and obviously I can just add a gamma. Do we have gamma here? Yeah, we have it. So if I wanted to increase or decrease the contrast, so I can just do it. Again, this is also a step where you can spend enough amount of time. This is a compositing node where you just add a bunch of effect. It is a post-processing effect. This is what we call it as post-processing. I personally like to add even glare as well. Then let's add bloom, and oh yeah, this one. Why is it not showing? I don't know, man. But yeah, you get the point. So basically, this is where we add bunch of effects, and you can see as soon as I add the effects, if I add the sharpen there, you can see it kind of gave you that sharpness. So this is important for you to understand that the way we are going to use this compositing node is something which is completely uh, completely optional, as well as completely free to explore. So I recommend you just explore this, add a bunch of effect, take a look what looks amazing, what does not look amazing, and then you render this out. And the way you render it out is very simple. If you open F11, you will have two options. One is your view layer. So view layer is your actual layer which got rendered, and then you have composite layer. So this one, if you want to save, again same process, you go to image, then save as, and then you select the folder. Actually, this you're supposed to add compositing effect before you render anything. Okay. Yes, I'm explaining you after rendering, but what you should do is that you should just render one single image, for example, this one. And when you have one image, this looks good, now this looks very good. Then you can just add your compositing effect, and then you start to render all of your frame. Then you can just hit a render animation, so all the animation is going to be rendered from this after this node. So this is what we called as compositing. So composition is something which is around like almost like end step. It is a post processing effect thing, but there are two ways to do it. Obviously, as I said, one is with the compositing, which you are going to use, and there are many in-depth tutorial out there where you can learn everything in compositing. This is very basic stuff which I just explained you, and obviously, it is something which you have to explore. I will recommend you to explore. The only reason why I'm telling you this is because this is going to be completely, uh, you know, also like an optional feature, but at the same time, it is going to be a very in-depth tutorial if I wanted to explain you this. So again, I wanted you to explore it for your own betterment, for your own understanding, so that way you will understand this in much more depth, because you can just add a bunch of nodes. You can check what everything is doing. You can see I'm adding texture, I'm adding maybe brick texture, I don't know. So I'm doing it because I'm just showing you that you can create multiple effects out of this. You can create a bunch of node stacking. If you know node stacking means combining multiple nodes and then getting a desired result. So basically that is it with the compositing, and obviously you can add many things. I want you to recommend, I recommend you to explore it, right? And you can see I can add blur, I can add multiple things. So yeah, that is the main thing. And you do this before you render finally, right? Finalize before finalizing your render. Okay, so I guess this is it for our course today, and I will, officially tell you that our course is officially over. But one thing which I was telling you from the very beginning is to create a layout, so you don't have to, every time change the settings. So create a new project, new general project, and you will have something like this. I recommend you delete. If you want to use it, then use it. I don't use it, so I delete this one as well. And then I add a monkey, right? And let's actually open this timeline a little bit, then this one little bit, and then let's actually delete few things. Like I don't think I use this modeling section here. So what I do, I just right click and delete this one. I use sculpting. I don't use UV editing, so delete. Texture paint, I don't use that much. Okay, shading I use, but I want to change the layout of the shading a little bit. So the way I'm going to do it is very simple actually. So I do this, and then I am going to create a new here, and then this will be my shader editor. Close this one, open this one. So this will be my shader editor like this. Little bit, layers here. I use animation sometimes, but I don't use this particular window. So let's actually keep it for now. Then rendering, I don't think I use rendering. Compositing, I use it sometimes. But what I like to do it in compositing actually. I like to go in image editor, and then I like to open the render result here, and then compositing here, and just show the use nodes here automatically. So I don't have to switch it every single time. Okay. Then I use geometry nodes, but I don't think I use the, yeah, I don't think I use that option, that feature there. I like this scripting I use sometimes, and additional view I can add is just add any view. For example, let's say general layout, and double click to rename it. Maybe four view. Let's just say four view, right? And what I like to do is I like to search for quad view. Okay, so we go to view, then you go to area, then we have quad view. So what is going to happen right now is that it is going to give me 4 different views in one single window. And why this is helpful? Because I need to add animation, the armature of animation. That's where this is very handy. So I can just watch it from all the angles. So this is my main thing. And before saving this, actually, I like to go to my edit, then preference, then you can change the themes, by the way. So you can see here, we can change it. If we want, we can just add a new theme as well. So one thing you can do is to search for Blender theme. Okay, just search for Blender theme. You will find many amazing different themes with different colors. That's why you saw me having that purple color Blender theme in my Blender 4.0. So you can obviously download any of this stuff, and it is telling me drag and drop into Blender. So let's actually do it, and let's actually minimize this. You can see set current theme. If I do it, yeah, so that's how you do the theme. And what you should do, you go to file and you actually clean up. You just clean up, purge means deleting everything. And now you go to file and then default save startup file. Okay, and you can just override this, and you can see it is saved my startup file. And let me actually yeah, don't save, and let me actually open my Blender again. Yeah, this option here. Yeah. Okay. So now you can see, as soon as I open this, everything is applied in that particular theme. So that's how you create your default your default project file. And as you can see, this is applied all the stuff. So everything was deleted. You can see our layouts is properly here. And obviously you can do same with setting all the setting for keeping all the settings for your rendering as well. For example, if I switch to cycles, then GPU, I can just click my samples and do that. Then you do denoise. You can change all the settings, and you can obviously go to file. Then first you should do the cleanup. You should do cleaning up. Then you save default save startup file. So this will be rewritten. So next time when I will open a new project, you will see my cycles is already applied. So that's how you create a startup file. So you don't have to change your sample settings, your rendering engine, all that stuff. You can just set everything here first, and then you just do save default save startup file, and that's how you do it basically. And I guess that's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching this video till the end. If you want to download this project file, it's completely free. Check the link below. And if you want to support the channel, you can just like, share, and subscribe. It is also completely free. But if you want to give additional support, you can always join our Patreon. And thanks again to watch this video. I hope you liked it. If you have any questions, please let me know in the comments. I will meet you next time.